Yo ho, chat. Chat, we are live. Day 101, yes. What did I just buy? Oh, I bought that door by accident. Yo ho, chat, chat, chat. We're back. We made this yesterday. I see how the lighting looks. It's looking pretty good, looking pretty good. So yeah, we just been working on some out of bounds shit.
Oh my god, I'm in.
We
Oh my god, I have an AHF1. Do you need it?
oh my god, let me deafen. Um Yeah, we built this yesterday, man. It came out pretty good, low-key. It came out pretty fucking good. Let me check my phone real quick, see if I sound fine. Yo, yo, yo. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, bet. Yo, chat. So yeah, man. We did this yesterday, or I guess this morning. Oh, I gotta fix the lighting. I gotta fix the lighting right there. That shadow shouldn't be like that. That's weird.
You know those barricades won't
Is
last
it like that
long.
down here? Yeah, let me. Oops. Keep God mode on. Go. Oh, what the fuck? What is going on? Slash no clip. Let's see how the lighting is on everything. You won't see that, so it don't really matter. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Okay, gotta fix the lighting right there. I mean, do you even see that in game though? Cause it'll be right here. You can kinda see it. Probably have to fix that. Might just keep it just cause, fuck it. Let's see, let's see. I mean, it's looking pretty good to me. That looks crazy. Okay. Yeah, so all I did off stream was I just built the map and the lighting this time so we could really see how it looks. Cause when I started last stream, like these lights weren't here because I never built the light. And it took forever, bro. It probably took like 2 hours or like an hour and a half, not gonna lie. But yeah, man. So today we're gonna be finishing up this train yard. Um, it's pretty much done. I'm just checking how the lighting cuts, where the light probes are. You can kind of see if you look very closely, like this little piece, like right here on this line. This side's a little bit lighter than this side, but and like you can kind of see there's a reflection right here only, and it like cuts off right on that line. I don't know if you could see that, but not to fix that and this little piece right here. I don't know what that is or why it's doing that reflection. I don't know where that shadow is coming from, but we're gonna fix that. No, we'll probably fix that off stream just because it's like a lighting, building light. Really, it my PC does not like building light while I'm on stream, or just in general, but really on stream it doesn't like that shit. So I'll probably do that off stream. But building wise, looks pretty good, man. Pretty freaking good. You'd only really see it from right here. I'm also gonna have to fix this. The detailing, I gotta like detail this better. I don't know, add some more trim to it or something. It looks a little off. Yeah, we gotta fix that. Hold on, chat. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. You want me to send you on Cash App? Good looking dog. I bought Alana's perfume too. Cause it did go on sale. I don't know if you remember. I was saying it wasn't. I was hoping it would, but then it didn't for mad long. So I was like, damn, I'm gonna just buy it full price. But it went on sale on Amazon for Cyber Monday. So shouts out to them for that. Alright, so today, chat, today we will be. We're gonna finish this up. I gotta do some more detailing on the top of that tower, I'm thinking. And then we will. Oh, wait, I gotta check out the lighting on this. The lighting should be fixed here now. Why is it still doing that? That should not be like that. Bruh. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense. That is how the light would reflect into here, but it shouldn't show that closed, you know? Whoa, why is it? My lights are tweaking out a bit. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Those are working. Ah, I gotta fix that. I fucked it up somehow. But this one's good though. Oh, it could be better. I'll have to move it a little bit to the left to really fix that. But this one should be good now, right? Yep, boom, bam. I'll add some clips right here so this looks a little bit better. That's dope though. That came out really good.
There are forces at work beyond even my understanding.
Let's see, let's see, let's see. What else do we have here? I don't know what we're gonna work on today, chat, to be honest. I know we gotta work on the... I think I'm gonna do the bridge. She basically finished the whole train yard last night. So I'm gonna probably work on this bridge. Parking garage back there, like I was saying. I want to get a cool picture for Instagram. So let me go down into the depths. Why does it look like that? Ooh, actually, I'm gonna get the sniper. I really like this sniper up here. The animation with it.
What sorcery is this?
Sorry, chat. Trying to make a cool little Instagram boomerang type of thing. Why is it not doing the inspect? Why is it not working? Oh, it's probably the spot I was in. Hold on, let me get a good angle of this. It doesn't want me to do it like right here next to the barricade. I gotta go like here, I think. I want to get this perfect. Bro, why is it so like... My camera doesn't like this. The lighting in this room. But it looks pretty cool. Oh yeah, that's tough. That is tough. Give me 1 second, chat. I just want to promo it on my Instagram. And then we're locking in all the way. What happened, Brucington? Oh my. Fuck eBay, bro. What the fuck? Oh yeah, what the hell, man? I'm playing games, bro. Like, why don't you just take the money in the original, like, when the sale happened? I hate that shit. It's always at the worst times, too. Yeah, that's all that matters. Again. What the fuck, man? It is only the, what's it called? Um, the, like, the shelf type thing, but it is half off. Oh, it is on sale? I thought they were just original price. What the hell, man? Oh, what? Facts. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, probably. Gotta boot her off the Amazon for the week. Switch the password. Be like, oh, sorry. I don't know what happened. Let me figure it out until Christmas. My bad, chat. I'm just getting my promo off. Has anyone said anything? No, right? Okay, good. Just posting on my story real quick. Alright. I got my promo off. Let's do this. I bet give me one more second. Just gotta make sure it posted. Yo, Bruce, did you see what I sent you on Instagram? Probably not, right? Sauce Walker and Republic Records are like collabing together to make basically their own version of Def Jam. Like Def Jam Fight for New York type shit. And it's looking pretty crazy. They got mad artists, like it's like all the new age artists and shit like that. I know I seen Kodak, Denzel Curry, fucking Tay-K as like a cyborg dude. I don't know, I followed the Instagram for it. It's called, I think, Only Hands. That shit's fire. Mad people were saying like they just posted today about the Republic Records shit, but they were like, he about to get sued by every single record label, and then now it's like he's with Republic Records doing it, so. You got mad people in there, bro. Wait, who? Who'd you say? Oh, Ian. You said Ian. Yeah. They got mad people, and I was surprised. I was like, oh shit. And it's like a Def Jam style graphics, which is pretty cool. It's gonna be mobile and PC. I'm pretty hyped for that. And it's, I think it said like January 2026. It's dropping. Looked pretty fire. I was like, oh shit, okay. Okay, Sauce Waka. This is something I could stand with or whatever. This might be the only thing Sauce Waka did that I'm fucking with. I was like, oh shit. My boy is cooking right now. I know, right? Yeah, they got Boozy in there. They got mad heads in there. I feel like it's not just Republic Records rappers. I could be wrong, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who's a part of Republic, but they got Lil Durk and King Von as well. I know. I was just gonna say, I sent it to you and Jake because I was like, you guys will fuck with this shit. I've been looking at mad Def Jams on eBay too, because I was like, I want to get one. Them shits are mad expensive though. Yeah, 100 plus, no matter what, basically. And the Wu-Tang one I want too, but that shit's crazy. That's just like a thou wow. There's like some French and Japan versions that are cheaper, but which would be cool, but yeah. I want the whole set though with the controller and everything. That controller goes so fucking crazy. The Wu-Tang controller. Yeah. There's not any with the controller though on eBay right now.
Goodness,
That's like extremely rare, yeah.
Like it's made of flesh.
When I'm rich though, I'm fucking buying that motherfucker. I'll pay any dollar for that shit. Maybe not even, who knows, depending on the price. If I just get a nice bag one day. Because Trump is apparently doing, yeah, another stimulus, so, shit. Depending on the ticket I get off that might be what I spend it on. Well, no, I just fixed my car, but I don't know, it depends on how much I get, though. Facts. Yeah, if it's on eBay that day, shit. Yeah, exactly. eBay hood. What'd you cop though? Let me go up here. Oh, okay, type shit. Oh, 2 pairs too? That's fire. Those are tough. Okay, okay, type shit. Oh, that's fire. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Okay, type shit. Oh, that's fire. Yeah. I fuck with the buttons. That's fire too, yeah. You can strike that though. What's that? Oh, what? Oh, heard that. This is fire as fuck. Yeah, you may be hoeing, bro. I'm scared too to sell the ghost phone on there. I might not do. I might just take it off low key. Cause I don't want some bullshit like, yeah, or like they buy it and then be like, oh no, you scammed. This is iCloud locked. I need my money back, and then I just have to pay type shit to get it back, or some bullshit. I don't know. It's been sussing me out. Cause like I've gotten offers, and then what I did to like make sure that if they really wanted it or not, sent them their exact offer back with a note saying like, just to confirm, you do know this is completely locked. I have no way to unlock it for you. You have to do it. Like, this person is dead. I can't unlock it for you. And bro instantly messaged me like, wait, send me the IMEI. Never responded. Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. Someone was like, bro, like this is locked. Like, I don't know. He like sent me a whole paragraph, and I was like, well, if you read the description, I literally put in the title in all caps, read description, and you're like, bro. And that dude like sells phones for a living and shit, like repairs and sells phones. So like, you should know of all people. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna try to, I don't know, try on Facebook maybe? I don't even know, bro. I feel like they'll give me some bullshit. Like, I'll meet up with them and then be like, oh, wait, this is locked? Like, bro. I don't know. Yeah. It's like, bro, I mean, if you read. No, literally. Could definitely see that happening. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that thing, bro. I might try to get it, like, bring it to Apple or something and try to make them unlock it. I don't even know if they'll do it. Because on Google it says, like, they won't if you don't have, like, basically the will saying, like, he gave this to you if he died. It's just like, bruh. Unlock it some way, like, bring it somewhere. Oh, yeah, like, used for parts. Yeah. Probably be the same price I'm selling it for. So I only have it for, like, 100. Like. Oh, no, I did not know about that. I thought you were saying, like, on eBay, like, used for parts. But, like, it's perfectly working. That I could, yeah, I'll have to tap into that. Have to see, man. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that fucking thing, bro. I think I'm gonna try event. I don't know when, but try to bring it to Apple and see what they could do with it. Cause I don't know. I can't remember. I'll have to like re-look into it. I don't know if it was like, if you just want it unlocked and not the whole entire phone reset, they can't do that, or if it's either one, they can't do. I don't know. I'll have to see. I just don't want it to, like, bring it to them and then they press me about it or some weird shit. I'm like, bro. Yeah, you show this and they're making up in a story or something? Like, bro, I don't know what to tell you. You want me to call her? Like, it's just gonna be... Well, I found out, actually, that guy that sent me the whole paragraph, I guess I was false advertising because I thought it was the same phone I had. I thought it was a 12, but it's a 11, 64 gigabyte. Didn't even know the storage. I didn't know you could find that with the IMEI. Yeah, he told me, like, the whole entire description of the phone. I was like, damn, I didn't even know you could do that, bro. I mean, thanks for telling me. But he's dead, so I wouldn't know. I just got the phone given to me. I don't know what to do with this shit. I thought it was a 12 because that's what it looks like in the pictures. Because I found one that looked exactly the same color, same camera, same shape, everything. And it was iPhone 12, so I was like, oh, okay. But I didn't know the gigabytes either. Like, I just put in the description, like, unknown, because I can't access the phone. But he told me 64 gigabyte iPhone 11. He was like, bro, and is this iCloud locked? I was like, bro, I guess so. I would guess so, yeah. It has his iCloud on it, and I can't unlock. I got none of the info. Password and iCloud. I just can't put that in the title because eBay says I'm scamming. I'm not, I swear. Yeah, that's another thing too. I don't. Yeah, they're just like taking the camera or some shit off of it. So, yeah, they probably won't. I don't know. Maybe they. Damn. Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna try to. That's like worst case scenario. I'll do that. I'll try to bring it to app because if I can get it fully unlocked, like that's a lot more than. Like, yeah, that's way more. And it would be very easy to sell too. Like, it's not that I'm not gonna get no troubles with that. That's like damn near instant sale. Especially if I like put it a lot cheaper than most of the phones type shit. So I don't need this shit. Yeah. Yeah, I just need some type of money. I would. Yeah, I'm gonna try to maybe like call them first and see if they would do it. See what they say to me. Yeah, just so like I don't know. Wouldn't want them. I'd rather them giving me trouble on the phone than in person with it. Be like, bro, I don't know. I don't know this. I don't even know this guy, to be honest. It's my mom's coworker's son. Like, that's a crazy description off the rip. Be like, okay, mom's coworker, son's friend's daughter. Where the fuck did you get this from? Yeah, stay right here. We're gonna go to the back. Five cops coming through the door. I swear I didn't steal it. I swear. Do you want me to call my mom right now? Yeah, I feel like even if I got mom to call what's her face, I feel like they still wouldn't believe that. Should be like, okay, yeah. You told this person when I called to say this. The lighting on that's a little fucked up. Yo, do you know what this is if you see it? This building right here? Does this look familiar? No? It's the clock tower from Waterbury. Here, I'll show you. I spent 8 hours yesterday doing this. Oh. Oh, shit. It's the big ass clock tower that like you always see in the skyline in Waterbury. It's like the train station right next to the courthouse, right across the street from the courthouse. But yeah, man, I got that bitch in game. I got it. Yeah, I gotta finish the top piece, but other than that, it's basically done. Oh shit! I didn't realize this is missing. What? Okay, I gotta fix that. What? Wait. Oh, I forgot the. Okay, I gotta add the sidings. I forgot the siding. Or can you even see that? Like, that's not even a playable. No, you can't see it. Damn it. If you get a sniper. Yeah, you can see. Okay, I gotta fix that. Yeah, I just gotta add the bell into the clock tower. Add the roof of the clock tower. And then that bitch is done. Getting very close to the end of this map. Yes, sir. Gotta build out the bridge today. Parking garage back there, and then that shouldn't take too long. Then I gotta do this corner. That will be tomorrow's stream. This is gonna be a lot. I don't even know what I'm gonna fill all this space in with. What is? Why is there just a dead zombie right here? How do you even get all the way back here? It was all the way in the corner of the map. What the fuck? Alright. My PC will probably tell me. That's how I knew the 6-inch shit. Well, now it's saying prepare for 2 days of rain or snowfall. So. It's been telling me all week though, 6 inches of snow Tuesday. Let's see on the phone. The PC be acting up sometimes. So let's see. 95% starting at 9 a.m. Well, rain at 9 a.m. and then 10 a.m. 60% snow and then snow until 7 p.m. So literally the whole entire day is going to be snowing. 80% too the whole day basically. After 1. Facts. True that. Wait, now it's being what the fuck? Oh no, yeah. There better be no fucking bullshit. I swear, if someone crashes on their fucking mountain or some stupid shit, throwing hands. I'm going and plugging the wires back in my damn self. I think it'll be good. Yeah, mom's taking the Kia tomorrow because she's like scared of her car. Yeah, that's why I was telling you, get your dashes in while you still can type shit yesterday. It's okay, man. Shit. Yeah, I don't know. Probably get a couple, but I don't know. Depends on, like, if you go to Waterbury too, type shit. Like, Naugatuck, you probably won't. Waterbury, though, you probably will get a couple type shit. Depends. Yeah, I wouldn't want to either. Yeah. And I feel like it's like, we don't know it as much, you know what I'm saying? So like one spot might not feel like, you know, like you get, but like if you see like drop off at Willow, you're like, oh, okay. Or like drop off at Thomaston, you're like, oh, okay. Or pick up from Thomaston, you're like, yeah, no, I'd rather just cancel this order. They're not gonna do it. Like a Taco Bell on Thomaston, it's like, oh yeah, GG's, bro. Oh, it's bad. You won't get your order. They'll just say, yeah, bro, we don't got that. You gotta cancel. I've had that so many times. And I'm like, bro. Or go park in the front, and then I got people like staring me down and shit, just sitting in the whip, asking me for change or some bullshit. Like the Wendy's right there, chopped cheeses. They'll be in the drive-through window, literally standing at right at the end of it. I'm like, bro, I'm picking up a dash, gang. I don't got money either. Shit, I should be standing with you at this rate. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I might get more money. I just got a vehicle. And it ain't even mine. So I feel your pain, brother. I can't help, though. I wish. I wish I could, brother. I wish I could. I'm gonna be like, oh, you ain't got money, broke ass nigga. Like, damn, bro. You the one asking for bread. Now you call me, bro. What'd I do? Yeah. Oh, so you ain't got money, but you dashing. Like, bro, that's why I'm dashing, gang. You ain't got swag, bro. Clearly that shit's making him some paper. That's why bro needs help. He spent it all on the swag. I respect it, though. I respect it. Shit. Shit. Oh, shit. Ah, shit. Oh my god. I gotta fix that. Why does it do this? I'm in the void. Come on, teleport. Okay. I gotta lower the time inside of there. This is all good, though. This is all good to go. Oh, it's sounding crazy down there. Oh, brother. See if I get cooked. Uh-oh. I keep forgetting to fix that. Alright, let's get into Radiant already. That's the first thing I gotta do. Rotate those. It points you to the right, so I gotta rotate it to the left. I don't know how it looks in game. I'll have to see. Or not in game. I know how it looks in game. I don't know how it looks in Radiant. It's time to lock all the way in. I ain't stopping today until I get that back corner section complete. So finishing up the whole train yard, the foliage behind the train yard, and the bridge and the parking garage. That's the goal for today. And if we get that all done in a fairly quick amount of time, I will begin the other corner where like the church is and do the woods back there. We'll have to see though. We'll have to see how far we really get. There's a lot to be done, but not a lot at the same time. I think I could get the, oh, well, I have a good feeling that I can get the whole map built out. Like everything all built. Not fully detailed and shit, but all the structures and shit like that. I think I can get it all built by day 115. So, exactly it's day 101 right now, so in exactly 2 weeks, I think I could have all this done. If I keep locking in like I've been locking in. Because I got the whole train yard done in 1 day. Like, that was insane. Well, I guess 2 days, but I built the whole clock tower building in less than like 6 hours, which was pretty crazy. It's an awful lot of detail. It's not a playable area, so I don't have to go into full detail. But did pretty good for what it is. We gotta copy these like concrete trim and paste it over here. Copy paste. Drag over here like so. Oh, Bruce Xavier was not capping, bro. That bacon jam grilled cheese was insane, bro. That shit is super, like, oh my god. Yeah, they better not get rid of that. Yeah, you gotta try it for sure. Foshowski. Alright. I can't really finish this clock tower until I get... Actually, well, fuck it. Let's go on Sketchfab real quick. And rip a, like, bell. Sketchfab. Like clock bell, I guess. I don't want it to be like super detailed though. Like how many verts is this? 69,000? Holy shit. This is way too detailed. Maybe I should put like low poly. Low poly clock bell. This is an alarm clock. Are we dead ass? Are we dead ass right now? Why are they all alarm clocks, bro? What? Maybe I should just low poly bell. Okay, that's too low poly. Okay, that's not the bell I'm looking for. Ooh, this is looking promising. Yeah, yeah. Some shit like this. How many verts is that? Only 267. Only 530 triangles. Okay, yeah. I'll take a decent. I take a decent. What? Watch, bro. Let me, I got a ripper. I swear it's legal. I swear. Don't ask question. I swear this is legal. If anyone ever wants a model from Sketchfab for the free ski 3D Ripper Pro, you don't need to pay for it. It gives you the free trial. You can use it forever. No animation. Download an FBX. Yes, with texture. Download. Look at that. Instantly. Instant download. Yeah, it says you need a license, but you don't actually need a license. Just use it exactly how I just did, and you're good to go. Any file too from Sketchfab specifically. I think you could do other websites too, but Sketchfab's the best. Look at that. Look at that. It does make the like it's all like crazy numbers and letters and shit, but you could fix that very easily. Alright, we got that now. I'm gonna import it later, just because that'll take some time to do right now. But I will transfer it over into my zombies folder, just so it's all nice and clean. And go to for props, new folder, for clock bell, clock tower bell. That's what I'll call it. For clock tower bell. I think it's this one. Yep. You just drag it over like so. Boom. Now I got it right here. Okay. I'll add that in later though. Like I was saying that. That's a little bit too much work right now. We got other work to do, like all this foliage, and I gotta drag out the boxes. Like this, all the shit that like is supposed to be on the edge of the map. I gotta make larger. Like all these lines right here. These all gotta get dragged out more. Because first off, the clock tower is too high, so I gotta drag them up higher. And I gotta extend it out further for this side of the map because if you can see this blue line right here, it cuts it so there's like a hole in the mountain on the line only. So I gotta push that way further out so it doesn't do that. The bottom's fine though. That can stay like that. Are they supposed to be all touching on the bottom? I don't know. I'm gonna do... I'll do the skybox first, I guess. So I'm gonna make the grid size like huge, like grid 256. I'm gonna bring it up, I guess, 2 notches. Yeah. Let me do it one more time. 1, 2. Okay. And then let me lift all these up too. So let me go, it'd probably be safer to do it on here. One, two. Wait, did I fuck up? 1, 2. Are they all? Yes, okay. Now let me do the same for all of these little pieces. This one first. 1, 2. Yeah, we're just gonna bring everything up twice. 1, 2. 1, 2. This one doesn't need to be, but we're just gonna do everything. Just in case. I don't wanna fuck any of this shit up. Now we got all those situated. Let's do it sideways next. We gotta go extend everything out. I'm gonna just do the same, just twice again. 1, 2. Wait. 1, 2. Yep. Okay. Now I drag this out twice as well. I'll probably have to drag it out more, but 1, 2. I'm gonna probably add fog so you can't see that far out. I don't know how to do that yet, but someone in the DevRaw Discord will probably be able to help me with that. Fuck. I keep fucking it up. 1, 2. Okay. I gotta remember to do the bottom of it as well. Alright, last one for this. 1, 2. Okay. Maybe I should go 3 out. Low key. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Cause is this shit? Yeah, it's still clipping on this, but not as bad. I gotta work on sculpting this mountain out better anyway, so I think it'll be okay. Let's do the top and bottom together. So 1, 2. Oh my god, why did I drag out 3? 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2. Okay. Oh, I gotta do the sides too. I didn't even think of that. One, two, and 1, 2, and then these sides as well. Can I select it from all the way over here? Yes. Drag these out. 2 on the left and right. Okay. Now I gotta do the same thing with the sun volume, the fog volume, the umber target, and the depth barrier. You know, probably don't have to for the depth barrier, but just to be safe. Uno, dos. Uno, dos. Uno, dos. Uno, dos. Why did I feel like I fucked up on the right side somehow, some way? Hold on. Because why did it go out of bounds? Uno, dos. Uno, dos. Uno, dos. Uno, dos. Okay. One, two. One, two. One, two. One, two. Okay, now the Umbra target, or volume, whatever you want to call it. 1, 2, wait. 1, 2. 1, 2. Up 2. Down 2. And the final one, FPS tool 60 or die. Basically just the death barrier. Left and right 2. Up and oh no, why'd you do that? 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay. Alright, that shit's all done. The map has been extended. All the sun volumes, fog volumes, umber targets, all that fucking bullshit. It's all good to go now. I believe. Let me make sure. Everything is looking good to me. We're about below. Yeah, it's all good to go. All right. Now the clock tower is actually in the map, the top of it. It's not hitting the clip. It's like it was going past the skybox, which is kind of crazy. All right. Everything's good. Let me save. Oh, that fucked up the lighting. I forgot about that. I low-key have to build light, or else, as you can see, everything's like pitch black and very badly lit. Wait, Debonger's still in Discord? Gooseneck? Gooseneck Bobble.
What up?
What are you doing? What the
What up,
hell?
bro?
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Um,
Yeah, exactly.
I don't really know. I don't think we're gonna win this one.
What, you're playing Arena?
I'm playing Arena, yeah. And I don't think we win this. Honestly.
Oh, shit, bro.
My team's kind of not
Dookie
capping
buns.
anything.
Ah, shit, bro.
Wow. And these kids are fucking disgusting. Arena mains.
Wonder if I could move these at the same exact time. Oh, but shit, bro. Ah, shit, bro. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. I have to build light. My PC's gonna blow up. I can close out of Google Chrome or anything I can close out of. You have to build light. Everything's
Huh?
unbuilt. Alright, bucket, bucket. Hit the lightning bolt. Chat, I'll be back in 8 hours when the lighting is done building. God damn it. I didn't know that would make that happen. I had to
Donald Trump.
extend my skybox because the clock tower didn't fit in the skybox. So now I have to build the whole lighting all over again. The whole entire map too, not just one little piece of it. And it's frozen. It's not responding. Oh, brother. Bro. Adam 22 is cooked, bro.
Adam 22 is what?
He's cooked, bro.
He's cooked? Yeah, he's kind of cooked.
Bro, I just saw the most wildest video ever. Lena was made a video with him calling out Blueface,
She made a video about
saying
what?
she made a video with Adam calling out Blueface to
Saying what?
that he has 2 weeks to fuck her, and only if Adam gets to sit in a chair in the corner.
Wow.
What the fuck? What is going on, bro?
And he's down with that shit, isn't he?
Yes, he was very excited in the video. Like, bro. Because I guess he cracked Blueface's baby moms.
Alone?
With Lena, I guess. And
Oh, with
he
them?
wasn't having it. Blueface was very upset about this.
Really?
So now, I think it's just all, like, clickbait. They were already planning this. This is crazy works, bro. It's getting cucked out the wazoo.
Hell yeah.
What the
That is a
fuck?
little crazy.
Not gonna lie, too,
With
I
the
cooked
wife.
better on the Cardi skin than Fortnite did.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I've seen it. I think it looks pretty bad, right?
He's, I don't know, he is swagging. I like the I Am Music belt buckle and stuff, but mine was better. They wouldn't let me use it though in my map. I don't know if you remember. You're supposed to be in the Box Wars in the studio room,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
but it wouldn't let me upload it with him in the studio room.
And now they're doing it themselves.
Yeah. I did that shit like, what, 2 years ago? Before I Am Music dropped, I did that shit. I did use Travis Scott's head, but I turned it into Cardi. And I think it looked better. I seen like a post of like if Fortnite actually cooked and this dude went so oh yeah, if Fortnite would have locked in. And it looks so much better, dude. Well, some of them look
Yeah.
so much better.
There's
I'll send
probably
it to you
they
on
probably could have
Instagram.
done a couple of things differently.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't say too much because it ain't out yet. And there is supposed to be 2 skins with it. Or 2 different variants, so I have to see.
Yeah, their skin is trash.
Right? Compared to that, like the first one in that
Yeah.
slide was fire. And the
Yeah.
second one, like the detailing of the face was so much better on the second slide.
Yeah, their shit is ass,
Because they
bro.
basically did that exact fit, but just like they really could have cooked up with the facial structuring better. If you see the second to last slide, like that's like, bro,
Yeah, like I don't know what the fuck that is.
what the fuck? The fit is fire though, but they could have cooked a lot better. I feel the same with the Tyler the Creator skins too. They be rushing too much, man. Like even with the map creation, like, we've discussed it before.
Yeah, their shit. They don't really put
They
too
be
much
having
time into it.
floating objects and shit. Like, come on,
Yeah,
game. It's
yeah.
not that hard to make it not float. Literally just use fucking arrows and move it. I've had those issues before as well, but like it's not that hard to fix. Especially when you got a whole team doing it. Jesus Christ, man. You're making so much money off it. You just gotta hire me, bro. I would have cooked up crazy. I don't even know how you would get something like that. Like, how do you get hired for that?
But I have a good resume. A game creator or a game
Yeah, but
designer
like,
or whatever for Epic Games. Epic Games
yeah,
is like one of the top. Did you see that? I seen a picture that said this is Black Ops 7's dev team, and it was like a bunch of trannies.
bruh, I wouldn't be surprised because like that's what I was gonna say. Like, there's creators in the scene, like the custom zombies and shit, who have been like spoken to devs on the Call of Duty team, and like they won't even give him a chance. And he has a crazy ass resume, so like I don't know
Yeah,
what you need. You oh actually the reason
go to
they didn't
school for it
the
probably.
reason that yeah that's what it was. He didn't have a degree for it, but his
Degree, yeah.
resume was way crazier than anyone with a degree. But it's like no, we're gonna
They
get the
want this
fucking
tool and they want you to be book smart,
we're gonna get
you know?
the gay tranny with the fucking master's degree in it
Yeah,
that has no artistic endeavors ever. They're using AI to generate the shit for you because they don't even know how to most of the time. Most of the people that go to school for it aren't really like they ain't doing it for the love of the game, man. They're doing it for the money.
yeah, 100%. Everyone wants that degree though, like for anything, literally anything.
Why it's crazy, Brick Bruce? I felt it a little bit. Yeah, you can. Yeah, thanks. After the snow, we didn't even have to do the Maleficent either. Yeah, true. Amazon do be yeah they be having the sales forever. As you said, Amazon always got the sales going. And you found it and lost it? The one oh, but you lost it? Like you can't find it now? What the hell?
This is the beanie he was like looking for, this ribbed one.
Yeah, yeah.
But I found this. It's kind of similar.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh yeah.
But I didn't even send that to him yet.
Oh, tape shot. Yeah. That's why I think it really is gonna snow. It's under freezing temperature, so. Oh my god, the lighting built. Let's go. I didn't even realize. Oh man. Yeah, the Debunga, they do only care about the degrees, which I have been thinking about
Any
doing it.
field.
I just don't want to pay to
Yeah,
fucking
you can
learn
get
shit I
financially
already
crazy
know.
though.
I
It's
want to
just the
find like
degrees.
a
You're
free
paying for
course
the
or something,
yeah.
if there is possible.
You're literally just paying for that piece of paper. That's all you're
No,
paying for.
literally, yeah. That's why I stopped originally, which I am glad too, because like on the music production side of things, they don't care about like a degree or
Yeah,
some
not
shit.
really. As long as if you have talent though,
But for something like video
game
game
design, you
design or
need that
graphic
shit. Yeah,
design, they care about that shit. I have been looking it up a lot, but it's so much bread, bro.
it is.
Like I don't know if I could
You make it
do
back
that. We'll make it back, but like
with interest.
if I can buy a house.
Gotta pay it back with interest. They're paying for the paper
Literally the
and
paper.
the networking. Because think about how much networking you get being in
True,
class with all these
yeah, you could,
people, the
yeah, if you,
professors.
yeah, they could link you up with a studio, like dev team or something.
No,
If you go to the
the
right
fucking
school and
team.
shit.
Yeah,
That's another one. It depends on, cause like I don't know. Depends on the team. I wouldn't want to work for like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like Like, I wouldn't want to work for no fucking Overwatch or some bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. But like, bro, just to like get your foot in the door,
True, yeah, true.
like definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Like if I don't know who makes Overwatch, but if Overwatch offered you, you know,
I want to
over
say,
$100,000
I
a
could be
year,
wrong, but I think it's Epic.
Epic Games, it might be.
Yeah.
It might be.
They own so much fucking shit. Like, even before Fortnite, they were crazy popping, but it wasn't like name based popping, if that makes sense. Like, their games were crazy. But I don't know. Once they dropped a Fortnite, like, everybody's like, Epic Games is crazy. Who
Oh, yeah.
owns Overwatch? Let's see. Oh, it's Activision. That's a hard one to
That
get into.
explains how fucking gay it is.
Yeah, yeah. That's what sucks too. Like, the zombies team would go so much crazier if Treyarch wasn't owned by Activision. They're the
Yeah.
ones that like stop them from doing shit and rush shit out and like cut mad shit. It's always like 'cause they're the top dog. But yeah, man, I have been thinking about doing like an online course or some shit.
You should, bro. Just get as many certificates as you can if you don't want to get a
Yeah.
degree.
I mean, even if you get one certificate and then with your portfolio attached to that, it's like
Yeah.
that's the wombo
Like
combo they
if you
want.
could find 3 or if not like a couple $1,000 to
That
take a
yeah,
course.
that's what I've been looking for, but the main ones are like fucking like 30 to 50K and I'm like, bro,
Yeah. My schooling was supposed to be for
that's
my like
fucking
CAD.
insane,
Obviously
bro.
it's different. But for CAD it was supposed to be 30K too, but my mom worked there.
Shot and see, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one to have. Shouts out Mom Dukes.
Hell yeah.
I don't know though, man. Soon, hopefully. Cause it's like how yours was like just a like 1 year course type shit, which is like perfect. Like I don't want to be there for 4 years or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Or even like there's some like 3 month courses too and shit like that.
Hell yeah.
Like I
That
already
shit was
know
yeah.
everything they're
Time
gonna
flies,
tell
bro.
me, and like I know more than what
Yeah,
they're
but
gonna
like
tell me.
you're
So
definitely
like
gonna
I
learn
could
some shit though.
true
Like
a
you'll
little bit.
like they might do it a different way, and you'd be like, oh, you know what? That's like fucking way more efficient in time usage to do it
Yeah,
that way. Or
yeah.
like
I
just
can
little tips and
optimize it
tricks.
better.
Yep, little tips and tricks. Something that you might have taken a couple YouTube videos you had to watch, but you figured it out. You know what I mean? He probably knows that he's been doing it for 20 years. You know, or
That's
someone
why I
here like with.
that's why I quit MVCC because I had a graphic design class with like I went for music, but I didn't have a single music course, and they're saying like I won't do that until my like third or fourth year, and I
Yeah,
had to
yeah,
do all the
pretty much.
basics and like electives and shit
Yeah,
at
prereq
first. So I
stuff.
had like a graphic design one, and the like first day he gave us like this whole like packet of like what we're gonna do throughout the whole course, and he's basically like just every single thing was like watch this YouTube video and basically figure it out yourself. He's not teaching you literally anything. I was like, bro, I can just do this at the
That's how it
crib,
is.
and then I did do it at the crib.
Yeah.
And like I already knew the shit that he was telling me to watch the YouTube videos on. I was like, bro, what am I even doing here? But now I'm like, shit. I mean, I'm good. I'm glad I stopped because going there for music didn't really make much sense.
On there for
But
music as
like a
well.
game design or a graphic design course or something, just to have that certificate would be nice. It could get me
Yeah,
in a
any
lot
certificate, bro.
better
Yeah.
fields. Yeah.
Anything where they're like, oh, he actually took time and someone that knows how to do it
Yeah.
taught him.
He got a certificate from this top guy
Yeah.
or this top ranked school. What were you saying, Bruce? You said, yeah, it's the same shit for you, right? Yeah. It's like, bro.
Just all YouTube videos. I'm gonna give you a lecture for 30 minutes.
Bro didn't even give us lectures. He was literally like, all right, today in class, watch this video. And at the end of the week, submit your work that you did from this video. It's like, gang. And it was like some bullshit, bro. It was literally like, uh, download a font and type in this name and put. Actually, there was one, bro, and it was like, we're gonna teach you how to make a circle. It's like, gang, are you
Yeah,
dead
I know.
ass?
Yeah, I know. It's pretty
We're gonna
bad.
teach you how to put a circle on top of a background and put text on top of it. Like, gang. Like, bro, I learned that in the 4th grade, bro. On PowerPoint and shit. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. We're doing the same shit Microsoft Word I did in fucking elementary school. Like, bro. Are we dead ass right now? I mean, shit, if I could get a fucking ticket that'll get me to 100K a year job or something, I'll fucking do that. Fuck it.
Do it, bro. Time just keeps going so fast.
I know. I just gotta, yeah, I gotta find one that's not fucking so much money.
$1,000,000,000.
Yeah, and that's like an actual, like it'll get me a
Certified
good
course.
yeah, get me a good certificate off of it. Because you can get some bullshit ones too, depending on where you go and shit. I don't want to get scammed. I need some. I don't know. I have a few that I've been looking into. Soon, man. Soon. Hopefully. I gotta do some more research because I feel like I could find like a free online one somehow, some way.
Yeah.
Or like you're saying, like someone that I can get like financial aid off of or some shit.
Yeah, I mean, bro, if it's a course of any kind, I'm sure they'll offer you some type of payment method.
Yeah.
They kind of like have to.
I just don't want to be like
In
30K
debt.
in debt. Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds rough, man.
Because then you still need to build the resume.
Exactly, yeah. Which I do have. I got a pretty solid one right now. I just gotta like build my portfolio really. I don't have a portfolio made with like everything all there. That I really gotta do soon. Right, I gotta build this motherfucking bridge. Let's see, is there just like a bridge model? Not gonna lie, I don't want to fully sculpt out a bridge if I don't have to. This is just out of bounds. You're not gonna be using it at all. I mean, a bridge, I guess, really is just a slanted slope onto a flat with some like arches under it, some metal beam supports. I don't need a fully built out one, I guess. And you only see it from like one single direction, so I don't need to go too crazy on this. Would be cool though if they have a pre-built one already. I don't believe so though. I need like a highway bridge, not just like a walking bridge. Yeah, they don't got shit. Ooh, that's a walking bridge as well. God damn it. How do they not have a? Well, I guess because I was just saying you could just build it with some planes, or not planes. What are they called on here? Brushes. There's a couple brushes. I could use this though to build off of that. Yeah, use this archway, bridge arch frame. Maybe make it larger. Oh, actually, that could work. That could work. You won't even see under. That's the main thing. Like, You won't see this from anywhere really. Just one
Mm.
single road. What happened, Brewston? What? Watch. Yo, speaking of headphones, Devon, does my
Yeah.
when I talk, do you hear like a ear-piercing dog whistle ever?
On your stream,
On my stream only, right? Not in Discord?
if I turn you up, past 100, I'll hear it in Discord. I'm pretty sure.
What the fuck, dude?
I think it's the audio jack of your PC because it did it to that last headset, just like worse.
I think well no, I'm not using it's USB now. It's not the audio
Oh,
jack. But
that.
I think I was looking it up because I realized I was watching my streams back yesterday and I heard it and I was like, bro, this is really bad. Like I don't even
Yeah,
like I have to
it
keep this
was
completely muted just to watch this. Like that's awful. And I was looking it up and it says it could be electrical interference because I have it plugged into the back of my PC, so all like the electrical components are.
instead of the front.
Yeah, I think I gotta plug it into the front.
Try it.
I just got
What do you have plugged in the front?
two USB hubs, and it can't be plugged into a USB hub, so I'd have to get rid of a USB hub and maybe put it in the back.
Damn, bro,
Should
you
be
got
kind of
so
weird.
much shit on your
Yeah,
PC,
I
bro.
do have mad shit, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
You're a mad scientist.
I also have like, well, it's all unplugged right now, but like in my other room, I have like a whole setup if I did the DJ streams and shit. So I
Mm-hmm.
have like a whole USB hub just for all those components. And like I have a monitor over there and a separate mouse. And if fucking the DJ deck, the webcam, that's all one
That's fire.
hub itself. Which takes up a lot though. Like I wouldn't be able to I don't know how that
Put
works.
everything out together.
Yeah, I can't. That's what I need. I need a new motherboard with more USB slots on it. Which I do have to
I
upgrade my
might get a
motherboard soon.
standing desk for Christmas.
Dead ass?
Hell right, brother. Hell right.
I
It's the
think
mountain right
Spencer
here,
has
brother.
that.
Yeah, he does. I doubt he fucking stands though.
Yeah. That shit, I've always wanted one of those too. Those are pretty fire.
I sit too much, bro.
Yeah, I be hunching too much. That's my
I be
main
hunching
thing.
too
Like,
much, but I sit too much. Period.
yeah, me too. I do be
Like I
sitting
sit all day
OD.
at work, and then I come here home and I sit down again.
Yeah, yeah. I be like, posture check.
Oh
I
shit!
gotta sit
I
up.
got you.
I gotta sit up straight. I feel so uncomfortable sitting up straight, I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Yeah, it does.
I feel like the hunchback
I'm
of
bad
Notre
at games
Dame.
if I sit up straight.
No, dead ass. Like, I can't focus as much. My brain unwires. I gotta start though, cause I'm gonna be fucking 50 and Hunchback of Notre Dame and all over the place, bro.
Same.
I'm gonna be one of those grandpas that like they're just
Can't
looking
move.
down at the ground at all
Yeah.
times.
Yep.
That's bad. There's bad works, bro. We can't be we can't be like that longer. We gotta lock in, twin.
I sit all day at work as well. It's really
I
bad.
felt that, brother. That's what sucks about having a job on the PC.
Hell yeah.
It's like you sitting all day long. But you're saying you got a standing desk? That would be fire.
I'll stand and play the game. Stand and play Tarkov. That'll
Yeah.
be so much better.
You honestly would. You'd be locked in OD.
Yeah, facts.
They're not that crazy priced either. I think
No,
they're
there's
only
like one
like
on Amazon for like
300, I
120
think.
bucks.
Oh, dead
What?
ass?
Yeah, on Amazon. I
Oh
mean, it might be
shit.
like shittier than like the cool fucking name brand one,
And you
but I
don't
mean,
it's a
I need that
standing
shit.
desk, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
You need a super crazy one. I did think the last time I checked was probably like 2020, low key. They probably a lot of the
We cap
prices
the
went
fucking
down now.
point, fellas. Come
'Cause
on.
there's so many more. I gotta
We need to cap. We need to
crack my
cap.
back, bro.
Oh
That's
my
what I
god, you
really
have the
need to
best.
do.
You
I
have the
gotta go
best.
to like
You have the
a
best team ever.
chiropractor, bro.
I heard that shit's a myth.
Chiropractor?
Yeah.
My
My mom goes
mom
all the
used to
time.
work for one, and that shit, oh brother, that shit will
Look
get
up
you
how
right.
chiropractic like practice was like found or created.
How was chiropractic practices found?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like some kook that
How was
his,
chiropractic discovered? Uh, Daniel
yeah.
David Palmer, who performed the first spinal adjustment on a partially deaf janitor, claiming to have improved his hearing. Okay, I don't know about all that,
I don't
but
know about
it'll
that
make
one,
you
but
not fucking as sore. I know that.
yeah. It'll definitely loosen you up.
Yeah, a good
Bro, my team
crack.
fucking
Oh my
sucks,
god, bro.
bro.
I used to go to my mom's work all the time, so they would give me like free adjustments and shit. And
That's why. I mean, do you feel fucked up now that you haven't had them in a while? Because you probably
mm,
like need to keep going type shit.
I don't know if it's that or if it's just me hunchback and crazy in the way I sleep and shit. So I'd be sleeping wild too. I'll be like all twisted up,
Yeah.
laying on my back or laying on my stomach with my legs like sideways at the same time. I'll be waking up feeling crazy.
Fuck. Laying on your stomach with your legs sideways. Fuck are you
Like,
doing, bro?
I don't know how to explain it. Not sideways, like laying on my stomach, one leg fucking bent up. I don't know how to explain it. There's like images. Hold on. I'll show you which one. Sleeping, uh, sleeping positions. Yeah, I'll show you which one.
That shit ain't gonna be up there.
It is, bro. Mad people do it, I swear. I'm just explaining it weird. This is a crazy. This is a crazy picture, bro. I don't even want to show that one. But that's like it though. What the fuck, bro? Hold on, let me see if I can find a better picture. I don't know. I be moving a lot though. I'll go in every position low key. Like this.
Hold up. We're finally
Yeah, I
taking
got
back
you.
the point. My team's finally doing something. Oh, okay. I'm tuning in.
The left one, prone.
Oh yeah, I was sleeping like that.
I'd
This
be
is like the
like
best in the
that.
spine.
Yeah, or like how this one is all hunched up, curled up. This is basically how
Yeah,
I'd be
yeah.
sitting in my chair. Like so it's super cozy. This is the one I was
Curled
saying
up
was
like that,
wild though.
bro.
Yeah. Cause I have an ottoman under my desk, so I like just be like
Oh, what I wish.
this is the one I was saying was a wild one. This is how I be
Uh,
though, dead ass.
I love hanging off almost. Look at that guy, bro. He's cozy.
Yeah, fetal, I guess it's called fetal or prone. Or the side sleeper. I mean, yeah, see this is what I was saying, like my legs be twisted.
Yeah, but your arms are like flat out
Yeah.
almost.
I don't know, it's that should be, I'd be waking up though and I'm like, "Oh my god, bro. I'm so sore." That should be hurting. Hurting right now thinking about it. I gotta put this way higher too. Oops. Forgot some pieces. Maybe some shit like that. Let's say we're looking from right here. Yeah,
Do not
that
let them
would be
triple
good.
cap us, bro.
That would be good.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Toby, you're a demon. Good fucking shit. Bro, I hate the fucking kid. Like, the kids that just sit and run LMGs, bro.
Oh yeah. Fuck those
Like,
guys.
who do they think they are? That fucking shit, dude.
Bunch of
That shit I
bozos.
hate.
Copy and
I'm
paste
going for
this
C.
bitch.
I don't give a fuck. Uh-oh. He saw me. I saw him too. Haha. Get peeked. I'm going for C.
Cheeky beaky. Gotta go grid size 1
Listen.
for this.
Listen. Listen. They're coming. Haha. Favorite part about the game? Open chat.
There we go.
Bro, we're losing
It's a little
so
fucked up,
bad,
but
bro. Like, come on, bro.
tell your teammates lock in, bro. What are they
Team,
doing?
bro, we need to lock in.
That ass.
Team, bro, lock in.
You got to lose this one.
No, not like this. Not like this. I do not die like that. Fucking
Cheeky
faggot, dude, LMG.
breaky.
Bro, if I could choke that kid IRL, I would.
Wow.
LMG, bro, down the mid, like, so fucking
Okay,
good.
yeah, he does deserve that. He
Just-
does deserve to die.
Oh, they're trying to take B right down the mid with an
Camping
LMG.
with the LMG's crazy ranks. Do
Uh-oh.
something.
Oh, I killed him. I killed him.
Okay, that's way too steep.
We're triple cap. Good stuff. Good stuff, boys. Good stuff,
Excellent
boys.
raid,
Keep it up. Keep it
gentlemen.
up.
Excellent. Excellent raid. Excellent, yes.
I have an idea. I have an idea. Hop.
Oh,
Hop.
I'm
Hop.
fucking up the...
Oh, I fell.
I'm fucking the proportions up.
No. Why does he kill me there? Come on, team. It's for a task, bro. Please, please don't fail me now. Please, please. Please.
Team, don't fail me now.
I'm doing my job. I'm doing my job. I'm doing my job. I'm doing my job. Oh, I can't see him. Fuck.
You'll never even see that support, so I'm not gonna do
I
that.
kill him here. I kill him here. Oh, he gets B, bro. We're triple capped. Once again. Dude.
Yo, Bruce, you know the put a girl on. Bro, I prank called Schmooples today and did that, and he was so confused. Bro, it was hilarious, dude. It's like, what? What? So I didn't know I didn't have his number, and Dabonga gave me it, bro. And oh my god, that shit was hilarious. I don't think I'm ever
Fight
gonna
for
tell him that
B.
was me
Fight for
either.
B.
He was so confused. Like, what? What are you saying? I was like, is your refrigerator running?
Fight
He's
for
like, I
it.
don't have a refrigerator. It's like, you better go catch it. Put a girl on. It's like, what? And he just
Good
kept
stuff. Good
saying,
stuff. Hold.
I had to
Hold.
hang
Just
up
hold
because I
them.
was
Just hold
dying
them.
laughing. Me and Debungo both were like, bro, no fucking ways. Debungo's like, how long was he gonna keep going with it? It's crazy, bro. I wish I recorded it. You're, you're stupid. Hashtag where's Schmooples, bro.
It's okay. It's okay.
Thanks.
It's okay. Just win. Just win.
Oh my god, bro, that was amazing. I might have to run it back tomorrow. If he doesn't join Discord again tomorrow, I'm
He said
definitely
he's gonna be back by Wednesday.
back by Wednesday? Yeah, I'm running it back
Yeah.
tomorrow. He's gonna get a call every day up until Wednesday. Well, I guess for the next 2 days he's getting a call to put a girl on. Shouts out to Dad Bonga. He thought of the idea of put a girl on.
Oh fuck me.
And the
Come on,
refrigerator too.
bro.
I just did it. Yeah, I just acted out on it. Oh my god, that was a W. I wish I recorded it, bro. It's like, what? What? Oh my god, bro. This is amazing. Like, what are you talking about? Put a girl on.
My team officially fucking blows, dude.
Your team's Dookie Cheek Sandwich 9,000.
Yeah, we just lost because my team is fucking horrid.
Oh my god.
That was my second. I needed 2 wins in a row, and if we won this game, I would have passed my task, man. I fucking failed these assholes.
Fuck those guys, man.
It's so garbage. It's not even like a fuck them. It's just like, bro, just like get better, bro.
Yeah, fuck
And
them.
they die.
They're ruining everything, man. What the fuck?
They are. What the fuck? Fuck them. Oh my god! Unless we
What
triple
the
cap,
fudge, man?
not gonna happen.
This is a good representation of light probes. You see all these fucking dots and lines, bro? All those dots are where the light bounces off and reflects to each dot. And the angle of the
Wow.
line is showing like how it like what angle the light bounces from.
Wow.
There's like fucking 8 million in every box. See, these ones are all like slightly to the left. Well, it's kind of hard to see, but each little dot is a shine of light. I don't know how it works, but the more open it is, the less dots, because there's not much to reflect off of. But like on a wall and shit, there's 8 fucking million dots. That's what takes it 8 trillion years to build the light, because it's building every single little dot, an angle from each dot.
You know what lights that Tarkov don't do well is the flashlights on your gun.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised, honestly.
Yeah,
I
like,
wanna put that in my game, implement that somehow, cause I know like the one dude, I don't know if you remember me talking about it. He's remastering the Zombies map Transit,
Mhm.
and like he taught me all about lighting and shit. And he has a flashlight, so only when you're in dark spots it turns on,
That's fire.
and it looks
That's actually
fire as
awesome.
fuck. And it's basically like you just grab like this light right here and somehow lock it onto a specific point on each weapon, or like on your hand, so then it shines from wherever the gun is type shit. Or you can like lock it onto your character's head or chest, so it's like coming from that, kind of like a body cam type shit. I don't know how to do it though. I gotta look up a way to do that, because I would like that, because like some parts of my map are very dark, but I wouldn't want it on at all times, because there's also like some very bright spots. I don't
On
know how he did
Tarkov,
it. I'm gonna have to hit him up.
you can see the flashlight through the floor. Like you can
Oh
see the
yeah,
enemy's flashlight through the floor.
that's bad light probing,
Mm-hmm.
because it should cancel it out from the probe on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Something seeping light through the floors. Or it's just not like how it is on here, where like it's an actual light. They probably have it set up a different way, so it's not registering as a light, like that the light probe would like connect to, if
Stop.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like considered an effects or something like that, which I've been having some troubles too with the effects. So it could be like a muzzle, flash, reflect, or FX, and that's why it's going through the. I don't know. They should know though. What the hell?
We'll be. You know that? You don't know that.
What
What I'm
is
saying,
that a
right?
voice line?
Nah, it's the owner, like the creator of will be Nikita.
What is that? Tarkov?
Oh well, I guess that won't fucking
What is that?
yeah.
It is Tarkov?
Nikita Tarkov. We will.
Let me. Yeah, I'll Google it.
No. Can you see my screen?
Oh, you're streaming out. My fucking.
Yeah.
Oh, streamer mode's enabled. Why does it always turn that on? Hold on. Let me unmute. All right, go.
This.
What the fuck?
Wait, is this?
Until you can unlock them. Something like this, yes. Сколько у нас дропов осталось? Кто смотрит из...
This isn't the right one.
Можете написать?
That's not the right one. That's not the right one. That's not the right one. That's not the right.
He Russian as fuck.
So let's watch the trailer once again.
That's him.
Of Arena, and then
Listen.
we will carry on with your questions that we
He's a
gathered
crack
before.
game developer. You can see it.
Wait, where does he say the will?
Look in the comments. The comment, probably like the first comment says it. Gives you a timestamp perfectly for it.
So let's watch the trailer once again, the teaser of Arena, and then we will carry on with your
No,
questions.
I need the will. Bro, what the fuck?
We build.
Many people ask me, Nikita.
Oh, many people ask me. You know, he sounds like fucking.
Many people ask me, Nikita.
Nikita.
This isn't it, but what the fuck is this?
Oh shit, they're
Some
cooking up
dude
the.
made this. Yo, he
they're
got
cooking up the
9,000
beat,
views,
dude.
bro.
That's a kind of vibe in that.
It is.
We will be.
Yeah, bro. He just like stutters on English. It's mad fucking funny, bro.
Shit, I would too, bro.
Что за тупорылые правила с войсом? Чё мне туда говорить? Какой прекрасный день.
As a non-English speaker, it's pretty fucking confusing.
Уважительно, давай. Ну просто напиши.
Чики-брики, баусы,
А что ты хотел там говорить в войпе? Все, что ты думаешь, да? Любимые твои слова на букву П.
Oh my god!
Да? Думаешь, это нормально для тебя? Правила с войпом абсолютно нормальные, как и для любого правила. В любой игре с войпом. Не веди себя как чмо, не говори себя как говно в эфире, и все будет хорошо. Если на тебя будут жаловаться люди, значит ты черт, скорее всего, и ты будешь забанен.
It's almost like we mean that you're an asshole.
Я на таком же
He
уровне
reminds me. Oh, who is it,
Ты что-то
bro?
ворвался своими комментариями?
What game is that from? Oh, it's from GTA 4. Yeah, Nico's.
Wow, I'm a fucking gamer, dude.
Yeah, Nico's what's it called?
I didn't mean to play it. My
Okay.
bad.
Nico's fucking what's it called? His brother, or like cousin.
Dude,
Hey,
I'm retarded.
asshole.
I didn't mean to fucking. My brain totally just malfunctioned, bro.
And play. We will.
I didn't mean to do that.
Fucking
I was
cue
trying
it.
to just post it. I was trying to just post
Cue
it
the
in
track.
the chat, and by accident, my brain was like, "You always do this.
Play now.
Just play." Yeah.
Press it.
Come on. I need a GPU. It's like gambling. I need a GPU. I gotta cover my screen.
Yes, we will get
GPU.
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 We
GPU.
will.
Oh, I gotta
we will.
get 2 car batteries. 2 car batteries. 2 car batteries. That's huge.
Oh, let's go, dude.
Fence. Fence. I'm level 25. Fuck you, Pablo.
Oh shit. Yeah,
Two
how'd you let
batteries.
him get higher level than you, bro?
I don't know, bro. He
How
like.
you let that happen?
I don't know.
You locked in like how you are with Cameron right now.
Yeah, I have to be, bro. Oh, look at this. Oh shit. He wants me to talk to him.
Ooh, fence?
Fence.
Слишком
Oh,
много
shit.
моего времени не трать.
Whoa.
Who the even are you?
Hold
Why
on,
are you so
I got full
secretive?
screen.
The masks, all the darkness.
Нахера тебе вообще это знать? Перед друзьями у костра выебываться?
Okay.
Надо смотреть.
And then he gives me this task.
God damn.
This is the only thing it gives you is 30k XP and this Twitch streamers item case, which can fit only streamer items. Like, bro, it's not even
Okay.
worth it. But he does look sick, and his vibe
До
is sick.
встречи.
Yeah. That was pretty cool.
Thank you.
I did not expect him to talk like that.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I thought he was gonna speak English.
I could see it. Energy crisis. Oh my god, I have to run lighthouse, bro. What are we doing here?
Awful lot of
Ambulance.
lighthouse. We will,
A
we
defibrillator? I
we
have to run.
will,
I have to
we
I have to
will
play
run
the game.
lighthouse.
I gotta get rich. I gotta play the game, bro. I wish I didn't have to
Yeah,
go to
bro.
fucking work. Oh wait, ref. I forgot. Where are you?
Might be
Need
a
my
little too
stuff.
crazy to go to work tomorrow.
It's supposed to snow in the afternoon.
Yeah, it starts at 9 actually. Yeah, you're cooked. Sorry. Sorry, bro, but you're cooked. Not going to lie to you, bro, but I think you're cooked.
58 seconds, I think, takes a craft.
You're gonna be stuck in Danbury, bro. I'll call my mom up to get you.
Bet, bro, because
Just leave
my
the Vic.
car's
Yeah,
my
leave the
car's
Vic.
not good in the snow, bro.
What time do you get out of work? Dead ass.
4:30.
Well, my mom gets out around the same time.
If it's dead ass snowing that bad where I cannot drive home, I am going to call you.
No, dead ass. Yeah,
I will.
I wouldn't. I'd rather keep you safe, man.
Yeah,
She's not
because
even
apparently it
taking
is
her
close
car because
to.
she's scared too.
Uh-huh.
She's taking my stepdad's because her tires are like mad bald right now.
Me too.
Yeah, no bueno, bro. And if it's really 6 inches all fucking day long too, that's no bueno.
Yeah.
All the way from the Berry. I don't know what to put back here. I'm thinking like a parking garage type of vibe. Copy paste. Cheeky breaky. And put it on grid size 6. Move this bitch over. Okay. Now just drag this bitch out. Like so. That's lucky perfect size, I think. Cause let me get like a picture reference. I need a parking garage. Let's see, let's find a good parking garage though, not just like parking garage. Wait, I think I see. Oh no. Parking garage exterior. could do some shit like that. Is this WestCon? Looks like WestCon. You know, parking garages are the same, I guess. They're all very similar. I'm thinking some shit like this, maybe. Because then I could do... I'll save this image. For zombies, for inspo. Save there.
Dude, this gas station storage room key is 300K.
Jesus
Selling that
Christ.
shit, bro.
Yeah, what's even in there, bro?
It's like 2 med bags. That's it. Just
Bro.
2 med bags. Maybe there's a LEDX spawn on the floor. That's probably
Bro.
why it's so expensive. The only reason I could think it's so expensive is because there's a LEDX spawn on the floor. And I don't know if there's actually a LEDX spawn on the floor.
It's very rare.
Yeah. But people pay, bro, just because it has that
Yeah.
one chance.
Facts. Is it unlimited uses?
No.
Oh, then they're fucking retarded.
40 use key.
4 use, you said?
40.
40 uses? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
40 uses and maybe get one. I wouldn't spend that.
How
But
no?
I can understand, I guess, a little bit. I don't know, though. I could never. Damn, bro. Every parking garage is literally the same. Basically. For the most part. Structurally wise. Oh, I'm thinking some shit like that. Yeah. Let me save that. Ooh, or some shit like this. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be hard. That'd be too much work, to be honest, for a fucking thing that's out of bounds and only seen in one little tiny crevice. Yeah, no, that's too crazy. Ooh, this could be cool. These could be cool. Or, yeah. Some shit like this. Some shit like this would be very nice. Very nice. There we go. Yeah, I need a close up. Okay. We're good to go. Good to go. We got parking garage. Let me for inspo, new folder, parking. Let me get all these images. Where are they? Boom, that's one. Boom. I would say map building wise, not the whole entire thing, but building wise, I'm like 80 to 85% complete.
That's massive.
Yeah, I locked in crazy these past 2 days.
I need to see it up and running.
Yes, bro. The only thing, like, after everything's structurally built, then I have to do the Easter egg. That, I, I don't know how long that will take. But other than that, all I have to do is just put more detail, like grime and shit, all around the map, so it doesn't look super clean, which shouldn't take that long. And then that's about it. I'm hoping to have everything, basically everything but the Easter egg, done by day 115.
115.
Yes, today's 101, so in exactly 2 weeks, I should have, if I stream every single day for the next 2 weeks, starting from today here on out. So like by the like 15th, I should have everything done. Literally all I have to build is just the out of bounds areas. So I don't even have to go too crazy in detail. Did I grab all the images? I think I got them all. Let me drag them up into the parking folder. I do have to detail the clock tower a little bit more, but I have to like import custom models. Well, I only have to import one custom model, the church bell, or not church bell, but the clock tower bell, to put inside the top of it, and then detail the top of the tower more after I get that, but the whole train yard's basically done. I did the whole train yard in like, I built the whole clock tower building in like under 6 hours, which is pretty fire. In the little train station with the park in and the trains and shit. I did it all in less than 2 days. It's pretty fire, pretty fire.
That is fire. It's fast.
I just got, yeah, I've been locking in crazy. That's what I was saying. So if I keep going at it like this, I could have the rest done. This is the main section I really got to build out. All this, but it's all just like foliage and shit. Like this is all forest. This you won't really see at all because you'll be blocked off right here. I just got to put like extend this building to the side, do like some apartments and shit, like some New York apartment buildings. And then I don't know what to do for this road yet, but you won't see much because you'll be blocked off right here. So you only see whatever's visible from right here, which won't be too much. And then I just gotta add more trees and shit, sculpt out the mountains for the background, add some shit behind the train yard, like some trees and shit. That's all. That'll all be easy and quick. Then I should be done with this bridge by today. And the parking garage. The parking garage will be super easy. I just gotta, after that, just detail more. I gotta finish the bank detailing on the top. Which will be super easy. I just gotta add trim and shit. Some, what's it called? What are these called? Pillars. Gotta add some pillars and trim. to the bank. And then what else? What else do I really need to do? Fill in this gap, but that's all just woods and mountain. Just trees and shit. Just basically drag and drop in trees until it looks good. Looks very wooded and stuff, like how I did here. This might be like my favorite section right here.
Yeah, that place is that's fire.
Like this,
Yeah,
this
that
came
looks
out
insane.
very nice. I gotta add more like trees and shit up here and finish the mountain, but like playing inside, all very nice, very nice. Look at that volumetric lighting on that campfire. Oh my god. The light probe reflections are going crazy. Or I guess it's called a reflection probe, not a light probe. The reflections are reflecting. I gotta add more lighting in the train yard too, just to make it a little bit more lit. You can only really see from like right here though. This little corner. And when you're up here. I don't know, I just gotta put some like lamps or some shit over here. We'll do that later though. That's part of the detailing stream. So I'm gonna just have one single stream of just detailing everything. Just making it not look as clean. Because this looks very clean for a zombie apocalypse. I have been adding little bits of grime and shit around though. Got some trash and shit on the ground. Alright. I'm procrastinating, man. What am I doing? Let's do this already. Let me see. We're going to do something like this. Something like that, but also like, yeah, something like this. That should be pretty easy. Let's do, well, first off, I have to, how should I go about this? I will copy paste grid size 6, move it over a little bit, like that, move this one over a lot a bit, like this. Oh, right. Some shit like that. Wait, cause you'll, right? You can see it a little bit from right there. If you're up here, you could probably barely, but you can still see it, so I have to detail it. Are these clipping? They are, bro. What the fuck? How, Sway? You ain't got the answers. He did admit, though, Sway indeed did have the answers. Bro, are we dead ass? How's that even possible? I went to the lowest grid size. How is it? Oh my god. Watch, bro. Are we for real? How is it? Okay. I don't think it was actually on that grid size. Okay, got that fixed. Let me connect that texture to that. Ooh, I don't feel too good. Let me do, yeah, the crosswalk shit. I'll put that both right here. And right here. Oops. Okay. And then cheeky breaky. How are we gonna go about this? I'm thinking, where's a archway? There is. Oh yes, I could use this one. Or actually, I think this one is. Yeah, I'll take this. Cheeky breaky. Why? Why does it do that? It's okay though.
All right, Kruger. I'll catch you later.
GG's, brother.
See you.
Oh my god, I hear the dog whistle. Why? And it stopped as soon as I. What the fuck, dude? Yo, chat, I'm about to just mute my mic. So if you do hear it, you don't. Because this is bad works.
I use PayPal to buy this ticket. I'm paying it off over time. No fees, no interest.
You know what else has no interest? Me.
You can pay your own way.
Excuse me, sir?
Yeah.
The captain needs you back in the cockpit.
Oh, yeah, sir.
Everything is going to beat.
Hi guys, Mr. Waffles here. We have some massive zombies stories to cover today, such as the fact that Alpha Omega is coming back in Black Ops 7. We're going to get into the details, but we've got a lot of other things to cover today as well, including some more bugs that are happening in the game that you need to be careful of, some very weird teasers for an unknown game, some Black Ops 7 sales data, and it's not looking great, and one of the weirdest stories I've ever reported on my channel in history, which is that sex is being added to Call of Duty Zombies. Yeah, we'll get into that in a minute. First, multiple sources have told Ghost of Hope that Black Ops 7 Zombies will be remaking Alpha Omega, yes, Alpha Omega, for one of the 5 round-based maps in its post-launch seasons. Now, the first thing here, to just quickly clarify, is this is not a typo. 5 round-based maps is indeed seemingly what we're getting. We're getting 5 DLCs for this game instead of 4, and the reasoning for that seems to be that instead of getting 2 launch maps, we're just getting one of those launch maps pushed into the DLC season, and that's Astra, and then the normal DLC season will kind of take place after that, and we'll get 4 maps, and one of those maps will be this remade map, and that map will be Alpha Omega, which is just so weird. It means that we're basically getting Nuketown Zombies as the survival map, which I guess makes sense to have the Nuketown portion of the map be its own partition for a survival map. But like, why Alpha Omega? Just why? And it's an interesting one because on the one hand, you've got people like Brandon here saying, I kind of wish you kept this information to yourself. But then Hope has said, I was going to keep it to myself, but I've been told quite a few people know it, and I didn't want them leaking it first. And so one of the things that I'm wondering is, how do quite a few people know this? The fact that we knew so much about the launch map, Ashes, kind of makes sense, right? Because those things always get leaked through the game files and the beta, and like, there's always stuff for the launch of the game. But for the DLC season, like, why is this known information now? And we'll talk more about that in a second for this next post as well, because this one's like even more leaky. It's crazy. But just on the topic of Alpha, I guess one thing that we do have going in this remake's favor is that technically, although it wasn't really heavily marketed as such, Ashes is also a remake, kind of. It's just a remake of Transit, which is a slightly more well-liked map than Alpha Omega. But taking that out of the equation for a second, does Ashes feel like Transit? Not really, to be honest. It feels like its own thing, in my opinion. And so I think there's a world where we get a remake of Alpha Omega here, but actually it's pretty far away from Alpha Omega, and it's kind of been defined as its own identity, and it's got its own feel and vibe and aesthetic, etc. by that point. Like, it seems like the gloves are off for Treyarch this year with regards to their art direction and the amount of leeway and bandwidth the team has to say, okay, we've got source material here, but we are going to spin it into a totally different direction. And Psycho sort of echoes this and says, the emphasis on remake, they're just going to be revisiting the concept of the map, but also at the same time, maybe that's just copium, and maybe it is just literally going to be Alpha Omega V2. I mean, that would be rough. That would be very rough. And it's tricky as well, because Alpha Omega, as much as it's not a particularly liked map, and as much as it's got a lot of flaws, it does actually have some things that are very strong about it. Some of the story on Alpha Omega is actually the strongest story we got during Black Ops 4. Some of it. It's got little flashes of greatness on that map, and I remember really enjoying parts of the story on that map and being very excited about it and effusive about it at the time as well. Even just the build up to the map was very strong in ways that other maps really have not been able to match. So there are some positives there. And I think one of the reasons for that, as pointed out by Stanley here, is that Joseph Perelevsky directed that map seemingly, or at least directed a lot of the story direction for the map. And Joseph was like John's storyline for COD Zombies. And I'm pretty sure Joseph now works on Battlefield. So we don't have his story brain kind of putting things together on the BO7 version of Alpha Omega's remake. And so that means that one of the few things that was a sharper point and a better point for Alpha Omega is maybe not going to be there in the same way. So what does that leave us with? I don't know. I think the narrative team, the writing team this year have done a really good job on the voice lines in Black Ops 7. I think that the overall story still remains to be seen, whether or not it's going to be interesting or even just passable. I think it's too early to say, to be honest, but Astral will give us some answers there. But yeah, I'm not keeping my expectations mega high. But yeah, Alpha Omega is just, it's a very, very weird remake to get. Now let's talk about some of these other leaks, right? And again, as I'm going through this here, I want you to ask yourself the question, why the hell do we know this information in advance? And where the hell are these leaks coming from, right? So, leak, Maya and Dempsey will become romantically entangled in the Black Ops 7 Zombies storyline starting with Astra Malorum. What? Like, what? I'm all for characters forming relationships. I'm all for sex being added to Call of Duty Zombies. But why is this something we know now? This is so weird. Like, it's just so beyond strange that that detail would leak now. I don't get it. Mars does indeed play a part in Astra Malorum. Why do we know that? It's so bizarre. And like, I think the Indeed thing here is coming from the fact that the poster in Ashes, which shows Oscar, the robot, who's the special enemy type in Astra, is a showcase of Mars in the background. And so the suspicion is that there's going to be a way to get Oscar onto Mars in Astra. And so that's why the confirmation is happening here, but the question remains, why do we know that now? The observatory in the map is supposedly originally from Liberty Falls? I can't take it. Why is everything Liberty Falls, bro? We had a whole year, Liberty Falls launch map. DLC 1, Citadel, okay. Small respite. The Tomb, okay. A little bit of a breather. What do you know? Back to Liberty Falls, Shattered Veil. What do you know again? Back to Liberty Falls, Reckoning. I'm just like, when will it rest? Now even, Warzone map, Liberty Falls. When will it end? When? I don't know, dude. It just seems like this map is the most persistent thing in the history of Call of Duty Zombies, bro. At this point, we probably have more Liberty Falls than we have Derises. That should never have happened. Like, Liberty Falls is probably actually more relevant than Derise now. I think I saw someone tweet this the other day as well, and I was like, no, there's no way. But now, thinking about it, I'm like, hold on, yes! Which is, I don't know how I feel about that, bro. That's kind of crazy for balls to be the most iconic thing in Black Ops 7 Zombies. We just have recurrent balls. I can't get away from the balls. I just can't do it. And speaking of, the boss fight for Astra Malorum is apparently epic and large in scale. How does he know? How do we know? Why do we know? I'm so confused. Now, I'm curious if you guys would like me to leak a little bit. I'm thinking about doing a Black Friday, except it's not Black Friday anymore, but like a sort of Christmas, I guess, sale on some of the no-nonsense stuff. Is that something you guys would be interested in? You know, I'm wearing the hoodie right now. Love this hoodie. I've been talking to the manufacturer. I think we can guarantee Christmas shipping if we do the sale and we end it like on like the 11th of December or maybe a couple of days after at the absolute most if you do the sort of like rush shipping. So let me know if that's something you'd be keen on and we can make something happen. We've also been playing with the idea of doing some hats as well. I was designing these on stream with chat. This is what we sort of landed on. Yeah, curious if that's something they'd be interested in from you as well. Now, I want to be positive here for a second about some of the changes that Treyarch have made in their patches recently. I think the Easter egg boss fight nerf is something that deserves its own discussion. I'm going to try and get together a handful of community members to do like a roundtable on that very soon. But I do want to just commend them for the fact that the crafting table bug that was crashing people's games, which was incredibly annoying, did get fixed very fast. And I mean, I was very happy that it was fixed as quickly as it was. That is really good to see. And also, the Wonder Fizz issue that was happening was fixed within about 3 hours of it becoming a problem in the first place. And that's really awesome to see that they're being that quick with some of those issues. So they deserve some positivity and some praise for that. However, the fact that these problems are in the game in the first place is not great, right? And this is an example of like a very niche problem, but it's one where there are so many individual niche problems like this that it does stack up to become problematic, generally speaking. So MC was doing the Easter egg, and then he's doing this step, and the game bugs out, and he can't save quit, and so he's just stuck permanently in this room. And he can't do anything about it. And I think one of the issues that this game has is that it's designed around the fact that they expect you to be able to save quit to fix problems sometimes. And I get why they do that, but at the same time, save quit is not always reliable, right? Save quit doesn't always even keep your save. I've seen multiple people lose entire saves because the save quit system just forgets that they had a save. That sort of thing really needs to be worked on, I think, by Treyarch, and I'd love to see some improvements made in that area over the coming days and weeks. Now let's talk quickly about this very weird thing. So there was a Game Awards Jeff Keighley announcement thing, which led to some coordinates, which led to people going into the desert and finding this structure. And I just want to say, first of all, this is awesome. I don't know what game this is. There were some people in the replies saying Saros, but that's not something I'm super familiar with. Looks really cool. Whether it's a God of War thing or something else entirely, I don't know. But I just wanted to spotlight it here because I think more games should do this, because this is just the coolest kind of marketing that exists on the planet, in my opinion. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's so cool. It does kind of remind me of that box in the basement of Farm in Ashes. Like, it's kind of got a little bit of that energy to it. Like, this is the box's evolved form. Also kind of reminds me of Vanguard Zombies, which is terrifying, but thankfully it's not going to be a sequel to that, I hope. But yeah, very, very cool marketing. Props to whatever team is cooking something cool here. Now, we've got to talk sales for a minute. There have been some really interesting and conflicting sales numbers around Black Ops 7 and how it's performing relative to Battlefield. So on the one hand, through November 1st, 2025, it was looking very good for Battlefield 6. Like, in the US specifically, you stack it up against all the other games that have come out, and I mean, there's BF6 there's NBA 2K doing very well, and you have a few other sort of big heavy hitters like Borderlands 4 in the list, but Battlefield is top of the category. Now, obviously, Black Ops 7 came out November 14th, so that's not included in this data, but it was initially looking very good for BF6. Then, for the week ending November 15th, if we look at weekly active users, Battlefield 6 was down there in 5th place, and Call of Duty HQ is up at number 2, so Call of Duty seems to be doing fine. And then if we look at the week ending November 22nd, same thing, weekly active users, Fortnite maintains the top spot. This is PlayStation, this is Xbox on the right-hand side. And Call of Duty maintains its position, while Battlefield actually falls a little bit to rank 6 instead of rank 5. So COD is maintaining its place in the charts pretty strongly, and so that seems quite positive for Black Ops 7, but then we look at Christopher Dring's reporting with, I'm just going to hover here, the Game Business, that's his outlet, and their coverage says, terrible launch for Black Ops 7 in Europe. The game sold 63% fewer copies at launch compared with Battlefield 6. It's also more than 60% down over last year's Black Ops 6 for digital and physical sales. So there's a mixed kind of bag of reporting happening here. Then Ogujan, maybe, I'm not sure how you pronounce that name, says, well, okay, like, it's still number 1, and you compare it for the top 10 unit sales ending November 16th, and it's number 1 on the list. But then Chris replies and says, it's true, but it's just outselling Anno in that week. So, like, is that really a big deal? And Battlefield in that week has obviously already had its launch sales from 2 weeks ago, so that is never going to be selling mega giga units weeks after launch compared to what they're going to be selling in their first week. So it's a mixed bag. There's kind of mixed ways of viewing the reporting here, but I think over the coming weeks and months, we're going to start seeing some really interesting overall numbers come out about its performance. And I will say that compared to Black Ops 6, YouTube views for this across the board from everybody that I've seen are really down a massive amount. There is just less interest in this game, which isn't really a great sign for the future of Black Ops 7 content. And it's also not a great sign for the future of the live service itself. I worry a bit that if there's not enough interest in certain things, then the rug might be pulled on certain parts of live service products that they were planning. And that might mean that we get slightly less post-launch content than we should be getting, which will be another sort of tale as old as time situation, seeing as that's happened so many times now with previous Treyarch Zombies launches. Now, speaking of, ask Grok to explain this post. No, go away. No, go away. Stop. 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 What the hell is that? Ugh, that's actually like evil design, having a click to dismiss button, and then you click it to dismiss it, and it goes, oh yeah, sure, I can do this for you. No! Twitter does that all the time, and it's actually so annoying. Like, the number of ads that play while I'm scrolling on my phone, when they shouldn't be playing because I'm moving my finger on the screen still, but it takes it as an input of me clicking into the ad. Like, they actually do so much scummy stuff to just boost their numbers, it's ridiculous. This website is so cooked. Anyway, sorry. Apparently Destiny 3 is in development. Yeah, this is just so weird. And there's been some controversy around this leak in the first place. Like, Cheddar Leaked here has said, after weighing our options, we're gonna be effectively ceasing posting leaks and data mining, but then has also said Destiny 3 is in the works in this tweet. So, like, I've seen some confusion about this just across different channels. I don't really have a horse in this race. These things leak all the time. It sort of is what it is. But it seems like quite a few sources are aware of this. Like, this account has been apparently sitting on the info for a few weeks now. And then they've said, we wanted to wait as it's in such an early state and it sucks to see others post about it carelessly for free internet points. Which again is like, this really weird scenario where like different people who leak things get frustrated about other people leaking things. I don't know. It's confusing to me, but yeah, apparently it's in dev. And it's weird because I've not heard anything about this and I've been to Bungie in the last couple of months. So like, yeah, it's early enough in dev that I am still not being told about it in any capacity at the studio. No other creator I've spoken to has mentioned any Destiny 3 stuff ever. The internal things that I've always heard have always been actually reasons why Destiny 3 would be difficult, or reasons why Destiny 3 would be an extremely risky endeavor, or what have you. It's never been like, oh yeah, P.S. we're working on this. Teehee, don't tell anyone. So it's wild that this is leaked, but apparently it's a thing. And I mean, we'll see how that goes, I guess. I hope that it's real because I would love a Destiny 3. I love Destiny, but yeah, game's not in a great place right now, so we'll see how things shape up there. So that's it from me today. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. Click through to the Milo merch site. If there's enough comments saying like, yeah, hit us with a sale, then I'll just do it and you might be able to just sort of get started now. Obviously, the earlier you order, the more likely it is that you get it before Christmas, so you can guarantee that it will be a good Christmas present for whether it's like your sibling, a brother or a sister, whether it's a partner of yours, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. I know a lot of people do that sort of stuff every year, so this would be a good opportunity for that. I'll drop a link in the description, milomerch.com, and you guys can take a look. All right, thanks, folks. I'll see you soon. Bye for now.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
Black Ops 7's mysterious new villain, the Great Voice, aka the Warden, is shaping up to be a very pivotal character moving forward in the Black Ops 7 zombie storyline. And I believe he may just be the key to some of the biggest questions and secrets we've had surrounding the Dark Ether story, Liberty Falls and Josiah Shem. All of this starts with a very small hint inside of Ashes of the Dam's intel. So in this video, I want to discuss the backstory of the Warden hinted at inside of the intel, relations to real-world history I believe we were meant to find, and how that ultimately ties back to Josiah Shem and the mysterious Shem device. All of that and more will be discussed in this video, potentially re-involving time travel, so stay tuned. Before we can begin to understand some of the deeper implications of the Warden's history, we need to make sure we have a solid understanding of the story we are given for him in Ashes of the Dam's intel. The story begins in Ashwood. In the waning days of January 1865, the remote town of Ashwood in southern Georgia stood as a makeshift Confederate stronghold amid the Confederacy's final death throes. While many residents of the town were relatively neutral civilians, wartime strategy had meant the Confederacy now used the town as a makeshift stronghold. Devastated by recent bloodbaths at Franklin and Nashville, and with Sherman's legions having ravaged the state en route to Savannah, the South clung to futile hopes of resistance. Ashwood brimmed with nearly 8,000 horses for artillery, batteries, and cavalry units. Its dusty streets and modest church steeples transformed into a tense staging ground where ragged grey soldiers mustered for one last defiant push against the encroaching Union forces. The Child's Diary entry from January 27, 1865 perfectly captures the arrogance and denial that doomed Ashwood right before the massacre. January 27, 1865. The Northern aggressors a day's march away, but Daddy still insists that we will be safe. He and the other men ignore the signs. Folks are shuttering their windows and barring the doors, convinced they will weather the advancing enemy by simply choosing to ignore it. Nothing is being done to prepare for the battle to come. Their arrogance will be the death of Ashwood. And we'll hear next that arrogance came from Ashwood's own elite, who betrayed their own to save themselves.
I'm sorry. What was that? How could I betray you? Well, I gotta say, it was real easy. There weren't ever gonna be no other way. I was always gonna fan your obsession. Get that ember to flare. Whatever it took to bring that plump, hypocritical liar's soul to me. No, this were no betrayal. You brung this on yourself. Shit, son. You don't even know what betrayal is. You see, this place, this is where it all began. Ashwood. This is where our leaders, our best men, showed their true colors. These were no loyal grays, no proud butternuts. They was yellow. The kind that bleeds buttercups and sunflowers. Ashwood weren't no garrison town. It's just a bunch of hayseeds, church folk. We was using it to marshal our forces. Near 8,000 head of horse, split between battery and cavalry, and all about set to march against the northern aggressors. Now, this was the start of '65. The writing was on the wall. Jeb was dead. We'd taken a real beating at Franklin. We weren't dumb enough to believe we was gonna turn no tide. But we sure was gonna give them bluebellies a bloody nose on our way to hell. So, imagine our surprise when a scout comes screaming into town like he's got the devil on his tail, hollering that the Northerners were a day out and riding our way. Well, come dawn, we ride out to meet him. Except, something's off. A couple of miles out, the first of our horses began to drop. One by one, like death himself, were riding alongside of us. They got real sick, and their hearts just give out. By the time them Northers fell on us, they was all gone. We had no maneuver, no response. And their cannon shredded us like matchwood. And I ran. Oh, did I run? Had to evade the Yankees and then later my own, scouring the countryside, looking for those they branded cowards. deserters. But it didn't take no genius to figure out our horses had been poisoned. It weren't no northern tactic, and the locals didn't have the stones for that. No, we got served up like hogs by powerful men. Most like for whatever grace or favor they could salvage before our inevitable, inglorious, final surrender. You would know betrayal if it walked up to you and beat you square on the ass. There ain't no more wily a snake on God's green earth than the rich man afeard of losing it all. No matter what they claim their ideals are, self-interest is their only creed. Which is why, if you truly believe in something, you best be taking care of business yourself. Well, seems I've worked up a righteous hunger talking to y'all. Well, don't you worry yourselves. This won't take long.
After hearing that raw confession, everything starts to click into place. Ashwood, 1865, Confederate forces muster there with 8,000 horses, ready for a last stand despite many losses. But the town's powerful leaders poison the horses to appease the Union, dooming the soldiers to slaughter. This action would cost the lives of many of their own, but would likely win them favor enough to escape the war, forgiven and allowed back into the Union. The warden, the sole survivor, flees branded a coward. Sometime after this, though we aren't told exactly when, both Ashwood and the warden end up inside the dark ether. He rises by embracing betrayal's pain, turning it into power. Now he fans obsessions and manipulates people, as well as the Shadowsmiths themselves, to harvest souls, just like those elites did to him. Now let's zoom in on one line from that monologue that sent the entire community into a frenzy the moment we heard it. The warden casually mentioning that Jeb was gone. When I first heard it, my brain initially went to Jebediah Brown from Buried, because the name Jeb is obviously going to make Zombies fans think of Jeb Brown. And the old western setting of Ashwood fits, especially considering everyone was speculating the warden himself was Jeb Brown before we got the launch. And honestly, that possibility still isn't completely off the table, considering the large amount of alternate versions of Ether characters we've seen so far on the map. An alternative Jeb Brown, who never met the Keepers and never invented the Pack-a-Punch, could have easily lived long enough to fight in the war, maybe even rode with the Warden's unit. Ashwood does feel spiritually connected to Purgatory Point in a lot of ways.
Welcome to Ashwood, site of a massacre so large they decided to bury the whole town.
So I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's impossible. And the theme for the map is even called Buried in Ashwood, which is why the Warden says at the start of matches that he's been referred to as a scourge or a deserter in the past.
Folk will call you a lot of things over the years. Deserter, zealot, scourge, sovereign, purify, and flame. It don't matter none. But if you need a label, you go ahead and call me Warden.
But once you line it up against real history, the reference points overwhelmingly to one man, Major General James Ewell Brown Stewart, better known as Jeb Stuart. He was the Confederacy's most celebrated cavalry commander, the literal eyes of the army for Robert E. Lee, famous for his plumed hat, daring raids and unmatched scouting ability. Stewart was mortally wounded by a Union pistol shot at the Battle of Yellow Tavern on May 11, 1864, and died the next day in Richmond at only 31 41 years old. That timeline slots perfectly with the Warden story. He explicitly places the Ashwood Massacre in the early 1865, the year after Stuart fell. No other Confederate Jeb comes even close to matching that specific death date and the emotional weight the Warden gives the name. Stuart's career at the time was seen as legendary. He led the daring ride completely around McClellan's army during the Peninsula Campaign, humiliated Union cavalry at Brandy Station in the largest cavalry battle ever fought on American soil, and screened Lee's movement so flawlessly that the Army of Northern Virginia felt blind and half dead the moment he was gone. One of his most famous actions, though, was the raid on Harper's Ferry in September 1862 during the Maryland Campaign. Stuart's cavalry, along with Stonewall Jackson's infantry, surrounded and captured the Federal garrison at Harper's Ferry, taking over 12,000 prisoners and huge stockpiles of weapons in what was the largest surrender of US troops until World War II. And here's where it gets deliciously zombies coded. Harper's Ferry is of course the exact same town that Treyarch rebuilt almost brick for brick as inspiration for Liberty Falls in Black Ops 6. The church, the heights overlooking the Potomac, the train tracks, everything matches. So in the Zombies universe, the historical battle of Harper's Ferry becomes the Battle of Liberty Falls. That means Jeb Stuart was almost certainly present in the Zombies timeline version of that fight, leading the cavalry charge that helped capture the town we all know as Liberty Falls. At first glance, the Warden dropping Jeb's name can feel like a random historical nod, especially when we are all still half expecting a Jebediah Brown twist, something that would feel far more consequential at first glance. But once you accept it's almost certainly Jeb Stuart he's talking about, the line suddenly stops feeling random at all. If the Warden rode in Stuart's cavalry, or even just served in the same theatre, then he would have almost certainly been part of the massive Confederate forces that surrounded and captured Liberty Falls in September 1862, the single biggest surrender of Union troops in the entire war. And then it makes so much sense why Carver and others reference the Warden being racist so much on Ashes of the Damned, because he was a part of the Confederacy. It's all but confirmed. So the Warden didn't just lose a friend at Yellow Tavern in 1864, he lost the commander who almost definitely fought alongside at the Battle of Liberty Falls 2.5 years earlier. That one line quietly stitches Ashwood and Liberty Falls together in the same war, the same army, and potentially the same man's memories. Which raises the obvious question we'll tackle next. Why does it matter? What did the Warden see, do, or lose at Liberty Falls that still haunts him enough to mention it a century and a half later inside a burning pocket of the dark ether? Before we connect those dots back to the Warden and Liberty Falls, let's take a quick detour into some foundational Dark Ether history that not everyone might remember. We are talking about Josiah Shem, the enigmatic cult leader from Black Ops 6 Zombies' Shattered Veil. If you missed that storyline or need a refresher, Shem is one of those key figures whose action rippled out to warp time itself in the Dark Ether. His tale is a twisted blend of colonial greed, occult rituals, and unintended cosmic catastrophe, and it all ties back to the very soil of Liberty Falls. I'll play the intel now.
Lundberg, PhD thesis research log, recording 5, February 4th, 1979. I'm pleased to report I finally have a complete timeline of my excavation site at the estate. No thanks to Patty over at Liberty Falls Archival Library, who gave me the runaround for weeks due to her record mismanagement. Bless her heart, I was able to retrieve what I needed. So, 1770, Josiah Shem takes the land from the natives with brute force and builds like crazy. He procures hundreds of followers who, along with himself, all mysteriously disappear in 1810. Oh, note that I will be conducting a separate and thorough deep dive into Shem. 1815, a descendant of a president is gifted the house. Over the next 100 years or so, a slew of fat cats snap up the house, most notable, a steel tycoon. His campaign against the labor union got him murdered in his bed by an angry mob. There's also this bootlegger, Fats Malloy, whose party got shot up by the feds in 1923. The place has been empty since the mid-70s, when nuclear plant owner Sam Colton was assassinated by the widow of his dead employee. Now, people say this place is haunted or cursed. I think big houses attract rich assholes, and sometimes they get what's coming to them. However, Shem and his flock disappearing, that one does give me pause.
It starts in 1770, when Josiah Shem and his ragtag band of cultists rolled into the misty hills of Appalachia near what would become Liberty Falls. Armed with a forged property deed, they strong-armed a native tribe out of their land and sacred sites. This included the ancient Serpent Mound, a ceremonial shrine centered around a grotesque statue of an ether worm, and most crucially, the Horned Key, a carved antler talisman infused with dark ether energies. The tribe had used this key for generations to commune with their god of death, whispering prayers around the veil for guidance and power. But Shem, he saw it as his golden ticket to cheating the grave. Convinced the Horned Key held the secret to immortality, he claimed it all for his glowing flock, building a sprawling mansion right on top of the mound, complete with lush gardens and a stone henge. Over the next 4 decades, Shem's cult ballooned to hundreds of devoted followers, turning the isolated estate into a self-sustaining fortress of fanaticism. The locals in nearby Liberty Falls weren't buying it, though. They scorned the groups as heretics, whispering about midnight chants and blood-soaked altars. Shem didn't care. He was laser-focused on his endgame. By 1810, with the stars aligning just right, Aldebaran rising, and Taurus fixed in the sky, he gathered his cult for one final, desperate ritual. Notice here that 2 key things Shem calls out as being important for his ritual are the locations of Aldebaran and Taurus, 2 constellations. Keep this in mind, we'll return to it. Cloaked in the robes that wouldn't look out of place in the ancient order from the Chaos storyline, Shem invoked what he called the Great Voice from Beyond, and the Deathless One, his words etched into the halls of the mansion forever. I'll play that intel now.
Behold, brothers and sisters, Aldebaran rises! Blessed Taurus turns its mighty eye to witness our supplications. Rejoice, for we shall be the eternal guardians of a new garden that shall flourish, yea, unto all the ends of the earth. Great voice from beyond, hear your servants. May our prayers transcend the gulf between worlds. Hear us, Deathless One. We stand ready. Fulfill thine dark, unholy covenant. Beutache no moreta. Beutache no more lu. Beutache no more ska. Beutache no more te. Release us from the bonds of death. No, we had a deal. We had such agony. Why?
What happened next was apocalypse on a quantum scale. The ritual backfired spectacularly, shattering space-time like a dropped mirror. The entire cult, hundreds of souls, vanished in an instant, sucked into a fractured liminal space within the mansion itself, potentially becoming the disciples since they now are wearing the Chaos storyline robes from Shadvale onwards. Shem's spirit got the worst of it, trapped in an endless looping torment. There he remains to modern day, a ghostly apparition, wandering the echoing halls of what what locals later dubbed Shem's Folly, forever searching for the horned key that slipped from his grasp. The key, by the way, ended up locked away in a safe by none other than Edward Richtofen in the late 1980s, when Project Janus turned the mansion into a research hub for the Synaptic Algorithm Module, or SAM for short. Fast forward to February 28, 1991, and the Ex-Requiem crew, picking up the pieces after Cold War, broke back into Shem's Folly. Their goal, snatch the horn key to finally free Shem's restless spirit as one of the three necessary to harvest the prima materia, the raw primordial energy pooling in his liminal prison. They succeeded, empowering the Sentinel artifact to punch back against Dark Ether incursions. But Shem's ritual did more than simply leave him trapped in a liminal space. It punched a permanent hole in reality. That space-time fracture became the blueprint for the time distortions we've seen rippling through the Dark Ether ever since. Echoes of events bleeding into each other, timelines folding, even the kidnapping of Ava in the future, which is the mansion years later converted into a hotel by none other than the Warden and the Shadowsmiths. Shem was more than a mad cultist chasing eternal life. He was the accidental architect of the Dark Ether's temporal chaos, all because he poked the wrong cosmic bear with the horned key and Shem device. So, what does a 200-year-old cult meltdown in the hills of Liberty Falls have to do with the Warden's grief over Jeb Stewart, or the burning streets of Ashwood? Why drag Shem into a conversation about Civil War betrayals and cavalry charges? Hold that thought. Remember when I asked you earlier to remember the fact that Shem called out two specific constellations, Aldebaran and Taurus. The teasers for the next map, Astra Malarum, have begun, and along with seeing the intro cutscene, we have been given several marketing images. The trailer showed us the map is floating in space on a skull-shaped moon or meteor of some kind, with glowing red eyes and mouth, with the planetarium the map takes place in sitting on top. The teaser image shows advertisements for Thurston Planetarium, likely the name of this observatory, and we see some of the artifacts they have on display. Notably, one seems to be a 115 meteor like we see in the opening cutscene. Since Element 115 is back, I will have videos coming out before or after this one is live, talking more about that. Another is Shem's ritual knife, and another is a skull with constellations noted that the orientations of these constellations do not match any vantage point from which they could have been observed. All of this suggests not only that Shem is going to return to the forefront of the story once again, but we will see further connections between him and space, calling back to him mentioning constellations in his speech in Shattered Veil. But why bring Shem back now? I really didn't think we would hear from him again after his story was left largely inconclusive. Simple. I believe that Shem and the Warden likely share a very rich and interesting history. Firstly, we actually already know of some interactions that Josiah Shem and the Warden have had. Shem mentions that his contact in the Dark Ether is the Great Voice, a name also used for Panos' contact, who we now know is the Warden. This means that the person who led Shem's cult into committing the very actions they would shatter space-time with was the Warden, simply posing as the Deathless One Cortifex to Shem. And all along, it was the Warden speaking to Shem from the Dark Ether. And this is interesting because all of that happened nearly 50 years before Ashwood was ever massacred, and long before the Warden should have been in the Dark Ether. As at odds as this is, it matches a pattern we've seen with the Warden already. We discussed in some prior videos that he has very clearly interfered in the universe of Zarya Cosmodrome, even though it is the one that this new version of Nikolai is from, meaning it is likely pre-ending cutscene of Tag de Toten's universe and from the old Ether story multiverse. This would require the Warden doing some sort of insane time traveling that I'm not even sure would be possible for any characters from the Ether story even, and it is likely only possible due to the very unique and outside of time nature that the Dark Ether holds. This makes so much sense, because Guthrie's evidence on Terminus's boat said Janus were up to time travel, but all we see are the liminal spaces at the mansion, which are more like time bubbles than time travel in of itself, per se. That's because the Shem device may be more powerful than we thought. And this, I believe, is our first clue into the larger plan of the Warden. It seems likely that during his time at the Battle of Liberty Falls, the Warden may have stumbled upon some of the secrets of Josiah Shem, whether it was one of those ancient ritual sites, perhaps the Shem device itself, or even some gateway to the Dark Ether. It would plant a seed in the Warden's mind. And why we know his motivation is now to restore the old multiverse. I also think it's worth pointing out here, we are never exactly given the point that Ashwood is thrown into the Dark Ether, or exactly how that happened. Treyarch have left it redacted for a reason, unlike the other points of interest, meaning it's special. We theorized and assumed before that the blood spilled from the massacre would be the cause. But there's a catch here. The Warden mentions having time to run and be branded a traitor for it, indicating the fall of the Dark Ether wasn't so immediate, even if the massacre is the root cause. All we know is that the Warden ran from the massacre and was branded a traitor, and by the next time we hear of him or Ashwood, the town is in the Dark Ether, and he has already taken control. I surmise that, with Shem's return inside of Astra Malarum, we will learn that the Warden used what he learned at Liberty Falls to send Ashwood to the Dark Ether himself. This then allowed him to sacrifice the residents he had been betrayed by in much the same way he was betrayed, and begin his rise to power. Once he took a foothold of real power, he would return to Liberty Falls in the Dark Ether and spend time there. But how do we know that? It's actually a small detail that we've mostly overlooked until now. When we first saw the Warden, back in the ending of Modern Warfare Zombies in the mirror, he appeared as a silhouette inside said mirror in the hotel room of Liberty Falls, which is the very same mansion just renovated years later, before yanking Ava through and into the Dark Ether by the Shadowsmiths. But the interesting detail for us is where he is, the roof of the mansion in Liberty Falls. And considering this is the only time we have seen him other than the intro, where he comes to us in order to take the souls of the characters, I think it's likely he is using the Dark Ether version of the mansion as his home base. This would put him perfectly in line to speak with Panos from the church come the events of Black Ops 6. But if this is the case, why? And for that matter, why even talk to Panos? What was the goal there from his perspective? I think the reason he talked to Panos, and the reason he talked to Shem, and the reason he uses the mansion are all one and the same. During his time in the Civil War, he discovered some remnants of the weakest point in the dimensional veil on Earth, the mansion inside of Liberty Falls. This was due to Josiah Shem and his cult's ritual in the past. And later, when at his lowest, the Warden would return to take advantage of this dark power, and in doing so, he crossed over to the Dark Ether in Liberty Falls rather than in Ashwood, and he drug Ashwood inside the Dark Ether as his first victim, and from there he discovered just how weak the veil was and how it seemed that even time itself here was fractured and malleable, all thanks to the ritual at the mansion. This would make the mansion ground zero for time travel inside the Dark Ether, and this meant that the Warden could now access different times to interfere, if only as a voice to someone. This led to his reputation as the Great Voice, where he spoke to many different people to influence their actions, including Shem in the past, essentially securing his own pathway into the Dark Ether in a self-fulfilling mini-cycle by encouraging Shem to shatter the barrier in the first place, just as he did to many similarly, such as Yuri Zawoyski from the Cosmodrome. And he did the same with Panos, encouraging him to worsen the Dark Ether infection on Earth and further weaken the barrier.
This is John Blanchard reporting my preliminary sweep of Liberty Falls since the loss of our strike team. It doesn't look like planet Earth out here. Something is taking over. The air is heavy, almost corrosive. It hangs on everything. I feel like I'm choking just standing in it. I can barely think. Liberty Falls is gone. It's a boiling pot of chaos. We have to stop it from spilling over. Fucking Panos. What the hell did he do to my team? And who the fuck was he talking to? It's like he's possessed. He's part of the chaos now. Which means I have to stop him from spreading too. Motion-activated camera showed him arriving at Janus Towers right before it shorted out. Once I'm done here, I'll chase him down and put a bullet right in his crown.
This gives him more and more access to different places and times, as he pulls them into the Dark Ether and absorbs the souls of their victims, growing ever more powerful, all leading up to now, where it seems that he has gathered the final victims he needs to take hold forever. It's interesting to note as well that when the Warden allows Panos to see a dream of Ashes of the Damned, Panos already sees the Janus Towers there, even though this would have been prior to the events of Reckoning, and we know that they apparently fall into the Dark Ether post its ending cutscene. cutscene, further giving us insight into the seemingly distortion in time here at Liberty Falls, showing that the Warden contacting Panos was already in a place in the future beyond the events of Reckoning.
The voice spoke to me again. The great voice from beyond. My friend. It guided me through a dream state more lucid than any I have ever known. It was more than transcendental. It was transformative. I saw through the mist and fog. My gaze did not linger upon the foul wretches that wandered in search of prey. I looked upon the sprawling landscape beyond. Though this place was shrouded by darkness and tainted by trauma, I saw lights. I saw brightness. From the fields, I glimpsed a farmhouse, a sunken town, rustic and ravaged by age. A cabin overlooking the inky black water of a lake, and a pyramid somehow floating in the distance. A single tower still stood tall. Though I was alone, I knew no fear as I walked across this unfamiliar realm. When I felt a yawning hunger deep in my belly, the voice guided me towards a place of nourishment. My eyes feasted upon its saturated colors, and my appetite was swiftly sated. My thirst was soon quenched. I knew for sure this was so much more than a mere dream when I read the sign. My friend confidently issued a solemn promise. This land that once was will be restored, as will I.
The Warden has already tamed the Shadowsmiths, the ancient masters of the Dark Ether, and seemingly its eternal creators. So why does he need us now? As the entity says, each of us have been touched by some mysterious power. Carver guesses the Sentinel artifact, but so far we don't know that any of the new original four have encountered it. Whatever this mysterious power is that lies on each of their spirits, it seems to be the last thing the Warden will need to take power, considering there is essentially no one left above him in the Dark Ether if he has tamed even the Shadowsmiths. I suspect this last bit of power would allow him to return the multiverse, just as was leaked some time ago by Insider Gaming that his motivations are. But now this makes much more sense. Restoring the multiverse he's already had very small taste of with limited access would give him infinitely more victims and therefore souls to absorb. For now, all we can do is wait until Astra Malarum to see if this is the case. But I firmly believe we are on the precipice of a large connection between the Warden and Josiah Shem, especially considering the exact time the Warden crosses over is explicitly left as a mystery to us for now. But what do you think? Was the Warden at Liberty Falls during the war? And do you think this is likely the source for his connection to the Dark Ether? Let me know your thoughts down below. But for now, thank you for watching the video. Make sure to subscribe if you're not already for some great Call of Duty news and information. So anyways, thank you for watching, and bye.
From the most insane zombies multiverse of all time to an Easter egg that's been 10 years in the making, this is 40 Black Ops 7 Zombies facts. One of the most famous things in the history of this mode has got to be the impossible Easter egg from BO3. It had the community in a grip at the time due to its massive level of mystery and very strange connection to the KN-44. It was even a massive talking point as zombies evolved into the future. And although we may be many years down the line since it was first revealed, it's still a huge talking point even in Black Ops 7 because the devs just had to give us an absolutely amazing throwback reference for this. If you take the AK-27, this game's version of the KN-44, and stick this thing in the Pack-a-Punch machine, it will come back out with a brand new name, the Impossible Easter X. Something that the BO3 fans will definitely appreciate, so when Jason Blundell said this,
I think I may be talking about this in about another 8 years' time.
I guess he was right, but maybe not for the reasons he meant at the time. Ashes of the Damned is full to the brim with secrets as I've just shown you, and that includes a hidden boss fight that most players didn't even know existed. To take on this unique encounter, all players need to do is to search the very dangerous areas just outside of Ashwood, and on either the journey to exit 115 or the Cosmodrome you should be able to find some golden paw prints as long as you've gotten hold of Death Perception. Following the trail and interacting with each and every one will eventually lead you to the final print, and this will teleport you into a secret area featuring a pretty strong version of the Zersa. Although it may seem nearly impossible at first with your weapons having been snatched away from you, fortunately you can actually find them on the ground nearby to give you the best possible chance to take down this beast. And if you manage to do so, you'll be handsomely rewarded with some great loot, including weapons and perks. However, if you decide you're way too skilled to be taking down this monster using your loadout, then you can grab hold of an item that will send your profits sky high. Because if you make the fairly insane decision to just leave your weapons on the ground and take on the Zersa using only a blade and somehow manage to escape with your life, you'll be gifted the Claw Talisman. Or better yet, if you don't want to make it that difficult and you were lucky enough to get the Necrofluid Gauntlet, just grab that from your loadout and it will still work as long as you're only using the melee attack. Very much like the cursed version from Black Ops 6, the Claw Talisman will give you permanent double points, and fortunately it won't have the major downside of costing you essence every time you get hit by a zombie like that one did. However, the unique thing about this talisman is that the double points only works for melee attacks on the undead. But I mean, come on, you just proven what a champion you are with a blade anyway, so I'm sure you'll be fine. But I'm not sure if even that is as cool as Treyarch referencing one of the biggest memes in the community around 10 years after it originally took the internet by storm. If you're a big Zombies fan, you may well remember this classic quote from Richtofen back in Zetsubo no Shima.
I'm sorry, I don't speak Japanese.
Well, with the glorious return of our OG characters of course happening in BO7, including Edward himself, the devs absolutely had to remind players about this huge meme with everyone's favourite maniac scientist dropping this quote during Ashes of the Damned.
I'm sorry, but I don't speak Japanese.
And this is just one of the many reasons that these characters truly are the zombies' goats. And one of them even has his own personal Easter egg in Ashes of the Damned, and it's pretty crazy. If you decide to play as good old Tank Dempsey and are willing to spend some time out in the wilderness near the Cosmodrome where you can be taken down by Ravagers at any minute, you should be able to find a crashed rocket, and very close by is actually a set of dog tags. Grabbing hold of them will transport you to a forest featuring a pretty stomach-churning twisting camera cutscene. And following this, players need to survive against some fairly OP versions of the undead whilst even turning into a disciple to try and guarantee that they get the job done. All while experiencing an awesome Tank Dempsey only Easter egg. And that's not it, as the whole side quest culminates in you being rewarded with a hidden Dark Ops calling card. I guess there's only really one thing you can say to that. Every Zombies fan is always looking for new perks, right? From Vulture Aid to Widow's Wine and even Elemental Pop, most new entries in the franchise often give the community something fresh, and Black Ops 7 is no different. With the devs of course dropping Wisp Tea for players in Ashes of the Damned, and it can be fairly useful in the right situation, but the interesting detail here is actually the machine itself. For the longest time, pretty much every single perk machine has had a slot on the front for it to be paid for using coins, just like the retro dispensers in real life. And yes, Wisp Tea does have that, but it also has something new. This is the first ever perk machine in COD Zombies with a chip and pin system on the front. Treyarch really decided to bring this thing right up to the modern day. But I'm not seeing contactless anywhere for Apple Pay. Sort it out, guys. Fortunately though, if you're a fan of that new perk, you don't even need to worry about using the machine and spending your hard-earned essence, as you can actually get this thing for the big fat price of 0 points through a very cool Easter egg. Head over to Van Dorn Farm and interact with the TV upstairs until you can see a set of twins on the screen. Keep spamming it after this until just one of them is visible, and then head to the basement where you should be able to find them playing noughts and crosses, and then they'll disappear. Back to the TV once more to find a channel where both twins appear once again, and then one final television spam until both of them are missing from the screen completely. And you can then find the two of them together outside playing, and approaching them will cause another miraculous vanishing act, rewarding you with some very useful loot and most importantly a free Wisp Tea perk can. Thank you for that, Treyarch. I mean, we'll take it. Anything that can save us money in the dark ether is always appreciated. Surely there is no doubt though that the Warden is one of the most interesting characters that has been added into the Zombies universe in a long time. And he definitely has some pretty awesome voice lines in both Ashes of the Damned and Survival. But one of the best has to be when the Ravagers show up and he says this.
I'd say fetch me their soul, but it's a little late for that.
So it's of course referencing two different things, the first one being this,
Fetch me their soul.
and the second being this. I mean, it's a very fair point. The Ravagers can't exactly fetch the crew's souls, can they, when the Warden's already done that himself? He's a smart guy, I won't lie. It's a great reference, but how about a little nod to one of the most popular maps of all time? And you're probably sat there now thinking, oh, what does he mean? Is it Origins? Maybe Drak, Mob of the Dead? Well, it's actually none of those. Because if you manage to avoid the Ravagers for long enough and take a trip over to Ashwood, you can find this place with a very familiar looking name, the Ruby Rabbit. Where have we heard that before exactly? I'm joking, obviously. Everybody knows it's Shadows of Evil. It's one of the most famous places on the entire map. Let's just call it an adult establishment that is of course closely connected to Jessica Rose. Well, Treyarch amazingly decided to reference it in Ashes of the Damned with a building and the exact same name, with it also being an, what's another way to describe this that I haven't just said? Let's go with an 18+ nighttime party cabin. Yeah, I think I did a good job there. I don't think the YouTube police will be on my case about that one. Either way, it's a great nod to an awesome map, alright? And I would say let's move on, but it's not the only building Ashwood has that you need to take notice of. Because if you also played Black Ops 7 Part 1, aka BO6, I'm kidding, I actually really like the game. But if you did play that and dropped into Liberty Falls, you probably remember seeing the yummy Freeze ice cream store. And it would have probably sold some fairly decent desserts if it wasn't in such a state. Well, it's not looking any better for the brand in BO7, to be honest. As it's actually made a comeback in Ashwood. Well, I say a comeback, but this version is quite clearly way older than the Liberty Falls shop. Being in this part of the map, it honestly looks like it's come straight out of Red Dead. There is absolutely zero chance I would be eating there. If there is one thing though that the COD Zombies community can agree on, it's that certain enemies were insanely overused in various games, with the biggest offender probably being the Mangler. This guy was everywhere. Firebase Z, Outbreak, Liberty Falls, Terminus. My god, it was like Treyarch had already paid him his full salary and just wanted to cram him in anywhere they possibly could. Well, it turns out that our playable characters feel exactly the same as we do, as they are completely sick of dealing with this enemy too. Because once you return to the spawn area in Ashes of the Damned at a late enough round, the hulking Uber Klaus will attack you out of nowhere. And if you manage to dispatch that thing, then if you're playing as Grey, she will say exactly what we're all thinking.
On the bright side, it wasn't a bloody mangler.
If you're looking to get back to Janus Towers in a hurry though, you're obviously going to be doing it in Old Tessie. Let's be real, most players aren't casually jogging around in between locations here unless they're a total maniac. Well, it turns out that even though everyone's favourite bus driver Ted might not be in charge of this vehicle, so he can't just straight up leave you behind like he did in Transit, he still does have the ability to completely troll you if you don't show him enough respect. Because if you decide to lay into him with a few well-placed shots, then this dude can just decide to lock you out of using Old Tessie. Fortunately, it's not for very long, but damn, even this many years after Transit, he still can't take a joke. It's only a few casual bullets, dude, chill out. Earlier I mentioned about the incredible Pack-a-Punch name that referenced the well-known Impossible Easter egg. Well, I reckon I can go one better than that. Everyone knows the Warden, right? No, I'm not talking about the Soul Stealer that spends his time in the Dark Ether. I'm obviously referring to the guy in charge of Alcatraz Island. And interestingly as well, there is actually a weapon in Black Ops 7 Zombies also called the Warden. And so, what exactly does this gun change into once you stick it in the Pack-a-Punch machine? You guessed it, Brutus. The more commonly used name for the Warden of Alcatraz. I've got to take my hat off for Treyarch on this one. Any kind of Mob of the Dead reference is always massively appreciated. And so is an easy way to get insane numbers of points by doing pretty much nothing. One of the most useful features added with BO7 has to be the big change to gobblegums that completely changed how you can use them if you're not interested in activating a particular consumable. The devs decided to add the ability to crush gobblegums instead of using their actual benefits in order to give yourself free essence. And this of course increased exponentially with the rarity of these consumables going all the way up to 5,000 points for an ultra. Well, if you're smart with this, you can actually maximize your profits if you crush them at the right time, as this feature is 100% affected by double points. So if you break down an ultra gobblegum when that power up is active, you can give yourself 10,000 points in an instant, which is absolutely game changing. And it's not the only fresh feature added with Black Ops 7 that could be extremely useful though, as the sight grenade could do some pretty interesting things when used in the right circumstances. Everyone knows that you can use this thing to turn a zombie to give you a few extra teammates that can help you wipe out a few of the undead, but the sight grenade can be so much better if you're smart with it. Why just throw this thing at standard zombies when instead you can chuck it at the huge hulking bear known as the Zersa to get this monster in your squad? This thing can absolutely obliterate the undead for the time that it's doing your bidding. The only tragedy is that it doesn't last a little bit longer. The sight grenade madness doesn't end there though, I mean quite literally with this next one. Obviously, as I just mentioned, as long as you know what you're doing with it, then it can definitely be a benefit, but what about if you're a total noob? Well, if that's the case, then it can genuinely drive you insane, and I'm not exaggerating. If you accidentally hit yourself with a sight grenade, then prepare to lose your mind, because you will end up seeing visions of your own character staring back at you and following you around with their weapon. It's pretty freaky, but I suppose that's what you get for having terrible accuracy. Anyone who played a ton of old school zombies will recognise the quick revive jingle, right? I mean, it's well known for sounding like this. But apparently the soul-stealing Warden of the Dark Ether just decided, I don't think so, things are going to be different around here, because if you grab the perk in BO7, it will instead sound like this. So apparently Treyarch made the choice to switch things up there, because although they still sound similar, there's no doubt it's been changed. I guess they got some different music deals going on in the Dark Ether. Either that or the Warden really wanted to save some essence on the artist recording the jingles. Speaking of saving some essence though, you can do exactly that with a very useful Easter egg. All players have to do is head to Blackwater Lake and interact with a conveniently placed trophy near the water. Following this, they can grab a free throwing axe and really get going with their challenge of making sure they're super accurate on some target practice. Repeatedly hit them over and over again and you'll be rewarded with the arrival of our best friend Mr. Peaks, followed by some really good loot. It can be hugely useful, with it ranging from salvage and essence to things like free high rarity weapons. If there is one person though that could complete this trial, it would have to be Tank Dempsey. The guy's an absolute hero. Well, it turns out he's much more like the average zombies player than you might think, because if you happen to be spamming the mystery box, there's a chance he'll say this.
Man, I would spin counterclockwise and crouch 3 times if I thought it'd get me a ray gun.
Yeah, I think the old school zombies players know exactly how you feel, Tank, because this is of course a hilarious joke referencing all the ridiculous theories from back in the day that suggested some insane collection of steps would supposedly get you the ray gun from the box, but of course they were all absolute nonsense. But something that definitely is not is the arrival of a brand new perk can to Black Ops 7 that tons of players don't even realise exists. I think we all know that over the years there have been loads of random perk drops, and when picking one up it would just casually stick one of the available ones in your hand for you to drink, but what if you actually don't pick it up in BO7? As the devs actually designed a brand new one just for these drops. It's a literal mystery perk can with its own special look and a big question mark on the side. There's even a label for it in the game files and everything. Good work, Treyarch. Things like this are so cool. And while we're on the subject of perks, let's touch on the return of a much loved feature that hasn't been seen in COD Zombies for over 10 years. Each game in the modern series usually has some kind of challenge system, with Black Ops 6 making them Sam themed and BO7 relating them closely to Ted. And if you manage to complete these tasks, you can get some great loot and the possibility of a hugely popular mechanic from Black Ops 2, and that is perma-perks. A set of buffs that when drunk in Black Ops 7 can't be lost when going down, and they are so useful. But there is a caveat here, you have to have already bought every single perk in the map. So I guess whether or not it's worth doing all of that to get one is kind of up to you, but imagine having an entire loadout of perma-perks, it would be pretty OP. But something that anyone can find is easily discoverable at Blackwater Lake, and frankly it has no place being in the Dark Ether. Fans who spent some time flying around Ashes of the Damned in Old Tessie will obviously have seen a huge number of power switches, but the vast majority of them look like this. It's the classic Treyarch Zombies design that's been featured in a ton of maps, from Varuk to Gorod Krovi and even Blood of the Dead. But crazily, they don't all look like that, because there is one that you can activate at Blackwater Lake that is taken from a totally different game in the series, and it looks like this. And no doubt dedicated fans will be able to tell you that this is in fact the power switch that was used in Infinite Warfare Zombies across most of its maps, including Zombies in Spaceland. It being in the Dark Ether is fairly insane, but when you think about the fact that it's found in the cabin of a supposedly murderous movie director, very much like Willard Wyler from IW, it starts to make a lot more sense. Particularly when you combine it with the fact that Black Ops 7 has a Dark Ops calling card which seems to throw together things from different worlds, creating the most insane Zombies multiverse of all time. First off, it's incredibly easy to get this done, with the title being Box Addict. It stands to reason that all you have to do is buy 30 weapons from the mystery box, simple right? But the calling card reward isn't even the cool part about this, it's actually what's showcased in the image. Because if you look closer, you can see that although it does feature the mystery box from Ashes of the Damned, it also shows a number of others, including the version from Mob of the Dead that was only ever used in that map. And it goes one stage further and pulls in things from completely different games, such as the 3D printer from Exo Zombies, which was that series version of the box, and also the magic wheel from Infinite Warfare. So it seems like all of these universes are smashing together in the most amazing way possible. So I'm sure that most Zombies players will know when you jump into Black Ops 7, the menu will of course sound like this. But if you're not someone who hangs around before loading into the game or never goes AFK, then you might not have realised that if you leave the game unattended for long enough, then you can hear this. Yep, that's actually a slightly changed up version of the classic Black Ops 2 Zombies menu music, which of course famously sounded like this. And so, yeah, with BO7 being a sequel to Black Ops 2, obviously the devs needed to reference that awesome Zombies Mode 2, which we all know featured a couple of the greatest maps ever made. There are tons of Easter eggs in Ashes of the Damned, some give you free perks, easy loot and even great weapons like I've already mentioned, but what about something that allows you to take a break from the endless waves of the undead? And trust me, it couldn't be easier. There isn't really any major steps to this apart from opening a few doors at the Cosmodrome, with the only slightly challenging part being the fact that you've got to venture out into the unknown between POIs and make your way to either the Lost Cabins, where it can be found near this briefcase. Other possibilities are on top of the crashed ship and also not far from the Cosmodrome. If you manage to survive the journey, just interact with the controller that can be found there and you'll get to take part in a mini game that will seriously test your driving abilities. It's not the only thing you can find out there in the dangerous Ravager territory though, because this is the Dark Ether after all, the trash can of this dimension. So of course it's gonna be filled with tons of things that have been thrown away or defeated by us. But if you've been driving at breakneck speed to avoid having old Tessie wiped out or not paying attention to the compass at the top of the screen when you're on foot, there's a very small chance you might not have noticed that overhanging one area is actually the corpse of an Order that we defeated numerous times back in Cold War at the end of Firebase Z and in Outbreak. I guess we can look at this thing as a bit of a trophy after kicking its ass. And it's not the only boss that's been chucked into Ashes of the Damned after we battered it out of a previous map. As not too far from the Order, you can discover the remains of the good old Z-Rex from the Shattered Veil. We may have wiped him clean off the Colton Manor estate, but it's still gotta be one of the best boss fights of all time. Everybody knows about the green spores around Ashes of the Damned, right? You can use the fumigator on them and create a mini defense mission in order to get some free points and easy salvage. I mean, come on, it's pretty obvious. But these things can actually get you something way more useful if you know what you're doing. If you do exactly the same thing again, but this time also use the toxic growth field upgrade on the spore when you fumigate it, then when you complete the defense as well as the other rewards, there's a chance you'll also be gifted a raw Ethereum crystal, meaning you can pack a punch your gun without even having to pay. A great way to get set up early when playing this map. And if you pay attention when roaming around the Dark Ether, you can notice that the devs at Treyarch genuinely added some awesome details to the game that make certain locations in Ashes of the Damned feel way more unique. They could have just stuck with one zombie type and chucked them all across the experience, and realistically fans probably wouldn't have cared. But they actually went further and thought, no, things need to be a little bit more special here, with POIs having specific looks for the undead spawning there depending on the theme of the area. With some of the best examples being retro old school dress wear if you're currently zombie slaying in Ashwood, or completely different astronaut and soldier style corpses if you've made the choice to spend your time at the Cosmodrome instead. It's just one of the many things that make that map so awesome, and the locations feel so legit. And if we're talking about the Cosmodrome, we should probably cover how you can make things there a little bit easier for yourself with one of the game's simplest Easter eggs. All you've got to do is explore the area slightly and find this tiny gap in the fence, and shooting straight through this doorway here at these well-known double blades, you'll be rewarded with a free full power drop. Could help you out in a tight spot if you get cornered by the undead. And it's not the only one in Ashes of the Damned, because if you're more of a fan of Van Dorn Farm and instead spend your time training over there, you can once again get hold of a small reward to give you some assistance when things get a bit too crazy. All you gotta do is aim up to the top of the nearby tower and boom, a free insta-kill drop. It could be the difference between life and death when getting swarmed by zombies. But as useful as that is, it's nothing compared to one of the most important secrets in Ashes of the Damned that continues a classic tradition that's existed for a very long time in the world of zombies. Treyarch and the fans of this franchise absolutely love music Easter eggs. It's some people's favourite thing about certain experiences, and they exist in so many maps. And so, if you want to be able to listen to the absolute banger music track that is turned to ashes, all you've got to do is search out a few pairs of headphones in various Dark Ether locations. The first can be found in the roof of an extremely dark corner of Ashwood, the second is very well hidden over at exit 115 in a vehicle near the gas station, and the final set is actually at spawn, concealed away in the server room. Once you've found all three, just get ready because it's time to take on the zombies with one hell of a track playing. And while you're listening to that absolute heater and doing your best to slay the undead, if you're not very efficient when getting a limbs, there's a chance you could end up seeing a pretty awesome secret. Ravagers are known for not only chasing you around the map at breakneck speed, attempting to obliterate you, but also for eating loot that's left on the ground. So if you don't focus on taking them out quick enough, then you can of course end up losing some useful items from the floor. However, it might just be best to leave them to do their thing so you can see this amazing detail. Because if a Ravager ends up eating all the loot they want and are fully satisfied after a nice hearty meal, they'll literally sit there celebrating by banging cymbals together just like the classic monkey bombs. Followed by them just straight up disappearing without even paying the bill, may I add. Ugh, you gotta hate thieves. But you definitely don't need to worry about paying a bill, because although I mentioned earlier about being able to get Wisp Tea for free, it's not even close to being the only perk that you can get for absolutely nothing. There's tons of them that all involve collecting 3 different items from around Ashes of the Damned and mixing them in a conveniently placed cup at the diner. Like, you can grab a free quick revive if you manage to get hold of some cleaning fluid from the spawn area, a fish that you can grab at Blackwater Lake, and a stim shot from the Cosmodrome control room. Yeah, probably the most disgusting and dangerous possible combination of items for a drink I've ever heard of. But anyway, as I said, stick them in the cup at exit 115 and boom, a free quick revive perk for some simple item collecting. Probably even better than that though is being rewarded with Jug for free, and the triple threat of items you need for that is a jar of milk from the barn at Van Dorn Farm, a plant found growing near the Janus Towers, and a huge number of eggs from the diner. And once again, stick 'em in the cup for another vile sounding concoction, and it's Juggernog for the wonderful cost of 0 points. Or if you're more of a fan of fitness, why not grab yourself a free stamina by getting hold of some coffee beans over at the Ashwood General Store, lemons from the Van Dorn Farm cellar, and finally some gasoline that's behind the garage at exit 115. I was about to say this one sounds way nicer. I mean, coffee, lemons, not bad, and then petrol. That's a no from me for the drink, but I'll definitely take the free perk. And finally, if you're feeling a bit sluggish, what about speed cola without having to spend any points? All you gotta do here is get a guarana plant from under a truck at Blackwater Lake, cayenne pepper from the Ashwood store like earlier, and some sugar packets from the diner. And just like everything else, it's all gotta go in that classic cup for you to get the free perk. And to be honest, out of all of these, if you're gonna force me to drink any of them, it would have to be this one. As if getting these perks without even having to pay wasn't already good enough, it gets even better when you discover that because you obtained these from a free reward side Easter egg, it 100% does not affect the perk prices that increase with the more you buy. So, if any of these 4 are the only ones you've got on hold of, then anything else you grab from various machines around the map will start at the base perk price of 2,500 points. It's absolute genius. Shout out to the devs for not screwing us over on this one. It's not all about perks though, because even some other Black Ops 7 mechanics are also hiding some very cool details that reference things from previous games. Although exfils may have originally been added in Cold War, with players' aim of course being to survive in order to get picked up by Raptor 1 and the helicopter, and it was exactly the same in Black Ops 6 but with Strauss being added into the mix as well. Of course, that was not going to work in the Dark Ether though. You're not getting an air vehicle in there, are you? So things had to change. So of course, Treyarch added this interesting looking yellow phone booth as the way for players to leave their game before they get taken down by the undead. And I'm sure it looked very familiar to eagle-eyed players who've played Cold War and specifically Mauer de Toten, as this is quite clearly heavily inspired by the phone booth that can be found in the city streets not too far from the Berlin Wall. And not only that, but it can also be found in the Cold War Zombie cinematic where Samantha Maxis uses it to call Weaver. Such a cool way to connect that game closely with Black Ops 7. But it doesn't stop there though, because if you're skilled enough to successfully exfil after surviving the intense lockdown and taking out the HVT Xersa, you will of course see this portal, pretty different from the other Dark Ether games, right? And tons of people will know exactly what this is supposed to be, but for anyone who didn't play Black Ops 3, it may be a total mystery. This is in fact the famous house from Revelations where the souls of the Primus crew are sent to be safe under the protection of Dr. Monty until it all falls apart, ending in a showdown with the Shadow Man. As the modern era of zombies goes on, the Ether and Dark Ether just become more and more intertwined, with all sorts of crazy items making their way over from the original timeline, including this little thing. Up to this point, in terms of the Dark Ether and the mystery box, it's only ever looked like this, the classic version that's the most famous from the series. Well, not anymore, as Treyarch decided to add the awesome looking stone version that old school players will recognise immediately, but if you're more of a modern player, you may never have seen it before. And I wouldn't blame you, because it was only ever featured in one map, and that was Origins, one of the greatest experiences of all time. It showed up here and then was never seen again. Well, until Black Ops 7 that is. But something or someone that's been important in the Dark Ether ever since that story began in D Machine is Mr. Peaks. He was all over the place, from Easter eggs to showing up in the mystery box and snatching it away from you. This freaky looking little guy became even more of a major player in Black Ops 6 when he got his own field upgrade, but it turns out that apparently someone in the Dark Ether was not happy with that and decided to do something about it. Because if you look closely inside the impressive vehicle Old Tessie, you can witness a complete tragedy. Poor Mr. Peak's head has been taken straight off his body to be used as part of the gear stick. It was even shown in the gameplay trailer for Ashes of the Damned. I don't know who the hell thought this was acceptable. You leave Mr. Peaks alone, is that clear? The guy is an absolute legend. Peaks alone, is that?
Turns the fun knob up to 11! Bring it on, freak sacks. Pack a punch, just like me.
This is the story of one of the most important features in the history of COD Zombies. Its journey from humble beginnings as simply a tool to survive against the undead to its evolution into a hybrid caught somewhere between machine and vehicle. The Pack-a-Punch is a core staple of the series, and over its nearly 2-decade history it's gone through twists and turns as it developed alongside the community it was used by. It's not been an easy road for this famous mechanic, with controversies rearing their head throughout its life in the world of zombies, and its progress has very often been closely linked with this game's ever-changing popularity. But in order to understand how this much-loved machine took on a new life as something truly unforgettable, we need to throw things back to where this all began. The birth of zombies was originally planned to be nothing more than a hidden reward for hard-working players, but following the success of one simple yet exhilarating map, it's clear it was never going to stay that way. With more waves of the undead came new features, but merely juicing yourself up with bottles of coloured liquid or relying on spinning spike traps wasn't going to cut it. Players were going to need more firepower, and that was just around the corner. August 6th, 2009, DLC 3 De Reese, the beginning of a journey that would shape the future of zombies. The first sight as you loaded into this experience would become one of the most iconic sights in the entire game, a mysterious machine sporting a simple phrase for everyone to see: Pack-a-Punch. What did this mean? What could this thing do? How would you get access to it? That would all become clear upon linking 3 teleporters to the mainframe, each lowering the door to the Pack-a-Punch very slightly. Until for the first time ever, players could now upgrade their weapon for the price of 5,000 points. It was the next level for taking on the undead, changing the look of the weapon, improving its damage massively, and even providing fans with unique abilities for certain weapons. With one of the most impressive being turning the basic 1911 starting pistol into an explosive powerhouse, and although it wouldn't yet become dual wield, it was the first step along a road that gave players one of the most famous weapons of all time. The appearance of the Pack-a-Punch machine in De Reese was just the start, as one game on in Black Ops 1 the true transformation would begin and lead to a 16-year journey resulting in one of the most game-changing evolutions the community would ever see. It would become clear that with the release of Kino de Toten that the appearance of the famous machine would now become a major staple of every experience going forward, each with their own unique unlock quest. And although Kino wouldn't push the boundaries too far, once again using a teleporter to grant access, it was the first experience to limit the amount of time players had to perform any weapon upgrades they needed. It was also the debut of one of the most iconic Pack-a-Punch weapons of all time, the Mustang and Sally's. These double explosive pistols were so powerful they would go down in history as one of the most legendary upgrades of all time, even matching the ray gun in terms of popularity. Kino may not have done too much with regards to shaping the journey of this incredible upgrade machine, but Black Ops 1 was about to take things to the next level as fans arrived in the Pentagon. The first ever COD Zombies map featuring a new politically themed cast would develop the idea of Pack-a-Punch into something more, turning it into a true mission that had to be uncovered. Exploration of this famous American building would lead players through the war room and down the lift into the laboratory to turn on the power switch. Upon returning to the upper levels, a series of green switches became obvious, which when activated pushed the Pentagon to DEFCON 5, unlocking a nearby teleporter. And entering this would send fans flying into a hidden panic room, with the Pack-a-Punch being revealed from behind a secret panel. Very much like Kino de Toten, time to upgrade was limited for players. However, this time there was no being teleported out of the room, the stakes were much higher. Taking too long could leave you in a dangerous spot when it came to the undead, with the lockdown being lifted and zombies coming pouring through the opening door. For the first time ever though, players would actually have the chance to grab hold of some buffed up guns for a fraction of the price. Once the frustratingly brilliant Pentagon Thief arrived on the map, if he could be taken out without ever grabbing hold of fans' weapons, he would provide them with the famous bonfire cell, which would allow a Pack-a-Punch upgrade for just 1,000 points. It was so useful. But as soon as fans found themselves grabbing hold of a powered up weapon to take on the Horde, they were instead jumping into a Russian cosmodrome to discover what was next. Although accessing Pack-a-Punch in Ascension may not have been that complicated, the mission couldn't even begin until players had literally restored colour to the map, with zombie slaying prior to flipping the power switch taking place in black and white. With the vibrancy massively turned up, all fans needed to do was ride 3 lunar landers back to the spawn area, and extra firepower could be theirs, but not before the most unique sight in zombies up to that point. as the famous upgrade machine was interestingly located right beneath the rocket, with launching this spacecraft being the only way to gain access. Ascension really did take Pack-a-Punch Quest to the next level, at least in terms of insane visuals anyway. There's no doubt though that DLC 2 of Black Ops 1 was a game changer for many different reasons. The first ever celebrity cast, the removal of camping strategies because of George Romero, and a new Pack-a-Punch mechanic that would be reused a number of times throughout the series. It was extremely simple to activate PAP in Call of the Dead, with it simply becoming available after turning on the power aboard the ship. However, it was from this point onwards where things would become a little bit more complicated. The lighthouse would become an important tool for players, with its beam of light pointing out the Pack-a-Punch's location. The only issue here, this wasn't permanent. For the first time ever, the machine was able to change location and would do so every single time the storm's lightning struck. Although at the time this feature was the first of its kind, it wouldn't remain this way forever, with its return receiving much more negative reactions many years later. For now though, fans were landing in the jungle of Shangri-La and jumping into another experience that would evolve the workings of the Pack-a-Punch machine. As for the first time ever, earning extra firepower for your weapon was locked behind the cooperation of any other squad members in your game. In solo, it was as easy as finding one pressure plate around the map and standing on it, as this would reveal a set of steps in the spawn area, showcasing that Pap had been there all along, just out of reach. And this jungle temple also saw the return of Kino de Toten's timed Pack-a-Punch area, only giving players minimal time to get the job done. As for co-op matches though, it wasn't as easy, with all players in the game required to stand on Shang's buttons at the same time in order to upgrade their guns, which led to some extremely frustrating moments when dealing with uncooperative teammates. It makes sense why this mechanic definitely did not become a long-term feature. But for the final DLC of Black Ops 1, it seems fair to say that in many ways Pack-a-Punch was taken right back to basics, but only if you were good enough. Upon spawning into Groom Lake, it was right there in front of you. The only problem, you had no points to use it. So the choices were simple: jump into the nearby teleporter to gain access to the moon base itself and hope that you'd be able to return here in the near future, or dig deep and grind out enough points by harvesting the souls of the undead, who, although seem slow at first, would not stay that way for long. The task of getting a weapon Pack-a-Punch before technically even starting round 1 really did separate the noobs from the pros and really set you on a strong path to some high rounds inside Griffin Station. As for the more cautious players, they would need to progress through the space station itself, turn on the power and find a teleporter on the surface of the moon that would allow them to get back to spawn with enough points for a weapon upgrade. Although there would end up being far more memorable ways to earn the use of the Pack-a-Punch, at the time Moon truly felt like the next level of innovation. But compared to what the community would get their hands on many years later as they dove headfirst into the dark ether, it was nothing. The evolution of the Pack-a-Punch machine would move to its next stage as fans got their hands on Black Ops 2, because for better or worse, things were about to change massively, with each experience throwing players their own unique take on this famous mechanic. With the launch of the game, it became very clear very quickly that transit was unlike anything the community had ever seen before, and whether that is a good or bad thing will depend on who you ask. It brought a lot of new things to the table, including buildables, which would actually be a key part of how players would reach the Pack-a-Punch area. But unfortunately, as interesting as this sounds, most fans will know that this Pack-a-Punch quest was one of the most controversial of all time due to its frustrating and downright nonsensical nature. After getting hold of the turbine, players would need to jump aboard the bus with Ted and ride it to the power station before placing this mannequin down next to this area, and then it was back to your transport once more. As in order to get access to PAP, fans needed to make their way to the next stop, town, whilst also hoping that none of the undead would destroy their turbine while they were in the process of doing this. Once there, a simple explosive would open the bank vault, and if your buildable had survived long enough, then a door would be open, ready for players to descend into a hidden area beneath the city streets. And for the first time ever, it was now up to you to literally build the Pack-a-Punch machine. Sadly, this was no intricate puzzle, though it merely involved finding 3 parts around this underground area, and access to weapon upgrades would be yours. Considering the impressive advancement of Pack-a-Punch Quest up to this point, this really felt like a step back for this famous feature. Many fans found the frustrations of transit too much to bear and instead spent their time on the much more simple town, but as enjoyable as many players found that map, it offered nothing new when it came to the Pat machine, with it merely being available right in the centre of the lava as soon as people had managed to rack up enough points. This mechanic had, up to this point, felt like it was truly evolving with every new map, and although that very evolution would skyrocket in the near future, for now, due to transit, it felt halted, and that wasn't about to improve with DLC 1. But what about Black Ops 2's other launch experience? With Nuketown Zombies, things were very different, as being able to boost your weapon's damage had absolutely nothing to do with your skills or knowledge and was solely down to the RNG gods. The most unique thing about this map is that numerous useful machines would fall down from the sky on different rounds, a lot of them being perks, but this of course included the Pack-a-Punch. Now this sounds like an interesting idea on paper, but old school fans will tell you how annoying this could be, having no knowledge of when you'd be able to upgrade your weapon. It could be round 5 or something way higher, and there was zero way of knowing. A fresh mechanic on paper that, just like transit, often led to huge frustration and disappointment. And that was a sentiment that seemed to stick around for the first map of the DLC season. There's no doubt that Die Rise had a lot of problems and didn't do much to build on the negative reception of transit, and this hatred towards the Black Ops 2 launch wasn't improved much by DLC 1's implementation of Pack-a-Punch. With this map of course being based around a skyscraper, it makes sense that an elevator system would be implemented in some way, but using this to get access to weapon upgrades maybe wasn't the smartest choice. As not only did players first off need to find exactly what lift the machine was in, they then needed to be there at the right time in order to use it, or alternatively hang around on the same floor in the hope that the Pat will turn up soon. This was massively annoying for players and even sometimes led to fans losing their weapons in the machine due to not being able to grab them quick enough because of being swarmed by enemies. The progression of the Pack-a-Punch mechanic had taken a fairly heavy hit with the arrival of BO2, but luckily one experience was about to arrive that would totally alter its fortunes and shape its future going forward. But in order for that to happen, Treyarch had to bring back a feature not seen since the previous game in the series, and that was a celebrity cast. With the arrival of Mob of the Dead and a team of high-profile actors, it was the turn of Alcatraz Island to host the hordes of the undead. And this would famously lead to the true evolution of the Pack-a-Punch quest. Although strong steps had been taken before this point in many different experiences, compared to this, it very much felt like zombies had merely been warming up. Upon loading in, it immediately became very obvious that if the mobsters wanted to escape Alcatraz, then players are going to need to assist them by finding a number of different parts around the map, and this was no easy task. Afterlife mode, warden's keys, and various different items to build a plane on the roof of the prison were all required in order to board the most questionable looking aircraft of all time. Once everything was ready to go, players were able to literally ride this thing over to the Golden Gate Bridge, with it crashing and leaving them stranded there. Fortunately though, a huge damage boost was there waiting for them in the form of the Pack-a-Punch machine, cementing this mini quest as one of the most memorable in COD Zombies history when it comes to this mechanic. Mob of the Dead and its Golden Gate Bridge flight plan would set a new standard going forward that others could only hope to emulate. And it would push things forward massively when it came to the complicated nature of getting access to Pack-a-Punch. The days of simply teleporting into a secret room were over, and Buried was about to bring something interesting to the party. Although this underground mining town may not have tried to replicate the intense collectathon style nature of Mob of the Dead, it was certainly no pushover when it came to its desire to challenge players with its Pack-a-Punch quest. With weapon upgrades hidden behind a vast number of tasks, from using Leroy to smash down the various barriers around the map, to fighting your way through a house of point-stealing witches, and even navigating a mind-bending maze, all whilst taking on the undead. At the end of all of this was the famous machine located in a dangerously tight room with only one way in and one way out. Now all of this may sound impressive, but this is in no way the most interesting thing about Buried's inclusion of PAP, as there is something massively unique here that is only really possible for the Zombies tryhards. There's actually a way to get your gun Pack-a-Punched on round 1 if you're incredibly skilled with your points and as efficient as you can possibly be. With Treyarch considering this triumph so impressive that they even had an achievement locked behind this awesome feat. For the final DLC of Black Ops 2, fans famously got their hands on something that would become known as one of the greatest Zombies experiences of all time for a variety of different reasons. That was of course Origins. Although it may be more well known for its introduction of elemental wonder weapons and huge mammoth robots patrolling the war zone, it actually innovated the Pack-a-Punch in a number of ways. With Origins being a pretty expansive map, fans would have to use the full battlefield in order to power this thing up, as the activation requirements were based around powering up 6 different generators located in various different parts of the French dig site. Surviving long enough to complete this task would require players to reach the top of the mound, where they could find a version of the Pack-a-Punch that they had never seen before, a first for the series up to this point. And not only that, but a brand new mechanic would make the use of the machine a little bit more difficult than previous experiences. From round 10 onwards, groups of Templar zombies would appear in the trenches and swarm towards random generators in order to attack them with the aim of wiping out power. If they succeeded with their mission, then not only would they remove your ability to grab whatever perk was nearby, but they would also block access to the Pack-a-Punch machine until the generator was reactivated. It was often considered to be one of the only truly frustrating mechanics in what was otherwise a pretty flawless experience. It's clear from what we've just taken a look at that Black Ops 2 definitely attempted to innovate when it came to weapon upgrades with varying degrees of success, giving players some of the greatest but also worst additions to the game when it came to this well-known machine. But not only did it give fans all the things I've already touched on, it actually also brought to the franchise something that would become a permanent evolving fixture going forward, and that was double Pack-a-Punch. Although in its very initial stages here, not boosting weapon damage any further, it was possible to repack your gun in order to change the attachment on it. Not a major improvement in any way, but merely the start of something that would become way more important in the future. But before Treyarch could show fans what was next for the series' most important machine, it was the turn of another studio to put their spin on things, and they would do it in a way that no one expected. For the first time ever, zombies would not be available to people buying the base game. It was in fact locked behind a DLC paywall, as Advanced Warfare's Exo Zombies attempted to put its own stamp on the franchise. It did this in a huge number of ways, from fast vertical styled gameplay to a host of unique and often frustrating enemies. But no change was bigger than that of increasing weapon damage, as the Pack-a-Punch was sidelined by the dev team as room was made for what was simply known as the upgrade station. It wasn't the only thing they decided to throw away though, because what the community had come to know as Pack-a-Punch quests were also a thing of the past here, with no in-depth tasks or challenges required to start upgrading weapons. It was as simple as opening a few doors and finding the upgrade station, often not located too far from the spawn area. It didn't matter which of the 4 DLC maps players jumped into, the basic principle was the same, and the devs wanted everyone to be able to use this thing straight away without having to learn any complicated setup process. The serious changes didn't stop there though, as this game decided to introduce the biggest collection of damage increases zombies had ever seen, but this was not necessarily a good thing. In order to get a gun fully upgraded, players would need to use the upgrade station a grand total of 20 different times, with each one costing 2,500 points. 20 times! It was unheard of, and could even be in fact increased to 25 if players bothered to complete the map's Easter egg. It was a huge collection of very unpopular choices when it came to Exo Zombies' version of the Pack-a-Punch, and this failure was just one of many different reasons as to why there was absolutely no chance of it ever receiving a sequel. But fortunately, although this experiment had led to a total lack of success, the negativity would not last long, as it was nearly time for Treyarch to take centre stage once more with their much anticipated sequel. And not only would this go down as one of the greatest entries in the Zombies franchise, it would also push the Pack-a-Punch in a new and interesting direction that made previous ways of unlocking it look like nothing. 2015 saw the arrival of Black Ops 3, a title that would take Pack-a-Punch to new heights and cemented the complicated, in-depth nature of its appearance as a key component going forward, well, at least for now anyway. Although the arrival of the Giant and its recreation of the original Derice Pack-a-Punch unlock would go against this theme, for the rest of BO3's main season of content it was full steam ahead, with Shadows of Evil making 90% of previous PAP quests look like child's play. With the return of Celebrity Cast and their conflict with the Shadow Man in Morgue City, the main Black Ops 3 launch map would take no prisoners when it came to unlocking its subterranean Pack-a-Punch lair. Players would need to become very familiar with various flaming pedestals around the map in order to turn it into a literal tentacle-wielding squid monster. This otherworldly entity would allow fans access to otherwise impossible to reach areas through shocking various meters and grabbing onto certain hooks. When combined with acquiring personal items for each of the characters in Shadows of Evil, fans would have everything they needed in order to complete their tasks. And that largely amounted to completing 4 different rituals in each main area of the map by defeating corrupted keepers and surviving until it was complete, providing you with a gateworm for each one. These weird looking creatures would then allow players to enter a secret part of the rift area where these gateworms could be placed down, leading to one final lockdown survival segment. Following this, hard-working fans would be able to upgrade their weapon for the classic 5,000 points by using one of the most unique-looking Pack-a-Punch machines ever seen in the series, a tentacle sticking out of an ominous-looking portal. It fit perfectly with the theme of the map, and not only that, but the process to unlock it would go down in COD Zombies history as one of the most taxing and complicated of all time. Now, of course, a similar level of difficulty famously existed on Mob of the Dead, but that was a paid DLC. Shadows of Evil was a launch map, creating a huge barrier to entry for any fans who wanted to test their skills on it, leaving many less knowledgeable Zombies players spending most of their time in the Giant instead. Fortunately for those people, just around the corner in DLC 1 was a map that would strip away this difficulty and also bring back a previous feature from many years earlier. Der Eisendrache, just like Origins before it, of course featured numerous different elemental wonder weapons, but not only did the experience bring back that idea, it also saw the return of the very same Pack-a-Punch machine featured on the first ever Primus map. In order to use it, it really was as simple as exploring the castle and finding a number of different collections of pack pieces and teleporting them to the last and final location at the rocket site, or at least initially anyway. As Der Eisendrache brought back the teleporting Pack-a-Punch machine last seen in Call of the Dead, switching locations at fairly regular intervals with its position marked on a nearby panel. Even with this moving mechanic, it was so easy to increase your weapon damage, it makes you wonder if Treyarch went in this much more basic direction to pull players back in who had sadly been completely put off by the intricate nature of Shadows of Evil. But if that truly was their plan, then it seems fair to say that they completely threw it out of the window for DLC 2. With Richtofen and the crew arriving on a zombie-infested island in the South Pacific, things were about to ramp up once more when it came to Pack-a-Punch difficulty. As Zetsubo Noshima was about to add another layer of challenge for Black Ops 3 players looking to take advantage of all that the map had to offer. For anyone looking to survive into the higher rounds, stronger weapons were a must, and with everyone's favourite upgrade machine locked away inside an underground bunker, players would have a lot of work to do in order to be able to use it. Their first task was to use a conveniently placed bucket to carry 115 infused water in order to activate 2 different temporary power generators. This would, for a short period of time, give fans the chance to enter the disturbing looking bunker, and after carefully exploring the unsettling facility, they could finally see it, the Pack-a-Punch machine. The only problem, you couldn't use it. Well, not without more work anyway. As the next task would require zombie slayers to search out 3 different items to unlock the impenetrable cage, with them being found in a nearby underwater tunnel, on the body of one of many different cocooned corpses, and in the vent of a submerged pool of water that would need players to be locked inside before being able to grab it. With all the pieces in players' possession, the Pack-a-Punch machine could now be unlocked, with gun upgrades now possible in this dank and dirty pit. Many community members would agree that at the time, getting the job done here was no simple task, at least in the early days when fans were discovering exactly how this experience worked. And it was one of a number of reasons why DLC 2 sadly left a bitter taste in certain players' mouths. But with a war-torn Stalingrad waiting just through a conveniently placed wormhole, the Zombies devs had another opportunity to do something phenomenal when it came to Pack-a-Punch. And it seems reasonable to say that they definitely achieved it. One word: dragons. The first task for anyone entering the city, make their way through a destroyed department store and into the impressive looking Dragon Command area to activate the good old power switch. Following this, after some initial undead slaying, these walking corpses would have the chance to drop a code cylinder that would correlate to one of 3 different places on the map. Upon visiting that particular section of Stalingrad and dropping it into a nearby machine, a module would come crashing down into the city that would then need to be defended from zombies while it was transmitting. Do this for long enough and players would be provided with a network circuit, repeat the process 2 more times, and you'd have everything you need for a pretty iconic ride. After visiting the operations bunker and placing the circuits in this machine, you could then head to Dragon Command or one of the other platforms and call in one of these mythical winged beasts. It was then as simple as jumping aboard and watching in awe as it took to the skies, taking you on a wild journey before arriving at a rundown building. And it was inside this very building that fans could find the machine they were looking for, Pack-a-Punch. After grabbing any upgrades they needed, the only way to get back to the city itself was a quick trip through the sewers. But upon returning, it became clear there was one problem. Every time you wanted to return to that area, you would need to go through the time-consuming process of riding the dragon again. Well, Treyarch actually thought of this issue and added a brand new mechanic to combat this, although it is pretty time-consuming. Anyone who was willing to put the effort in to grab the hidden Stalingrad specialist known as the Gauntlet of Siegfried, as well as take on a lockdown in the Pat building in order to become the owner of the Dragon Strikes, would then just need to make sure they had ridden the dragon from each of the 3 platforms, and from that point onwards they would be rewarded with a set of dragon wings, meaning they could just teleport right to the Pack-a-Punch area on any future trips. A very useful piece of kit. I think we can all agree though that the use of these fire-breathing beasts as part of a PAP quest was a fairly incredible choice, but compared to what fans would witness in Black Ops 3's conclusion, it failed in comparison. Upon arriving at the house for revelations, it was right there in front of you, Pack-a-Punch, ready to be used. Well, not for long, as a giant apothecon creature descended from the sky, snatching the machine, devouring it whole, before proceeding to circle the map, mocking players just out of reach. In order to take back what was rightfully theirs, fans would need to explore the collection of islands made up of nostalgic locations so they could activate 4 different corruption generators. After doing this and entering the red portal, they would find themselves in the very place that symbolised the true birth of zombies, Nakta and Toten. And there was one very important thing here that players needed to take full advantage of, and that was the Death Ray. A well-timed shot with this thing would finally freeze the huge apothecon in place, and based on what players witnessed as soon as they spawned into Revelations, there was only one place they needed to go: inside this thing. Upon arriving in a pool of stomach acid, anyone taking a closer look could see the Pack-a-Punch machine right there, and after some minor surgery to knock it down, it could finally be used for whatever weapon fans wanted, all except one. Anyone lucky enough to grab the well-known apothecon servant from the mystery box would have quickly discovered that this incredible wonder weapon was one of the only things in the map that couldn't be upgraded via the PAP unless you did something special, as it actually had its own mini side quest that involved finding and shooting numerous different tablets in the sky in order to teleport them to the Pack-a-Punch machine itself. That would then finally allow one of the most OP wonder weapons of all time to truly become the GOAT that would be remembered for years by the zombies community. But with a certain brand new feature that was added as part of Black Ops 3, it seems fair to say that pretty much any gun could become a wonder weapon, and that was a true double Pack-a-Punch upgrade. Treyarch may have experimented with it in BO2, but this was the real arrival of the mechanic. Upgrading a gun for the second time would activate one of a number of alternate ammo types that could be used to decimate hordes of zombies with a single shot, and it truly meant that any weapon in Black Ops 3 could be overpowered. And it wasn't the only new addition that changed upgrades for players, as the introduction of Gobblegums meant that players could ignore the famous machine entirely if they wanted to. Crate power and wall power would allow fans to get immediately Pack-a-Punch weapons from the mystery box or off the wall with little to no effort, completely changing how a game would be played if they desired. And they actually allowed something to happen that up to this point had been impossible, as just around the corner was the biggest nostalgia trip in Zombies history, something that would make Revelations look weak in comparison: Zombies Chronicles. A collection of 8 remade classic maps, all with a fresh coat of paint. Of course, all of their Pack-a-Punch quests were identical to the originals, however, for 3 of them, that feature hadn't even existed when those experiences originally landed. But this go around, for the first time ever, through the use of Gobblegums, it was actually possible to get Pack-a-Punch weapons in Nakta and Toten, Barukt and Shino Numa. Even with the machine not existing inside these maps, it was pretty game changing. And speaking of game changing, that seems like an understatement when it came to the PAP after the end of Black Ops 3, as for only the second time in the history of the franchise, another studio outside of Treyarch would be stepping in to try and take the series and this mechanic in a very different direction. The gritty, gruesome and graphic nature of the Ether story would have to wait for now, as both Zombies and its most loved feature would be going Hollywood. Infinite Warfare Zombies took the series in a hugely different direction, with the game focusing more on comedy and cheesy 80s style themes, with all of its maps being based on classic movie tropes. And this of course meant that that idea also extended to every feature in IW, including the Pack-a-Punch machine. Gone was the classic look that had existed for so many years, with it being replaced by an old school movie style projector to fit the vibe of the experiences. And this projection room Pack-a-Punch area would be carried over across all 5 maps in Infinite Warfare Zombies, with fans' job being to get access to this area in order to get their upgrades done. In the initial launch map Zombies in Spaceland, players would be tasked with unlocking the theme park and turning on the power with a number of switches, which was a pretty simple process. From here, all that was needed was to use 4 different teleporters located in the various sections of Spaceland, and upon returning to the main hub, fans would be able to send themselves flying into the most important part of the movie theatre, and finally get hold of some extra damage for their weapons. It was even possible to grab hold of double Pack-a-Punch in Spaceland as well as the other DLCs, but if you wanted it here, you had to be willing to complete the map's Easter egg and insert an alien fuse into the projector to get your second upgrade, which would set you back 10,000 points, a pretty steep price to pay. And although where the Pack-a-Punch would be found was identical across each experience, the way that players would get there was not, and DLC 1 Rave in the Redwoods mixed things up massively. The party vibes of this map took things in a different direction, with Rave mode being visually stunning, even if the slasher was able to cause fans some serious problems when using it, as all that was needed for that was to find 3 different boat parts as well as grabbing 2 film reels. If fans managed to uncover the pieces required for their journey, they would get to take part in the slowest boat ride of all time in order to get to Turtle Island. Honestly, it was pretty painful. But once there, all that was needed was to attach the film reels to the projector and boom, straight into the pack room for some upgrades. Not long after this though, players were being thrown into a kung fu themed version of New York for Shaolin Shuffle, and after once again activating some power switches, fans would need to gain entry to a very specific type of gentleman's club, shall we say. To do this, they needed to grab a flyer for the establishment, the good old classic film reel, and a token that would get them entry. This would allow you to access the projector room and the chance to compete with the ever-increasing health of the zombies. The DLC 2 quest may not have seemed that special, but Attack of the Radioactive Thing was about to change all of that. Sure, the standard power switches were the initial stage, but it was after that where things got really interesting. Fans' first task was to find a spellbook that would need to be delivered to well-known celebrity Elvira, who would then provide you with an interesting looking green vial. Players' job was to fill this thing up by wiping out the undead, but in order to do that they would need to grab hold of a cleaver melee weapon which could be found on the corpse of a shark not too far from the beach. And after racking up some eliminations, and ideally the soldier sporting the green glow, the vial would be filled and all that was needed was to return to Elvira and deliver it. In return for your hard work, she would cast a magic spell on a blue orb. Yeah, you know, I mean, this was IW Zombies at the end of the day though, and that would get you into the movie theatre to Pack-a-Punch your gun. The season of content provided to fans through IW's lifecycle contained various controversial elements, but none that could compete with the arrival of the Beast from Beyond, which unfortunately ended this game's run on a huge down note. But even with that said, anyone who jumped into the experience would of course need some weapon upgrades, and this quest was a little bit different from others because of one reason. Yes, fans would need to turn on the space station's power, but this was not done in the normal way with switches. Instead, players needed to retrieve Neil the robot's head and return it to the console in the spawn area. After some further outer space exploration, fans could actually find the portal they would need to jump through to get to Pack-a-Punch, but the problem was they couldn't even get to it. So it was time for a classic collectathon, and 3 different parts located around the map would rebuild the bridge needed to get to the portal, giving players the opportunity to upgrade their guns, and they were gonna need them with how annoying some of the enemies were in this experience. Although Infinite Warfare Zombies holds a special place in some players' hearts now, it definitely received a lot of backlash at the time of release. But one thing you can say is that it absolutely knew what it wanted to be. It didn't take itself too seriously, and that is not something you can say about this next entry in the franchise, as Activision decided to push the series in the complete opposite direction and once again focus on grabbing the attention of a more mature audience with Zombies going full horror. World War II had a couple of specific missions. Number 1, to make itself stand out compared to the much loved Treyarch product, and number 2, to move as far away as possible from the relaxed comedy style of IW zombies, and love it or hate it, it absolutely managed to achieve both. It was clear from the off that this new game was taking the undead to new gruesome places, throwing a whole host of grotesque enemies at players. But this fresh look also went further, as World War II received a completely new look for its upgrade machine that was known as the Übersprengen, an old school looking workshop style metal contraption designed to force weapons into maximising their damage. Not only that, but this thing actually brought something fresh to the series, the ability to buy ammo for your upgraded gun. And this was not as simple as just rocking up to an ammo crate like in the modern days, or specifically picking a wall weapon from the Treyarch games. The trade-off was that if you wanted to do this, you'd have to visit the machine itself every time. Meaning getting ammo in a boss fight was a no-no unless you happened to have a wall weapon nearby or got a power-up. The main launch map designed to introduce fans to this new world was set in the fictional town of Mittelberg and was intimidatingly known as the Final Reich. If players were able to survive for long enough in order to explore the underground bunker, they would be able to find, you guessed it, power switches, the most overused trope in zombies, let's be honest. And all that was needed after this was to flip a switch near the Übersprengen and finally throw yourself into a number of transport tubes around the map, which would send you tumbling back into the room, overflowing with undead entrails to get hold of some extra firepower. It was a basic and effective quest to ease players into what was a much more accessible experience, but even more casual than that was the other experience available at launch, Grosten House. This was very much a true survival throwback and World War II's version of Nocturne and Toten. And interestingly, it was the only map in this game that did not have an upgrade machine, but that didn't mean you couldn't get Pack-a-Punch weapons. It was in fact possible to get access to a secret room featuring this universe's version of the mystery box, which could also be massively buffed if you could get hold of the jack-in-the-boxes. As throwing one on this beam whilst also donating 10,000 points to the piano would upgrade every single weapon in the box, giving you the best possible chance against the undead in a map that was extremely small. This was clearly an experience designed to entertain fans looking for something a lot more simple, but you definitely could not say that about the Darkest Shore. The horror was ramped up even further with DLC 1, with players' arrival on the island of Heligoland, as they would be forced to take on the menacing Moishla while surrounded by a wall of thick fog. The map's Easter egg was considered one of the most difficult of all time for solo players, but fortunately that sentiment didn't apply to finding the Übersprengen in this experience. All fans needed to do was flip the good old power switches and then ride the minecart in 3 different directions to various locations so that they were able to grab batteries that had been left in the tunnels built into the cliffside. Inserting these into a console near the top of the island would raise the elevator that would luckily contain exactly what they were looking for. But as quickly as players had managed to begin fighting the Horde in this grotesque experimentation facility, they were jumping aboard a blimp and making their way to Berlin, as the city was in ruins and the Shadow Throne was ready to make fans take on the zombies in its burning streets. And it was in this well-known location that fans would need to do something pretty unique to reveal the upgrade machine. Get their hands on a wonder weapon, an item not often closely associated with unlocking Pack-a-Punch and usually obtained after upgrading other guns, but here things were working in reverse. After finding coordinates on the radio and relating them to a map in the church, players would be able to launch flares into the sky and cause the blimp to turn standard zombies into rapidly sprinting charred corpses known as sizzlers. All they would need to do then was melee attack one of them to obtain a Geist Bolt, as well as finding a battery, and this would allow them to build the sadly underwhelming Wonder Bus. Grenades would give them the chance to blow open 2 boxes that could then be charged with a wonder weapon to reveal the much needed Übersprengen for all of fans' upgrading needs. And no matter whether players truly believed that the Shadow Throne was a solid DLC or not, they would take the quality of this experience any day over what was lying just around the corner. As unfortunately the release of the Tortured Path decided to take round-based zombies and throw it in the mud, creating some strange combination of objective-based nonsense intertwined with classic gameplay across 3 dull experiences. Yes, they all had the World War II equivalent of the Pack-a-Punch machine, but the unlock process was kind of laughable, as the machine was right there in front of players, it just had no power. So in order to change that, fans would need to sacrifice zombies next to different chargers, but it could only be done on specific rounds, meaning the Übersprengen couldn't be used until round 7 of 10, making the whole thing pretty pointless. And it was just one of many reasons players truly hated this DLC. There was just one final chance for the World War II devs to redeem themselves and give fans a true Pack-a-Punch quest, and although they did that, to say it was basic in the Frozen Dawn was a bit of an understatement. After unlocking the tight passageways of Thule, all players needed to do was activate a simple button located in one of the passageways and use all of the teleportation systems around the map, with each one raising this universe's upgrade machine further out of a pool of blood. As much of an improvement as this map was over the Tortured Path, it had done nothing to evolve weapon upgrades in COD Zombies, merely relying on a teleportation mechanic that ironically had started this whole feature 9 years earlier. And so, it would be down to Treyarch once again to bring about the next level of Pack-a-Punch, and they would do that in a big way. Love it or hate it, Black Ops 4 was about to make some serious changes to this incredible mechanic that would set them on a path that would eventually lead to the ultimate transformation. 2018 saw the return of the Ether Crew, the introduction of a new cast of characters, and one of the biggest gameplay overhauls Zombies had ever seen, well, at least up to this point anyway. A total revamp of the perk system, overpowered specialist weapons able to save your life at a second's notice, and huge changes to the Pack-a-Punch system that would not go down well with the community. With so much content available for the launch of Black Ops 4, it was difficult for fans to know what to jump into first, the Primus crew's comeback or the arrival of the Chaos story. In terms of the new narrative, there were some pretty impressive experiences on offer, like being able to jump aboard the Titanic in the grip of the zombie apocalypse, a map smartly titled Voyage of Despair. After exploring the vast and incredible looking ship, players were able to make their way to the back of the vessel where they could find the ominous looking Sentinel artifact. Upon activating it, the first Pack-a-Punch quest of the Chaos story could truly begin. Unfortunately, compared to some of the tasks thrown at players during BO3, it was fairly simple this time around. All fans needed to do was find and interact with 4 different pedestals around the famous ship that had been sent out by the artifact, with them being located in a wide variety of different areas from the engine room to the cargo hold. Upon activating the 4th and final one, players would witness the arrival of a brand new version of the Pack-a-Punch themed entirely around this fresh storyline. A sinister looking portal able to suck in weapons and upgrade them in exchange for the classic 5,000 points that Treyarch was well known for. Not only that, but Black Ops 4 saw the return of alternate ammo types for a further 2,500 points, which were able to successfully take out bigger numbers of the undead. They definitely weren't as strong as Black Ops 3 though. But this was actually just the second of 5 possible upgrades required to get your gun to its maximum possible potential, with each additional use of the PAP once again costing 2,500. This massive change to the Pack-a-Punch system would be present across all BO4 maps, but in terms of Voyage of Despair specifically, it would see an old classic returning feature combined with a frustrating new addition. The teleporting machine mechanic from Call of the Dead and DE was back this time around. For some unknown reason though, the devs decided to make it impossible to know exactly where the PAP was until you happened to visit the right location, a really strange and annoying choice. And just one of many reasons as to why Voyage of Despair was often known as a pretty controversial map. For the players who were unwilling to deal with this disliked feature or reluctant to spend the time taking on the vast design of the Titanic, they were instead able to jump into the gladiatorial Colosseum of 9. This map would provide fans with a much more basic layout consisting of 4 different towers related to various gods, all branching off the main spawn area. Fans would need to visit all of them and ring a gong in order to summon the corresponding champion. Defeating them would provide players with a head. Doing this for all 4 gods and collecting each head would give fans everything they required. And a quick trip down into the underground chamber combined with placing all of your acquired trophies on various spikes would reveal the Pack-a-Punch machine right there in front of you in all of its chaos themed glory. But any Black Ops 4 fans will know that these 2 experiences would only form half of the launch day story, with the other content on offer being based around the much anticipated comeback of both Primus and Ultimus. And the much awaited return to Alcatraz Island would allow fans to once again jump into COD Zombies as the version of the famous crew who made their debut back in Origins. With this expanded and reimagined version of the prison, things would be working very differently with no afterlife mode and a totally different Pack-a-Punch quest. After hitting a power switch and making their way through a pretty intense catwalk sequence, players would arrive at the main cell block. Following further exploration through the Citadel tunnels and the activation of a second switch, the devious Warden would rear his ugly head. After defeating him, he would provide fans with a very interesting looking key, but without 2 more items it would be utterly useless. A bit of searching in the nearby area would provide you with one of them, and once players had also managed to locate a glowing blue essence, they would have everything they needed to craft what would be known as the Spectral Shield. This piece of kit could be used to extract the souls of the zombies terrorising the island, as well as being able to send huge blasts straight back at them. But if fans were looking for something a little bit more powerful, they would need to use the Spectral Shield slightly differently. After grabbing enough souls and heading to the roof of the prison where back in Mob of the Dead players would have found the plane, they were this time able to shock a panel that would lead to Ghost teleporting in the Pack-a-Punch machine. The major problem here, although storyline wise the pack would be transported in from the Golden Gate Bridge, that incredible location was not part of the map at all. What had once been an intricate and incredibly crafted puzzle to collect parts and build the plane had been reduced to merely getting hold of a shield and shocking a panel. It was believed by many members of the community to be a huge fall from grace for the much loved Alcatraz Island. Not helped by Treyarch once again adding the moving Pack-a-Punch feature where the machine regularly switched from one location to another at random, and again giving players no indication whatsoever as to where it had moved to. They seemed to have an obsession with this mechanic around this point in time, and it was not popular at all. Luckily for fans of the Ether storyline, it wasn't the only experience available at launch that was part of that universe, as another reimagining of a classic was ready for the community, and that was Classified. This time playing as the Ultimus gang, a return to the Pentagon 8 years after the original map was released saw it expanded in a number of areas, adding sections to the map and significantly changing the Pack-a-Punch quest. Although initially fans would need to approach this zombie-infested building in the same manner as the cast of Presidents did many years earlier, unlocking the map and riding down in the elevator to the war room before descending further into the labs and activating the power switch, it was from this point onwards that things would work a little differently. Players would need to find 3 different teleporter parts to access a familiar PAP area, with 2 of these being easily accessible in the brand new offices section of the lab that houses the power switch. After this, there was one more thing needed that could be gained through a throwback step from the original 5, flipping all of the DEFCON switches in order to be granted access to the panic room where the Pack-a-Punch was originally located. In Classified though, players would not find the machine itself, but the final teleporter part they required that once built could be placed down in the war room. Travelling through the portal would take zombie slayers to the well-known Groom Lake from Moon, with the Pack-a-Punch once again being housed in its cage for all of their upgrading needs. It was a great way to link these 2 maps very closely, whilst also paying homage to 5 from 2010 that first took players to the Pentagon. It was definitely an interesting launch for Black Ops 4 for many different reasons, and there can be no doubt that its huge changes to Pack-a-Punch were a big talking point within the community. And so were a number of the devs' choices around certain PAP quests and how they were implemented. Interestingly though, that wasn't about to change anytime soon, as DLC 1 would throw players back into the Chaos story, with them entering a monstrous mansion filled with mythical creatures and one of the most complicated journeys to unlock Pack-a-Punch that fans had ever seen. Dead of the Night was known for many things, both positive and negative, but most fans would agree that the return of Treyarch's good old celebrity cast was a welcome comeback, with the strong array of acting talent on display making this map feel truly special, something players were very positive about. As for being able to upgrade weapons, that would be a very different story, with this quest being massively controversial in the community, so why was that? Exploration of the Rhodes estate made it very clear that this experience was intense in more ways than one. There was so much content on offer, with a number of different mini quests and weapon unlocks being pretty in depth, and so understandably this was extended to the nature of the Pack-a-Punch quest too. Players would need to get hold of 3 different tuning forks to be able to open the forest where the machine could be found, which sounds simple, but as many community members would tell you, it really wasn't, at least not for less experienced players anyway. Just like Voyage of Despair months earlier, fans would need to activate the Sentinel artifact to get things moving before searching out the first of 3 gazing stones that would need to be charged with zombie souls. After doing this, the next step would involve watching one of a number of cryptic visions that would relate to particular tasks around the mansion, such as following a ghost or performing a lockdown outside. At the time, being able to decipher this information was pretty challenging without using a guide, and once players had managed to do this and complete their first task, being rewarded with a tuning fork, this was only a third of the puzzle. Fans would then need to repeat this entire process 2 more times, finding a gazing stone, charging it up, watching the vision, and then attempting to work out what secret task it related to. If they were able to complete all these puzzles and tasks, then they would be gifted with the extra tuning forks they needed to open the forest, and just as players thought they had access to the much needed Pack-a-Punch, they would be met by this guy. A werewolf blocking their path, and without silver bullets, which fans were not going to have at this point, this tank was no easy feat, but once dispatched, it was finally upgrade time. All of that just to be able to use a machine that was once accessed by simply jumping into a teleporter. The evolution of the many years since the launch of COD Zombies had quite clearly been huge. And although the conclusion to the Chaos story might not have been quite as insane as this, Ancient Evil was no pushover when it came to Pack-a-Punch difficulty. It was also visually pretty stunning. It all began in a similar way to most of the maps, featuring that brand new crew, slaying zombies, building up points, getting the map open and activating the Sentinel artifact. This wasn't like Void of Despair or Dead of the Night though, as this time it resulted in a lockdown as fans battled against hordes of skeletons before being rescued by the mighty Pegasus and an insane climactic scene. But what was next? How would players reach the fabled Pack-a-Punch? Well, just like Gorod Krovi many years earlier, it would involve hitching a lift off a mythical winged beast, but of course this time around it would come in the form of the animal that had just helped save you. After finding a golden bridle, the time was now, climbing aboard Pegasus for an incredible looking cinematic that frankly made that Black Ops 3 Dragon Ride look weak in comparison. Once arriving at a brand new area of the map, the theme was pretty clear immediately: serpents. And I'm just gonna say it, the coolest looking part of any COD Zombies map ever. But all was not finished, and one final task was remaining for players: finding and releasing 2 birds from their cages with a simple specialist attack. These winged creatures would then make their way to an area known interestingly as the centre of the world before one final battle ensued. A standoff with tons of skeletons and zombies doing their best attempt to truly drag you into the underworld. And once complete, it finally appeared, the Chaos version of the Pack-a-Punch, that ominous portal just waiting to provide you with extra damage. And this would of course be the final time that fans would ever see this version of the machine, as following the conclusion of Ancient Evil, the Chaos story was no more. This unique pedestal would be gone from the game, but at least it went out with a bang in an absolutely epic pack quest, a truly incredible ending for this great design. But now it was time for another finale. However, this one had been in the making for nearly 10 years, the last days of the original Ether timeline. And the penultimate step on that journey would take players to a place that looked very familiar: Camp Edward and Alpha Omega. Fans were finally returning to the good old Treyarch classic of Nuketown, but of course this time around things had changed significantly. Gone were the days of 2 simple buildings and waiting in hopes that the Pack-a-Punch would come falling out of the sky on an early round. This reimagining would expand the experience in a big way, which would totally change how players needed to unlock the use of the Pack machine. After doing a bit of classic simple zombies work, the good old power switch could be flipped. The only problem, this wouldn't get the job done, it wasn't enough. Players would need to descend into the grim and gloomy corridors of the brand new underground bunker in order to solve this issue. Following a journey through the lounge, you could find it. It was right there, but of absolutely no use currently. The Pack-a-Punch had 0 power, it couldn't be accessed, so how could that problem be sorted? A trip to the generator room would be able to set things right, well, at least after a pretty intense lockdown anyway. And that would in fact reveal one of the most annoying things about this whole new version of Nuketown: Nova Bombers. They would repeatedly crawl in through various vents, buffing zombies, causing them to become juiced up, glowing yellow fiends, which to be honest could be a bit of a nightmare to take down in big numbers. And so surely, following this, the ordeal was over and players would finally stick their weapons in that wonderful machine, but still, no. as upon returning to the surface, eagle-eyed fans quickly noticed green smoke billowing from numerous buildings of the Broken Arrow facility. There was only one way to fix this, some good old-fashioned manual labour. Unblocking a number of different vents around the map would do the job, but it was fairly time-consuming and honestly pretty dangerous, with zombies constantly swarming players just trying to get things sorted. But at last, when the Force was relieved of its green gunk, all issues were sorted and the Pack-a-Punch was finally unlocked for some much needed upgrades. Even with that said though, the location of the machine was a constant issue for players, with it being shoved underground, and so any attempt to use it in future rounds would, just like previously, cause the spawning of Nova Bombers, and so in turn the creation of juiced up yellow zombies that would follow players up to the surface and cause them a nightmare with the round by round gameplay. It was a truly awful addition to the map that made the use of the PAP way less enjoyable. Alpha Omega also saw the return of a famous power up though that could hugely assist fans with upgrading their weapons for a very cheap price, and this was of course the bonfire sale. Except this time around it wasn't provided by a mini boss, instead you needed to input 7225 into Rushmore and it would automatically spawn this incredible drop. It was probably the major positive about Pack-a-Punching on this map, because sadly as the Ether story neared its end, the evolution of the PAP had hit a bit of a roadblock here. But things were about to get interesting as another Treyarch classic made its grand return, and the Pack-a-Punch would finally become truly iconic. For DLC 4, fans found themselves arriving in Siberia as they'd done many years earlier. Things of course looked pretty familiar, but although certain aspects remained unchanged, this was definitely not Call of the Dead. This was Tag der Toten, and it was going to offer players something very special this time around. The map contained a number of new areas just like Alpha Omega before it, such as the fresh spawn area or the huge intimidating lab looming at the top of a brand new zipline. And these changes also extended to how fans would get access to Pack-a-Punch in Siberia, but it wouldn't stray too far from the original, at least not in terms of one of its PAP machines anyway. Instead of just a single power switch this time around, players would need to flip two, not that it was particularly difficult as the brand new one was available immediately in front of players when they spawned in, and the original could still be found on the top of the ship. There was one more thing though that would be required for some weapon upgrades, and that was getting hold of a 115 rock not too far from the original spawn area, which could then be donated to Pablo at the top of the lighthouse. Following this, just like Call of the Dead, the giant beam of light would shine out upon the map, indicating to fans where the Pack-a-Punch was. And just like many years earlier, it could teleport around the experience, requiring people to repeatedly reposition for further gun upgrades. But getting access to the standard Pack-a-Punch machine, just like in Call of the Dead, was merely one piece of the puzzle here, because Treyarch were taking things to the next level. After flipping one final power switch in the clifftop lab area, all players had to do was wait for the lighthouse to shine its beam on a never before seen area sitting in the ocean. And if fans now launched themselves off the ship using an additional flinger, they would land on an island containing a brand new version of the much loved machine. But this was no basic thing, this was the next evolution, the Golden Pack-a-Punch. But the visual changes were not the only different thing here, because the new 5 Pack-a-Punch system was gone, instead replaced by a single upgrade that would take players from nothing to a full damage weapon with just one simple purchase. There was, however, a trade-off for landing on this incredible island, and that was an intense lockdown with the undead. With no way off this island until Tag decided it had finished with you, players needed to survive for long enough until they were launched back over to the main portion of the map again. Using this version of the machine was a gamble, but one that definitely paid off with its insane upgrade potential. And this was Tag der Toten's greatest gift, the arrival of the Golden Pack-a-Punch. A version of the original machine never seen before or since its true final form. But as quickly as this leveling up took place, Treyarch would take the PAP in a hugely different direction. Because Zombies itself was about to evolve, and that meant that Pack-a-Punch would need to follow suit, and we were about to see the biggest change to this machine in Zombies history. Not only did the arrival of Cold War's Dark Ether timeline change the look of the Pack-a-Punch, giving it a run down and torn apart feel, but the way in which it would work was completely different too. It would take inspiration from Black Ops 4 by providing players with a multiple upgrade system, but this time around it would be reduced from 5 to 3. However, the cost of these weapon buffs were increased massively, with levels going from 5,000 to 15,000 and finally a whopping 30,000 points to max out your gun's damage. Also, for the first time ever in Treyarch Zombies, fans would no longer be required to stick their weapon in the machine and wait for their upgrade before collecting it, as upgrades would now be instant after accessing the brand new PAP menu. This would allow players to choose exactly what they wanted from the machine, their next damage increase, or even an alternate ammo type, which was also accessible from the Pack-a-Punch. And there were alterations here too, as people were now able to select whatever AAT they were looking for instead of relying on RNG. All of these alterations added up to what many consider to be the biggest change that this iconic machine had ever seen, truly signalling its next evolution. But just as Pack-a-Punch received massive changes with how it operated, it also saw a huge switch in the difficulty levels of quests that would give players access to it. With Cold War, things were being simplified in a big way, and it all kicked off with D Machine. After fans arrived in Poland and witnessed the return of the first ever Zombies experience, Nakta and Toten, but this time with an expanded twist, it was their job to dive into the underground bunker found below. Once power had been restored to the facility, Pack-a-Punch was in sight, as all that was required was for fans to enter the spellbindingly beautiful Dark Ether and enter another portal on the surface. This would allow them to collect the pieces of the brand new PAP and bring them into the particle accelerator room, and just like that, the first upgrade quest of this brand new era was complete. And it was clear from the off that Treyarch had taken things back to basics, throwing convoluted and in-depth Pack-a-Punch missions out the window in favour of easy, casual, friendly tasks. And this decision is something that would stretch throughout the whole game and its DLC season. And this was never clearer than in Firebase Z. So much so that upon spawning into the experience, the Pack-a-Punch was right there in front of players, something that had not happened too many times throughout Zombies history, with the most famous being Moon. Except this time around, no level of points that fans could rack up in the spawn area would be enough to upgrade their weapons, as the problem here was a lack of power, and in order to solve that issue, they would need to teleport into the main firebase itself. Upon arrival, it was pretty clear. Just like D Machine before, things were not complicated here. Power needed to be restored to 3 separate sections of the map by activating ether reactors and defending them from the hordes of the undead. After this was complete, the facility was once again fully up and running, and at this point it was time to teleport back to the spawn room, as the Pack-a-Punch machine could now be used for all of players' upgrading needs. Although the location of the machine in Firebase Z may seem strange, Treyarch clearly planned this very carefully, as it's in the exact place any big Easter egg fans would want it to be. With the map's final battle against the Order also taking place in the spawn area, this is one of the few experiences that gives players access to Pack-a-Punch during this fight. So although unlocking the machine may once again have been very simple, Firebase Z did at least bring something unique to the table here. Sadly, you probably couldn't say the same for Treyarch's next Zombies-based experiment, Outbreak, well, at least not in terms of the PAP machine anyway. The mode was a big gamble for the devs, as it threw away the classic round-by-round gameplay in favour of major objective-based maps. And this meant that there was no Pack-a-Punch unlock quest to speak of. Instead, it would just show up at very simple locations or at the end of each world, with an opportunity for players to upgrade their weapons before progressing onto more difficult maps. Well, that was unless you got lucky enough to find a chalice whilst out completing your objectives, as this would actually give you a free PAP upgrade, which was a nice little treat. But sadly, in terms of the actual machine itself, Outbreak did nothing to further the evolution of this mechanic, very much feeling like filler content. Fortunately for fans of this famous feature, the next DLC was just around the corner, and that would be the much awaited return to round-based zombies that would see Pack-a-Punch finally take on a slightly more interesting integration in a Cold War map. With the arrival of DLC 3 Mauer de Toten, fans were jumping into what many would call the strongest content in the game. And this also extended to the Pack-a-Punch quest, with reaching the machine at least being more of a test than the other Cold War experiences, albeit still way easier than games that preceded it. Fans could in fact glimpse what awaited them near the PAP machine far in the distance from the spawn area, although at this time what they were actually looking at was unclear, but all would be revealed soon. After exploring the burning buildings of Berlin and making their way out into the city streets, it became obvious that this map was essentially split into 2 parts, separated by the famous Berlin Wall, and with a gruesome sight awaiting them on the other side, it was time to get to work. Just like D-Machine months earlier, players would once again need to descend below. This time though, it was not into an underground bunker but into the sewers. After dispatching the first of 2 intimidating looking Tempests and receiving a fuse, players could search for the second that would grant them what they needed to activate the power in the city. Upon returning to ground level on the opposite side of the gigantic wall, it all became clear. The sight that people had already set their eyes on, a demonic ritual circle taking place around the Pack-a-Punch machine. In order to break the bond, fans would need to activate it, but that would leave them in a sticky situation with a hellish disciple spawning in. As it siphoned life energy away from zombie slayers who got too close, as well as toughening up the undead, it became clear that it needed to be taken down, and quickly. Finally, after dispatching the infernal creature, the much needed machine could be used for some serious weapon buffs, and with more disciples on the horizon, they would come in very handy. As the Cold War DLC season neared its end, players would find themselves infiltrating a secret Omega Group facility in Ukraine. And although the Pack-a-Punch machine here would be located in an observation tower at the end of an extensive line of retro-American looking streets, it was in fact the intense spawn area that would allow them to gain access to it very easily. As just like Groom Lake from the opening of Moon around a decade earlier, this was an endless supply of zombies to rack up major points from. Spending just a few minutes here would provide fans with all of the profits they would need to open the entire map. And after teleporting into the main part of the base itself, all players would need to do was proceed through the long avenues of artificial streets and fix a teleporter at the end after finding 3 parts in various buildings. Once this was complete, there was one final unexpected task, and that would become clear upon approaching the final teleporter. As just when it seemed like the mission was complete, a hulking abomination would emerge and begin its best attempt to wipe players straight out of the final DLC of Cold War. After obliterating each of its 3 heads, fans could finally enter the last portal and arrive in the observation tower. Something was obvious immediately though. There were 0 undead corpses in here. Zombies could not enter the area, meaning the Pack-a-Punch could be easily used with no danger. But the caveat for this was that this section of the map was hit by heavy radiation, only allowing players minimal time to get their weapon upgrades done before having to exit the area, otherwise they would begin taking damage that would eventually down them. It was a fairly fresh, unique take on a mechanic that at this point had existed for over 10 years. But not every title was able to bring new ideas to the table when it came to Pack-a-Punch, as the next entry in the series would go down as one of the worst of all time, as it brought the evolution of this great machine to a complete standstill. Vanguard Zombies launch took the series in a very different direction. Objective-based gameplay was the order of the day, and the Pack-a-Punch machine would end up as the first major casualty of this hated change. As when loading into the only experience available at launch, Der Anfang, players saw something they were absolutely not expecting to see in the spawn area, the Pack-a-Punch. There was no exploring required, no task to complete, no quest to speak of. It was just there to be used when enough profits had been acquired, and that right there was the most underwhelming inclusion of this machine in the history of zombies. It also wasn't exactly helped by the fact that eliminations here got you next to no points, with completing objectives being the only worthwhile thing for you to do. Not that this made the mode feel any less uninspiring, to be honest. And not only that, but the tier 1 price had randomly been increased from 5,000 to 7,500 points, presumably to make it slightly more difficult to upgrade due to the complete lack of challenge on display in this map. Terra Maledicta unfortunately did absolutely nothing to help with the complete lack of innovation for the Pack-a-Punch either. As once again when players loaded into this DLC, they found the machine just sitting there, immediately waiting to be used as soon as fans had enough points. Vanguard Zombies had once again dropped the ball when it came to the PAP, and this sentiment applied to pretty much everything in the game, sadly. Even the return of true round-based zombies in Shi No Numa Reborn was not enough to motivate the devs into creating a unique quest for Pack-a-Punch upgrades, with fans only needing to make their way through a few doors and into the new dig site area where the machine could be located. Although Zombies fans were pleased that round-based gameplay had finally returned, quite clearly its comeback had done nothing to progress the development of this much-loved mechanic, with the only other real change here being to revert the tier 1 price back to the 5,000 points from Cold War. And things weren't about to get much better as the devs attempted to salvage what was left of their already failing entry into the series. Their last opportunity to do this was with DLC for the Archon, and they were not off to a great start when the immediate sight after loading in was that the experience was merely Terra Maledicta from months earlier with a green filter placed over the top. Like numerous other Vanguard maps, the Pack-a-Punch could be found immediately in front of players in the spawn area, but things were a little bit different this time around, as the devs were at least trying to incorporate some kind of quest, even if it failed in comparison to what had come in the years before. A ghostly, ethereal form of the machine could be seen, similar to that found in D Machine, with it being surrounded by what appeared to be zombified spirits, but they did not make any attempt to attack players yet. In order to make the Pack-a-Punch a little bit more solid, shall we say, fans would need to travel to either end of the map and collect pieces of the machine, which unsurprisingly was not particularly challenging. However, upon returning to spawn, things would definitely heat up, as the previous ghostly forms were now ready to defend the area, including a Stormkrieger pretty much prepared to shred you into pieces. Survive for long enough and defeat the nearby enemies, and at last you would finally have access to the Pack-a-Punch. And although this was clearly a huge step down from the previous games in terms of design, the Archon did at least make an attempt to improve things from previous DLCs. More controversial choices lay in the near future for the game, as for an entire year, round-based zombies was put on the back burner in favour of a huge open world with objective style play known as Modern Warfare Zombies. And once again, just like in Vanguard, the evolution of the Pack-a-Punch was firmly on hold, with it merely being found out in the world of Urzikstan and available for upgrades whenever players desired. The one thing that MWZ did introduce was the use of raw Ethereum crystals rewarded to players for a free Pack-a-Punch upgrade, although to be fair this was quite clearly just another version of the chalices featured in Cold War. But in terms of the machine itself, it was the second year in a row where the community had been left wanting more. Fortunately though, the real return of zombies was just around the corner, as it was now time for Black Ops 6. And this was the first stage of Treyarch's new plan that would culminate in its greatest ever creation. For now, the Pack-a-Punch would be keeping its familiar design it had taken on since the birth of the Dark Ether in 2020, but certain things from previous games had been straight up removed, like the menu introduced back in Cold War. No longer would players need to select what PAP tier they wanted when using the machine, it would be automatic, sitting somewhere in the middle between the classic version from back in the day that would take players' gun away for a short period, and the less visually appealing system which required players to interact with a pretty boring overlay. Alternate ammo types were also no longer part of the Pack-a-Punch, getting their own arsenal machine, as Treyarch really attempted to take the PAP back to its roots and what it was known for, in an attempt to find the next evolution of this iconic feature. Whether that would be found in Black Ops 6 would remain to be seen, however, the vast majority of its experiences at least attempted to provide players with some kind of quest to take on. Did they compare to the earlier years of Black Ops 3 and 4? Definitely not, but were they able to compete with Pack-a-Punch's inclusion in Cold War? Absolutely. The incredible Terminus tasked players with breaking out of the prison they found themselves in, but of course the undead would have something to say about that. Restoring one of 3 power reactors would allow them to begin a journey through a grim and disturbing facility that was in ruin, as Janus security attempted to fend off the zombies trying to tear them apart. Activating a second generator would lead fans down towards the docks and the sight of a giant tentacle stalking the waters around the island. Fortunately for now though, this wasn't a concern, as players would need to descend through the cave tunnels and into the underground lab, full to the brim with the gruesome sights of various disgusting experiments. After powering up one final ether reactor, all that was left was to perform a daring dive into the waters below and activate a nearby lift, thus raising the Pack-a-Punch from the depths. Now that fans were able to upgrade their weapons, there was one final thing that they would need to keep an eye on: the location of the machine. As like numerous older maps, the PAP was able to move here, but fortunately not very far, with players having the opportunity to move the machine themselves by activating the lift and raising it to the upper levels of the facility, or allowing this to happen automatically and finding it at one of 2 locations when in need of some extra weapon juice. Although it certainly was not a complicated process to get access to the Pack-a-Punch in Terminus, the other map available at launch took this simplistic nature to the next level, as Liberty Falls provided even less challenge than its supposedly more complicated counterpart. All that was required in order to find the famous feature was points, nothing more. Destroying zombies in the area near spawn to grab themselves some major profits was the one basic thing fans needed to do here. Following that, the task was as simple as opening a few doors and barriers before proceeding to the church and entering through a creepy looking portal, which is where the Pack-a-Punch was housed in this zombie infested town. Although it was one of the most lackluster Pack-a-Punch setups in Black Ops 6, at least it was found in one of the coolest looking places in the whole game, as the Dark Ether Church was phenomenal. But as visually great as this area was, this map did nothing to kickstart the stalling evolution of the Pack-a-Punch, leaving fans asking the question, would BO6 truly manage to do this, or would the community be waiting for the next installment in the franchise to shift things into a new gear? For now though, DLC 1 was on the horizon, and with this map being far more expanded, fans were in for a treat, as Citadel Daymore would expect slightly more from them if they were to reach the Pack-a-Punch. With two possible routes out of the spawn area, players were offered a choice, if only for a very short time, with both paths meeting up at the entrance to the incredible looking castle. With the gates firmly shut and no amount of points able to open them, the only possible option was to blow them straight off their hinges, and a huge conveniently placed cannon would allow people to do this. From this point forwards, all that would be needed to descend into the dungeons was some serious essence, and following the opening of one more large set of doors, fans would find themselves in the right place, but something was missing: the machine itself. With the only visibly striking thing in the room being a well-placed crate covered in highlighted padlocks, the clear choice was to wipe them out one by one. And surely the Pack-a-Punch was waiting inside, right? Well, kind of. With the last lock removed, it was revealed what was actually biding its time waiting to strike. A doppelgas would come bursting out, heading straight for players as it attempted to devour them with one of its many heads. The only choice, to wipe it straight off the map. After decimating its health and watching it explode into a burst of red light, it would leave behind only one thing: a blood Ethereum crystal. At last, returning to the crate and placing this inside the glowing portal completed the mission and brought the Pack-a-Punch flying into the map from the other side. Just like Terminus before it, Citadel had required slightly more from players to unlock its secrets, but in comparison to what was asked of the community around 10 years earlier, the difference was vast. As Black Ops 6 continued the trend of more casual friendly features not seen in older Treyarch titles. And that is a sentiment that would carry over a little bit too much into the next DLC. The Tomb would very much take on the Liberty Falls blueprint, with Treyarch even stating that the popular simplistic experience was absolutely the inspiration for this dig site based map, at least in terms of size anyway. And for that very reason, DLC 2 would go down as a massively controversial entry into the series for its perceived lack of innovation and constant reuse of content. Unfortunately, this supposed removal of quality also extended to the Pack-a-Punch machine, as it was, just like Liberty Falls, one of the most basic inclusions of it since the feature's inception way back in World at War. And to be honest, even Doris offered more of a challenge to players. 3 buyable doors, just 3 buyable doors and a portal. That was all that lay between fans and weapon upgrades. Not including Vanguard zombies, never before or since had using Pack-a-Punch been this underwhelming. There was so little to this, and unfortunately for this reason and many others, the Tomb did nothing to change the opinions of fans who felt like the mode was going backwards when it came to its level of challenge. And there's no doubt that this incredible machine was one of the major casualties of the mainstream direction of zombies. But the real question was, would the remaining Black Ops 6 content be able to pull it back from the brink and set it up for its next chapter in the highly anticipated sequel? Fortunately for the section of the community that craved more expansive, in-depth experiences, they would be getting exactly what they desired with the Shattered Veil. This DLC was certainly not in the same camp as the Tomb and Liberty Falls, with fans having to explore a fairly sizable map and uncover its secrets in order to descend into the hidden chambers below. After making their way through the incredible looking gardens and destroyed forecourt, they would finally enter the rundown looking mansion ravaged beyond repair by the zombies. Further exploration would lead players to the west side of the estate and to a useful looking lift, the issue being that it was currently unusable. There was only one way to combat this problem: a full mansion-wide inspection designed to unearth 2 parts that would give players access to the elevator to get to the lower levels. One could be found on the east side of the house after wiping out a zombie who sneakily was attempting to play dead, providing fans with 50% of what they needed. The other electrical items could be gained by shooting computer parts in Richtofen's bedroom located not too far from the lift itself, and so all that was left was to fix this thing and make use of it. But this is COD Zombies after all, and so of course the undead would have something to say about that, as they burst out of the elevator swarming players in an attempt to stop them entering the underground chamber. Following some serious corpse slaying, there was one final thing to do, an action-style zipline descent down into the bowels of the mansion in order to come face to face with the infamous AI Sam. Her gaze would follow fans closely around the room, but luckily she would make no effort to stop them using the Pack-a-Punch as it could be found close by. Quite clearly, getting access to the machine in the Shattered Veil was far more extensive than what was asked of players in the tomb, but it very much fit the mould of a modern Zombies pack quest. Less of an actual quest and more of an exploration exercise. And that theme would once again carry over into the conclusion of Black Ops 6 as the evolution of the Pack-a-Punch once again continued to stall. With Janus Towers in full meltdown, the solution was simple: ascend to the higher levels and stop the reactors before they destroyed everything. And conveniently, this task would coincide directly with unlocking everyone's favourite upgrade machine. Although there may have been more to this than previous basic experiences like Liberty Falls, Reckoning didn't offer much for fans when it came to uncovering the secrets required to use the Pack-a-Punch, with it merely involving using various transport methods to traverse the towers such as ether elevators and anti-grav teleporters, with the aim being to eventually reach Richtofen's office. Upon arrival, fans would be directed towards a very familiar looking snow globe which when interacted with would reveal another teleporter. This would finally send players flying to sub-level 10 and allow them to stop the reactor meltdown by restarting the particle accelerator and destroying a number of Ethereum deposits, blocking the process from completing. The ghostly apparition of the Pack-a-Punch would also now become solid, meaning fans could at last make use of it. The machine itself would slowly teleport to various places in the room as well as float through the air due to the changes in gravity levels. And as crazy as it sounds, these two minor additions were sadly some of the most unique changes to the PAP in the whole of Black Ops 6, which paints an unfortunate picture surrounding this once great feature and what many in the community would call its fall from grace. Its descent from being an in-depth and challenging mechanic woven throughout the fabric of a map to a mere stepping stone to more powerful weapons with no meaningful connection to the experience it's found in. The Pack-a-Punch had spent years evolving with each new Treyarch Zombies game, but since the arrival of the Dark Ether, that constant transformation seemed to have been interrupted. And with fans begging for change, it would take the return of some classic characters to push one of Zombies' oldest features to the next level, as it was truly time for fans to get behind the wheel of Pack-a-Punch. Black Ops 7, The Dark Ether, Ashes of the Damned, the true evolution of this incredible mechanic nearly 20 years in the making. The Zombies community's first real foray into this dangerous world, and it would take fans on a breakneck ride as the return of our OG characters would happen in serious style with the biggest advancement in the history of the Pack-a-Punch. With players emerging from the otherworldly wreck of the Janus Towers, things were of course looking very familiar, but this was so much more than that. The whole idea of this experience was a straight up throwback. And that would become clear after accessing the server room and getting hold of a head that would of course generate a huge amount of nostalgia for Black Ops 2 fans. Ted the bus driver was back, even if he was missing some important parts of his anatomy. But this time he was just navigating and not driving the transport, because that was down to Zombies players. The inspiration here was clear. Ted, a massive map and locations linked by driving a vehicle with super speed enemies attempting to wipe you out. This was Treyarch's attempt to right the wrongs of Transit from 13 years earlier by giving fans a truly expansive map where players were in charge of how they got around without any of the broken aspects that ruined the launch of Black Ops 2 over a decade earlier. Nearly 15 years prior, they had made the mistake of giving fans one of the weakest Pack-a-Punch quests in the history of the series, with the important machine being locked underground and only accessible at one location. And although Ashes of the Damned wouldn't necessarily provide players with a traditional way to unlock PAP, it 100% fixed the issue with it being confined to one location in the most amazing way possible. After attaching the famous bus driver's head to Old Tessie, everything was ready to smash through the wooden barrier and out into the wilderness where fans could have their souls snatched away at a moment's notice. Oh, sorry, that already happened, didn't it? Well, anyway. The first stop on the community's journey would see them arriving at Van Dorn Farm or Blackwater Lake, and although this wouldn't provide players with what they were looking for, it was definitely an important part of the journey, allowing the Wonder Vehicle to heal up for the next leg of the mission. There was also the chance to clear the infestation on the nearby pump and flip the Old Faithful power switch, allowing fans to grab any perks in the area and get hold of some extra firepower that they would definitely be needing if they wanted to get access to the most important part of Old Tessie. Back on the road, and with Ravagers doing their best to destroy Ashes of the Dam's most impressive addition, there was only one option: pulling into the safety of Ashwood, well, as safe as you can get in the Dark Ether anyway. And the task was simple. Just like Van Dorn Farm, players needed to juice up the area with electricity, and with another pump infestation destroyed and the switch flicked, everything was ready to go. Pulling their transport into the nearby garage, it was now time for Pack-a-Punch to go mobile. Using the nearby workbench would literally attach this famous machine to the back of Old Tessie, giving it a brand new run-down mechanical style design never seen before in Zombies. Sure, weapon upgrades would function exactly as they did in Black Ops 6, with 3 tiers being available costing 5,000, 15,000 and 30,000 essence, but that was not the big deal here. For the first time ever, the Pack-a-Punch could go anywhere and there were no restrictions. As long as players had access to the Wonder Vehicle, they could upgrade their guns at any time in any location, and it was game changing. Ashes of the Damned had honestly pushed the inclusion of Pack-a-Punch in a direction that no one expected. And after what felt like a stalling evolution over the past few years, it was massively needed, but that was not the end of this. As the Pack Machine being movable around the map was not the only thing that it gave fans, as it would also have a very different use, providing the community with some serious extra juice for Old Tessie, with the Pack-a-Punch acting as the literal boost mechanic for the vehicle, allowing them to escape some majorly dangerous situations where Ravagers could have ended things in an instant. These two huge additions were, overall, some of the biggest changes that this mechanic had ever seen. And although they may not have mimicked the classic Pack-a-Punch quests from years gone by, they had genuinely, finally evolved this feature into something so much more than it had ever been before. The culmination of a 16-year journey that began with the introduction of a simple gun upgrade feature and developed into something truly legendary. What this means for the years ahead, I guess we'll have to wait and see, but it's looking like a very bright future for the Pack-a-Punch machine.
In the summer of 2016, Treyarch released a map that stunned and divided the community in some ways that still remain unprecedented to this day. Incredible 0.1% probability miracles, game-breaking glitches, cheating accusations, and emotional moments all encapsulated themselves in the Easter egg hunt of a singular map that would be as divisive as it was mind-blowing. Today, we will uncover that largely forgotten or untold story, whilst breaking down the era-defining shockwaves that Black Ops 3's penultimate Zombies map sent through the community. Zombie Zone, with the world's first coverage of the brand new Easter egg, will be out this Thursday. Make sure you guys are in stream to catch live updates on every single step of the Easter egg and all of the actions and controversies that come with it. As July 12th of 2016 rolled around, casual players and Easter egg hunters alike loaded into a war-torn Stalingrad 8 years after they had battled amongst the streets with Reznov in World at War. Although this time, things were much different. It was daytime, it was louder, it was more chaotic, and more vibrant, yet equally as atmospheric. Garad's atmosphere really helps to disprove that modern-day myth that a zombies map needs to be dark and stormy to be full of character. And the return to a war-torn Europe, albeit in a different universe, helped to restore a more classical feel to a game that had turned away from its roots to a more fantasy feel. To those who love the innovation Blundell had been making, however, Garad had plenty of it. Mythical dragons battled in the sky, corpses of dragons littered the ground, and draconic features could be felt throughout its Easter egg, with this combination of old and new turning Gorod Krovi into a symbol of where zombies had started and how far it had come. As cool as dragons are, to this day, there are still people who hate the fantasy direction that Blundell took zombies to. However, there is a much bigger reason Garad became controversial that we will discuss later. The Black Ops 3 era is often regarded as the golden age of zombies, and while this is for a number of reasons, one of the biggest is the fact that Treyarch and even Activision seemed genuinely in tune and mindful of the community. The developers began to add community recommendations as gobblegums, including the disgusting looking projectile vomiting gum, as well as the slaughter slide, which was a love letter to the community conceptualized banana colada we see frequenting custom maps now.
Did you hear about banana colada? Yes. Is it a silly idea?
However, as golden as this age seemed, Activision were still Activision, and therefore the evolution of pay-to-win features was inevitable. The crate power and shopping free gums obliterated setup mechanics and saved players tens of thousands of points. Gobblegums of this power were controversial because they created a divide between those willing to spend money and those who were not. Even 5 years after Black Ops 3's launch, people were still freaking out when there were offers to distill it for cheap in the Gobblegum factory. However, I think the biggest signal for just how controversial a gobblegum of this nature became is the fact that even in the microtransaction haven of 2025 and in Black Ops 6 with its $30 plus skins, Treyarch and Activision refrained from adding shopping free, even if it was somewhat teased prior to launch.
I'm looking for shopping free. Not at launch.
While the relationship between player and creator was certainly more harmonious than it is nowadays, it's incorrect to assume that the launch of Garad was entirely well received. Treyarch were not gentle with their audience here. The map was a serious challenge, and not just for casual players. It assumed that you had conquered the previous 3 maps and were ready to up the ante. Yet this created quite the controversy and divide. Old forum threads have immortalized the true feelings of those at the time, with players poetically describing the map as beautiful but brutal, while others took the harsher approach of a frustrating maze or I have no desire to play the game long term. The negative takes were far from isolated, but equally as far from universal. The emotion within its story made it a must-watch for all, yet the difficulty, the complexity, and the sheer weight that zombies had become sadly made it an only watch and not play situation for some, with one user saying how it was, quote, more exciting to read about than experience. Perhaps this is what makes the story of Gorod Krovi and its Easter egg hunt so fascinating. And so with that, I want to rewind the clock back and revisit how the Easter egg was solved and how its steps impacted the community as well as the future of zombies. From the very first cutscene, Gorod clarifies the player's mission, and Nikolai's drunken misery gives the environment a human pulse. However, eager Easter egg hunters at the time found themselves more disoriented and curious on where to start. It's important to remember that Black Ops 3 had no minimap or objective beacons, so players had to rely on environmental indicators to navigate their way around the Stalingrad rubble. Much like other big maps, however, Treyarch's design team left subtle indicators in each room to help players commit the map's layout to memory, helping to immerse the player into feeling this really was a busy war hub before all the explosions happened. After the criticism of Zetsubou's excessive setup, Treyarch reacted favorably, and Easter egg hunters found themselves nicely guided through the power and pack-a-punch steps, with the annoying plant generators a thing of the past, instead switched out for the classic power signs and a good old-fashioned switch. The setup for pack-a-punch was less classical, but simply incredible, requiring players to call in drop pods with the Dragon Code cylinder that randomly dropped from zombies. A part would be rewarded once these pods had briefly been defended, and once all 3 controller parts had been earned, something incredible was uncovered by the community. Now, I'd love to show some incredible reactions to hunters seeing this plot twist for the first time, but there really aren't any true ones. Treyarch had actually hosted a pre-capture creator event for this map, and therefore, to the disappointment of many, pretty much all of the setup was discovered beforehand. Flying a dragon to a new location that's somewhat reminiscent of Nocturne Toten in itself is pretty cool, but not everyone was happy about it. While certainly more of a spectacle than Zetsubou's fetch quest for Pack-a-Punch, many still became frustrated that there was a mini quest at all, as it can become a chore on repeat playthroughs, and once the initial novelty wears off. However, 9 years on, the dragon simply adds so much character to the map, and compared to Black Ops 6's Pack-a-Punch unlocks, the latter just feels so incredibly soulless and forgettable in comparison. Pack-a-Punch and Power were not the only quests solved in this pre-capture period, however. Players also found a draconic zombie shield that further evolved the rocket shield seen on Shadows of Evil, and the electric shield seen on Zetsubo. Furthermore, the Dragon Strike ability proved to be an evolution of the G-Strike found in Origins, offering explosive assistance from above, before players finally found the map's wonder weapon, the GKZ-45 MK3, aka the Raygun Mark III, dropped from the box. This fan-requested wonder weapon was reminiscent of the Zap guns found on Moon, with their dual-wield capability, and had been wanted from the community since there was no new ray gun that was added since the Mark II's first appearance in Black Ops 2's Buried. Whereas the Apothecon Servant, the bows, and the KT-4 were all craftable, the MK3s were entirely RNG based, but not directly required for any Easter egg steps at all. For me, a buildable wonder weapon adds character to the map, as collecting the parts from the environment and using it in the Easter egg makes it feel more unique. But I understand the appeal of the classic RNG based system, so I'm interested to hear what you guys prefer in the comments down below. When the actual Easter egg hunt began on the official release date, the initial discovery process was incredibly confusing.
What the f is this piece of sh?
Within the first couple of hours, it became apparent that much like Zetsubo, the Gorod Kurobi Easter egg took a largely non-linear approach, meaning that the majority of the steps could be completed in any order, and therefore no one really knew the best sequence to approach things. One of the first steps discovered was actually partly uncovered by Noah J at the capture event, but not fully understood until launch.
So let me go ahead and show you guys one of the things that I found that looks like it could be the first step of the Easter egg, but I'm not really sure. It's basically this little switch right here that I just activated. There's a little red switch that when you go through this escape tunnel, you can actually shoot to activate, and I believe that's the first step to a Easter egg.
20 minutes after this clip, around 40 minutes into the launch, Noah discovered what he'd unknowingly spawned when activating this switch.
Not sure I'm in the mood for a treasure hunt.
What did I just get?
Initially, Noah believed he had found what he described as the cog, but Dempsey's description of, quote, treasure was actually more accurate of a description.
You got poop. No, I got a gear or a cog or something.
Now, this wasn't poop either. It was instead a 935 trophy, and one of 6 trophies Easter egg hunters would spend the next day trying to find. To find these trophies, hunters would need to complete several challenges. However, unlike the displayed challenges in Origins, Zetsubo, or even this map, these were entirely hidden and mini Easter eggs in and of themselves. While nowadays I like to host my Zombie Zone streams to serve as a hub for the Easter egg community, back in 2016, individual streams like Noah's were really the center of information sharing, and this is why his footage is so frequent in these discovery videos, as with Twitch VOD issues, it's really some of the only surviving footage that showcases the story and the atmosphere of the hunt. The popularity of a stream having millions of views speaks volumes to the willingness of the community to try everything to progress. And while sadly the chat is not immortalized to revisit this, players at the time flooded streams like Noah's with wacky suggestions, and while 90% are completely useless, 3 hours after launch, a donation and a suggestion from T-Boner would speed things up.
If you don't know if you've seen it, you can activate a generator to the left of the incubator looking from the exit. You can activate a generator to the left of the incubator looking from the exit. Okay, let's go check that out.
Noah made his way to the hatchery to investigate the generator and initially theorized something completely incorrect.
To the left of the incubator looking from the exit. Another idea is getting him to shock something, but I don't think that's going to be it either.
However, not for the only time in this run, RNG was on his side, and the Valkyries shocked the generator unknowingly, in turn activating it. However, what this generator actually did would remain hidden for a little while longer, as players became distracted by the non-linear nature of the hunt. About 4 hours into the hunt, further progression was made when the community led Noah to a dragon egg in the hatchery.
Yeah, so we have a dragon egg now.
Almost immediately, a chatter named Neon Planet first alerted him to the nest location. And while the initial steps we've discussed so far were pretty easy to discover naturally, the next step could not be more of the opposite, with it being widely considered as the hardest zombies puzzle in zombies history up to that point. Way earlier in the run, Noah had noticed a little cipher or coding device stuck in a clear tube, and the generator he had turned on allowed the valves around the map to be activated as a way to alter the airflow with the goal of getting the master code cylinder out. The technical process of doing this was incredibly simple. It was literally just interacting with a few valves, but knowing which valves to interact with was a whole different ball game. With 6 valves and 3 different settings on each valve, there were over 700 possible combinations. Yet somehow Noah J managed to get the greatest stroke of luck and complete the puzzle with the singular random turn of the first valve he saw, which has a staggering 0.1% chance of happening on any given run.
I'm trying to find the little thingies around the map. Oh, here's one.
Now, someone is probably going to tell me that my math is wrong, and if it is, I'm sorry. But the point is that this was unbelievably lucky for Noah and the entire community. But things would get even crazier from here. While the Easter egg discovery process is not technically a race, people do like to be first. And this stroke of luck had unknowingly given Noah a gigantic lead in the hunt, as it would take until early afternoon of day 1 for others to crack the step, and until the evening for the process to be fully understood. While I would love to credit the original player or team who cracked this step for the community, it's been lost to time. After picking up the cylinder, Noah rushed back to the map's secondary narrator, Sophia, to give her the tool. And this is where things got weird.
Password is incorrect. Please provide correct password.
Oh my gosh, what is the password? Oh my gosh, dude. Dude, we just found another step.
Right after defying the odds with an insane stroke of luck, Noah was met with a puzzle in which he would have to beat the odds again. Sophia needed a password from a select set of letters, but only one password attempt could be entered per round. This is where the community came together to write down every possible letter and every possible combination of letters until something made sense. And with the password's hint so well hidden that many still don't know it exists 10 years later, it was up to the community to guess. Zombies expert Mr. Waffles was summoned here to work on solutions.
Yo.
Hey, Noah J.
And passwords of Aether, Ludwig, and Primus were some of the ideas tested unsuccessfully. The community immersion here was really off the charts, as people tried to get inside the mind of the password maker to crack the code.
The thing is, it's not gonna be something like zombie. This dude that was in a drone is not gonna put his password as zombie.
But as the rounds increased, a tough call was nearing. Did Noah really want to reset, knowing that he lucked out with a 0.1% chance on the valve step? Obviously not. But could he afford to continue the zombie density and difficulty climbing? Also no. However, this is where Noah's run of miracles seemed to continue.
I'm looking for any final password. Is it better? No, I don't think it's better. Any final password attempts? I already tried Aether. Should I try Porter first or I guess I'll just try Kronos.
Password accepted. Access granted.
I assume you can understand voice commands. Tell us where we may locate replacement power core.
My records indicate that you are familiar to Dr. Maxis. You will help me initiate Ascension protocol. Proceeding to Ascension Phase 1. Ascension data absent. Locate missing code units to proceed.
Use code Evan at Cheeky and Gamersubs right now for the best deals on the entire website. Check the link in the description of this video. The reason behind the Kronos password is one of Garad's best kept secrets, so well hidden that many still have misconceptions about it a decade later. Some incorrectly think it's a reference to The Incredibles or a reference to Treyarch's love of mythology, but these are not true. Kronos is actually the alleged codename of a secret World War II project devised under the rule of the Austrian painter whose name I don't want to say on YouTube. Die Glock was a bell-shaped device claimed to produce anti-gravitational, radioactive, and even time and space warping effects, which possibly alludes to its existence in Garad Krovi's own time-warped 1940s timeline. While there is obviously no verifiable evidence this project ever existed in real life, there is a letter in the Dragon command that says even if someone was able to obtain one of the special code cylinders, they would still need to know the password. While it's possible it could be guessed, it is easy for our researchers to remember due to its association to our Die Glock research. This was so well hidden that some people even developed the Die Glock theory before even seeing the letter referencing it, and it's hilariously iconic that the password was actually guessed after all of this. But perhaps that is the fault of Treyarch for not just having a keyboard input style instead. The uncovering of this step stunned Noah and the community into silence as Sophia was speaking, and it's at this point she would play a more active role in guiding players through the Easter egg steps. Though Sophia wasn't Mr. Rafflewaffles and this wasn't a no-nonsense guide, so things would be far from straightforward here. It's worth noting that while the hunt was happening, players were also slowly working through the individual challenges presented to them in Belinsky Square, and also moving the dragon egg with the intent of hatching it, as progress was tracked below the scoreboard. While he was definitely not the first to do it, Noah's footage was the first I could find of the egg challenges being completed, and the dragon-inspired specialist weapon being awarded. Much like specialist weapons before it, the Gauntlet of Siegfried was a powerful weapon in the player's arsenal, acting as an infinite damage melee weapon, a fun but somewhat weak dragon breath flamethrower, and more importantly, a crucial Easter egg tool that would be used to punch open a safe to acquire a trophy. The next two trophies were a little more troublesome for the community to find, with one being about as insanely random as Easter egg steps get. This required players to call a dragon strike on this incredibly evil looking puddle. I will say this puddle looks almost identical to the one used for the ray gun Easter egg in World at War's campaign, but I'm not sure the original solver was running with this theory. Using the dragon strike here gave a nuke trophy for nuking the puddle, I guess. But this step more so proved that despite Garad being known for its ambitious and well thought out puzzles, Treyarch would still rely on good old fashioned MacGuffins in their hunts. And I'm curious if you guys think that steps like this are good for Easter eggs, or if you prefer puzzly steps that require more logic. Several hours into the hunt, the community would discover its third trophy that was less random and more incredibly well hidden. Players needed to shoot the hand of a mural outside of the dragon control, with the trophy blending perfectly into the mural. Treyarch deserves plenty of credit for this one in my opinion, with the trophy hiding in plain sight, simply requiring eager eyes from the hunters.
Who would abandon such an item?
2 more to go, boys. 2 more to go. Let's get it. Let's freaking get it.
With 3 trophies down and just 6 hours into the hunt, it felt like this Easter egg may be the quickest solve of Black Ops 3, until Noah J hit a very buggy wall. Chatters in the stream alerted Noah to the possible existence of the Mangler trophy via the giant eye laser beam trap. However, when he turned on this trap, nothing happened, and the trophy didn't appear, only to find out that his instance was entirely bugged.
Nothing.
At first, it wasn't abundantly clear that Noah had a bug game, as he, much like the majority of the community, had no idea if this information he was being fed was actually true. Noah would continue playing through this and collect the Groff module trophy after being told to punch the safe that we talked about earlier. Mr. Dalek JD, or a source close to him, would be responsible for the discovery of the 6th and final trophy, after discovering that the evolved shield could be used to fire a projectile attack to shoot a pipe near the armory. Unfortunately for Noah, this is where his run of miracles would meet its end, with the buggy instance preventing him from collecting his final trophy. And with no clear method on how to complete the valve step again, he would take a break after nearly 18 hours straight of streaming. Eventually, however, guides for the Valve step would be published, and a few teams would collect all 6 trophies required and progress into the unknown. Focus shifted to the team of JC Backfire, Edgeheads, Kingdom Hops, and the JFK Gamer YouTube, as they sought to be the first legit team in the world, after a cheating scandal that we will discuss later. After they placed down the trophies, the screen flashed white to indicate progression, and Sophia would present further trials for the team to complete. There were 5 trials in total presented to the Easter egg hunters, but the order in which each team faced these would be random and vary in difficulty. Escorting a special Mangler enemy, as well as escorting a very fragile Valkyrie enemy, would be the easiest of these trials. Collecting the soul of Gersh would also be fairly straightforward for teams, simply requiring players to shoot a glowing yellow orb that moved around the map, although its fast no-clipping movements did make it a challenge for some teams. A more complex version of the Pack-a-Punch drop pod defenses would also need to be completed, with initial teams being confused by the fact that you have to send your dragon out to retrieve the part Sophia needed. However, by far the most annoying trial for teams at the time, and still teams to this day, was the bomb trial. The trophy screen would quickly illuminate and outline a sequence of rooms on the map, and it would be up to hunters to race to these rooms and defuse the bombs in the order that had been shown to them. If the order was entered wrong or teams took too long, the bombs would detonate and instantly kill anyone in a room with one. And with the sequence flashed up so quickly, panic quickly ensued for most teams, and those who didn't stay calm could easily see their run wipe with this step. After this 5th trial had been completed, JC placed a keycard on the backup computer to initiate one final lockdown, with nothing but tanky manglers, a step that once again could get overwhelming very quickly. Just over 24 hours into the hunt, and JC's team now found themselves just moments away from a boss fight. After they delivered the power core to Nikolai, something mind-blowing happened.
Get on, we're doing it. I'll do this corner. I'm doing this corner.
Okay.
Make sure you're actually standing on it. I am. Okay. We going? I'm in. Is everyone in?
God.
We're good.
Thank God.
Woo!
I didn't get the shield. F everything. It's fine. It's fine. I'll stay in the trenches.
Let's fucking go, boys.
F my life, guys. F my life. I'm so tired.
Now, their reactions to this boss were certainly nothing as special as what we've seen in the past, as they were trying not to die from reported glitches in the sewer, and they had certainly seen parts of the boss fight from teams that had reached it beforehand. At first, players were surprised and skeptical to see Nikolai help them in the giant boss fight, as he zapped the dragon, signaling damage. It was then clear that JC and friends were extremely nervous, knowing that at any moment their run could be over, and with some especially close calls, no one knew if they could actually pull through, until they finally did.
Revealed. Got him, I got him, I got him.
Got him?
Yeah, I'll get him.
I'll get you back.
You get it?
Yeah. Everyone be quiet.
Alright, I have fear in headlights, I'll use it.
Quiet.
Nikolai, the world around us is a fragment, a twisted alternate of what was supposed to be. We have found a way to put things right. We can end the war. We can restore peace. But only if your very existence is erased from this twisted history. A true Russian never surrenders.
Here we go, boys.
In a not so shocking twist, however, Nikolai, the last of the Ultimus crew, did not want to be sacrificed, and therefore put up quite the fight for JC's team to contend with. While blasting the Russian national anthem, Nikolai launched shock traps around the arena and rushed the player with his robot. This fight was seriously challenging and left very little room for error, with Gobblegums almost a requirement to stay alive or to revive down teammates. JC's team had a rough time in this fight, and at times it seemed all but certain that they'd fail.
I'm gonna throw my dragon at him.
Alright. So we have to shoot the middle.
In the middle. I'm dead.
I'm dead.
Phoenix up, Phoenix up.
I'm dead!
Okay. Let me loop. Shoot us. I'm going. Oh my god. Ah.
If you shoot me!
One's up. Kingdom, run. Kingdom, run.
What do I do? What do I do?
Do you have
Just
anything?
get me.
Do you have anything?
No.
Kingdom, if
Monkeys,
you can get
monkeys.
monkey.
I don't have monkeys.
The Kingdom, try and get me, and I can try and get them.
Okay. Fuck! I got knocked off.
Give me. Give me.
Run,
Give me. Give me.
run.
Give me. Give me. Give me. You can give me. You can give me. I have Phoenix up.
Use it! Oh my god, yes.
Despite multiple downs, 0 perks, and many hours invested, the team eventually battled the odds and claimed world's first legit completion.
Ah! Ow, 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 ow. Fuck.
Stay alive.
Oh my god.
Shush! Shush!
Now you may question why this run has the asterisk of legit world's first, and that's because a few hours earlier, a team had actually cheated their way to a completion. A YouTuber named Silas had abused an exploit with the undead man walking gobblegum to drastically slow the zombies forever, and after an infamous record for their Easter eggs being cheated, it's really no surprise that Treyarch had another egg fall to foul play again. The community was quick to disregard this team, however, with even the cheaters themselves being happy to exclude themselves from the world's first discussions. However, with the completion and the cutscene, players witnessed a teaser for the finale of Black Ops 3 Zombies, and that is called Revelations, and I will see you there. Some of the footage in this video is from Internet Archives. The links will be found down below. Grab a winter coat because we are headed to the icy tundra of Siberia, and this time without the main crew, instead an ensemble cast of characters. Call of the Dead is zombies at its finest, and it's the only map I can say hasn't been remastered, unless you count the fantastic community-made version in Black Ops 3. Of course, there is Tag der Toten, which I will discuss one day, but there's enough differences that I don't consider it a remaster. In today's video, I will break down the map that made every player want to grab a coat, the stories of the map and features, and of course, the race for the world's first Easter egg, Ensemble Cast. I should say Easter eggs, because unlike others in Black Ops 1, this had a solo version too, called Stand-In. Who became the world's first team? How did they solve the many puzzles to reach the end? And why did Treyarch have a bunch of horror legends including George Romero here? Rest in peace, Mr. Romero. The map pack Escalation, which held 4 maps, Zoo, Convoy, Hotel, and Stockpile, offered Call of the Dead as well. PvP players could be enticed with a large experience while having a zombies map to fall back to in a brand new location. If you pay close attention to the loading screen, you can see some jungle-like plants in the top right of a ripped page. That is important for the next map coming up in this series. The game explains as background that George Romero found a lot of old Nazi documents including 115, time travel, Group 935, and more. This led George to become obsessed with 115, and he wanted to shoot a horror movie on location in Siberia with a cast of veteran horror actors. We have Robert Englund, best known as Freddy Krueger,
Been guarding my gate for a long time.
Michael Rooker, aka Yondu, or for Zombies fans, Merle Dixon from The Walking Dead. Sarah Michelle Gellar, who is known as Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and my first crush, and Daphne from the Scooby-Doo movies.
Hi, sweetheart. I'm Richard, and you are?
So not interested.
And Danny Trejo rocking his machete in the intro from, Machete.
Much that they don't text.
George Romero is the father of the zombie, and with his movie Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, and Day of the Dead, it felt like only a matter of time that Activision and Treyarch would have him involved in some way. In an archived investor document, we can see that Activision and Treyarch said,
"Our latest zombie creation, Call of the Dead, is unreal. We set out to create an exciting new zombie experience for fans of the genre that takes zombies to an insane new level. This is Treyarch's tribute to the legendary George Romero, who truly defined the zombie genre and whose incredible work has been such an inspiration to our team. It was an absolute honor to work with such an amazing and talented cast whose passion and energy brought their characters instantly to life. Fans are going to love this.
Zombies had referenced George in more ways than one. Noctur und Toten was Night of the Living Dead in German, and other than zombies themselves, monkey bombs and monkey rounds from Ascension were inspired by Romero's work in the film Monkey Shines. Jimmy Zielinski would be in charge of directing all of Black Ops 1 Zombies, and in his words,
"The first map that ever shipped for zombies had no player characters, they were all soldiers. So this was the first departure from that, and in response to the community and user testing, we just realized how popular it was."
It didn't hurt that Activision's Call of Duty series is one of the biggest names in gaming. While Zielinski didn't work specifically with the actors, his team was more gameplay oriented after all, there were other teams that recorded dialogue and acting. He said that
Call of the Dead is simply put Treyarch's homage to the granddaddy of zombies. His movies have served as such an inspiration to us. We're all really happy with our choices and their performances, and it sounds like the fans are responding as well.
the map begins with one hell of an introduction. That's right. Not only are you fighting hordes of zombies, but there is also a large George Romero with a studio light as a club following the player around at all times. If you've played Resident Evil 2 and dealt with Mr. X, then George was a familiar type of zombie. If you shot George, it would enrage him. And until he was cooled off in the freezing cold water, you just couldn't stop him. George Romero might be the most unique zombie in the entire series, because there's so many weird details and unique ways to deal with him that there's an entire wiki page dedicated to his zombie. George can be killed easiest in solo, with him having only 250,000 health. Multiply that by 4 and you have a co-op kill on George. You can see his health visualized by the color of the light changing based on the damage. And there's a lot of fun facts here, but my favorites include that the Romero model eyes hide under quick revive if you kill him, probably due to a bug or a storage issue. It was 2011 after all, and you needed to get creative. You can also hear Romero's audio in the Shangri-La trailer, but I'm not sure I can play that audio. Activision has been claiming a lot of trailers of zombies recently, so if we can, we'll play it right here. Romero's audio was even reused in Black Ops 2's Mob of the Dead for the Warden Brutus.
You're hurting me! Why do you hurt me?
Call of the Dead's challenge wasn't just George, and it wasn't just the Easter egg, it was the fog. The fog was so freaking cool, and really played into the idea of having a lighthouse, since randomly you would go from a normal map to a pretty horrifying clouded vision with only the orange eyes of the undead staring back. Call of the Dead featured a wrecked ship, a lighthouse, and a lot of Scooby-Doo-like set pieces. This includes 2 zip lines, one that goes from the ship to the coast, and the other that goes from the lighthouse to the ship. There's an ice slide which looks so goofy, and the zombies go from being menacing to downright silly. There was also this trampoline trap that, when crossed, would send the player from the ship to the lighthouse and fling all of the zombies with them. Call of the Dead was a big change of scenery because there wasn't that many windows to even bar up or hide from. It was mostly open. Remember when I said that the Winter's Howl was awful? Well, it doesn't return here, but by standing in the water, or a zombie standing in the water, it will freeze you and them the same way the Winter's Howl would. This is also the first map to have Deadshot Daiquiri, a perk that was just alright, but I do love that in Black Ops 1, Deadshot Daiquiri costs 1500 points on console, but on the PC version, it only costs 1000 because there was no aim assist when using a mouse and keyboard. It might as well be useless on mouse and keyboard in general. Deadshot reduced weapon spread by 35%. It moved the aim assist lock on location from the torso to the head of a zombie, and completely removed weapon sway while aiming down sights, and the icon is a scope of a reticle aiming at a head. Double tap was removed in Ascension and makes its return here. But don't let that fool you. Double tap still will not be good until Black Ops 2. All of the previous maps' Perca-Colas are here, even Jug. After some rounds of killing some zombies and appreciating the map, you could flick on the power from the ship. Once power was flicked on, the lighthouse and lightning lit up the skybox.
Good to see you.
Now, normally Pack-a-Punch has some sort of a puzzle to solve to reach it, but for Call of the Dead, it was just the lighthouse pointing a light at different places with an ice block bringing up Pack-a-Punch. There wasn't a puzzle to get to Pack-a-Punch, but that's because there was a puzzle for our first achievement of an Easter egg, this time with major implications and truly gratifying rewards. And it all started with this steel door.
Hey, is anyone out there? We're stuck in this room.
Put yourself back into 2011. Everything in gaming's landscape was just so much different, but Call of Duty was pushing gaming forward. And I hope that you guys are ready, because this Easter egg is nothing short of a treat. After the power was flicked on, and on day one, knocking could be heard at the steel door.
Hello? There is a Russian stuck in the room. This is not good. Ah! I'm blind! I'm blind! In my eyes! Holy shitballs. Me too. What did you do, Richtofen?
I did nothing. There's a light switch. Oh, I think I found a lever. Perhaps this will turn on the light.
No! Ah! Let go! That's not a lever! Richtofen!
Shh! Did you hear that?
Oh, sounded like someone outside. Hey, you! Hey! I need vodka!
Hello? Can you help us? There must be a blown fuse or something. It's dark in here.
Oh, man. That's wet.
Fuse, huh? You better not be sending me on a wild goose chase, my friend.
The instructions were clear. Grab the fuse and help out the crew. From my research, I came across the channel Warfare being the first to this discovery. Just remember that just because someone was first to post it to YouTube doesn't always mean they were world's first. And there isn't a database to track every single accomplishment. So I just had to reverse search hour by hour of every single day since the Easter egg was released, just to find a first to the punch for YouTube. So again, it's not 100% accurate information, and I want to make sure that that's very clear. The fuse could be found in one of three spots: on the ground next to a locker, behind batteries next to the 115 meteorite, and on the table beside PhD Flopper. Once slotted back in, this happened.
Ah, much better. Now I can see the problem. We must have gone too far into the future. Look, the teleporter's completely broken. The time circuits are damaged. We'll have to reroute them.
Wait, you took us here on purpose? Where are we?
A better question, Dempsey.
Oh, look at this blinky light. What's this button do?
No! Oh, great, Nikolai. You've just activated the MTD security system. Excuse me.
Yeah, I see the package machine. Oh, gone. They move around.
Nikolai activated the MTD security system, not knowing what it would do. The player must destroy 4 generators, signaled by 4 glowing red orbs, disabling the security system. This can be done by throwing Semtexes, which is pretty helpful, but really the Scavenger is what shines here the most. The Scavenger was one of 2 brand new wonder weapons to Call of the Dead. The Scavenger used a low 3-round magazine and had a relatively short reload time, akin to the Intervention from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. When you first get the Scavenger, it's a low 15 rounds, but considering the massive power, this was fine. The Scavenger was an extremely powerful wonder weapon that could be used for eliminating It's just so sick.
Y finalmente recoge la cosita.
Your reward awaits at the door.
Kinda sick that I have to ask this, but Richtofen, is that a rod in your pocket?
9. Let's go. I've got us what we need.
Yeah, drunk!
Thank you so much for your help out there. Bye-bye!
Hey, what up? Should I get out and push?
The fuse box must have shorted out. Again!
Oh, come on. This better be more rewarding than last time. Stupid Gersh. What the?
Hey, can I get a prize?
Thank you again, stranger. Perhaps we will see you another time. Goodbye.
Yo, sauerkraut. You never did tell us why we came. Wherever this is.
All in good time, my clever dench. All in good time. Oh, that's what you get for eating raw fish.
Y ahí está, el logro por el...
Alright, that's it! The Ensemble Cast achievement popped, and so did something new only on Xbox 360. A gamer picture was unlocked? That's right, you got the Ensemble Cast achievement. You also received a picture of Nikolai and Takeo. Now I'm sure you're wondering where Richtofen and Dempsey are, but those two pictures are for another video. On top of both of the rewards for Xbox, you received the return of an iconic weapon. That's right, the Wunderwaffe was back, making 3 Wonder Weapons on the map. Now replacing the Death Machine, you could get the Wunderwaffe again after the Easter egg completion by killing George, or for waiting for a Death Machine to drop. This would drop full ammo for the Wunderwaffe. Now there are rumors that you can just start the Easter egg and then get the Wunderwaffe if you kill George, but I haven't really tested that one out, so you'll have to let me know in the comments. I just want to take a moment to also say that if you wanted the true ending of Black Ops on the final map, you needed to have the Ensemble Cast achievement. Otherwise, you weren't going to make it happen. Funny enough, the world's first team said this.
Por cierto, un saludo al que le roba los vídeos a Vegeto. Al que le roba los vídeos.
World's first was in fact this team, and they were going to make sure nobody could thieve this one away. Now the solo stand-in achievement would unlock in co-op for some reason. The solo skips the dial steps, the Morse code steps, and the foghorn step, and it was uploaded for solo first by Telexian on May 4th of 2011, a day earlier than Ensemble Cast, and I'd be shocked if the world's first didn't credit him with discovering at least the final step. And with that, Call of the Dead is over. In Black Ops 4, Treyarch would release Tag der Toten, a remastered Call of the Dead, but without the standouts that made Call of the Dead its own unique map. It's why I say this map was never properly remastered. No George, no cast, the Wonder Weapons were changed, the fog and time of day are different. It's just not the same. Black Ops Easter eggs were all just so new in 2011, and now with the Vril device in hand for Dr. Richtofen, it's easy to see why players became obsessed with the zombie storyline. I hope you guys have enjoyed our journey into Call of the Dead. Debatably one of the best zombies maps ever made, and with a damn good Easter egg that pushed the boundaries of what zombies and any FPS could really do. I can't wait for the next one.
Hello everyone and welcome to Learning Lore. Today we are covering Mob of the Dead, the second DLC of Black Ops 2, and an entirely new dimension in the timeline for the very first time ever. And at this point here, having had Die Rise out for a little while and getting used to Transit a bit more, my opinion of Black Ops 2 Zombies started to change a bit around this time. First of all, I really didn't like Die Rise, and I think that's mainly because I was terrible at zombies back in the day. Me and my friend group just really struggled with the the map, and we didn't look a lot of stuff up online, so we didn't really know, like, the room to train zombies in. That destroyed area with the solidifier that was sort of overpowered, actually. Yeah, we didn't know any of that, and never really got to experience that either. So we struggled a lot with the map, and we kept trying to find an area to camp, an area to train, and just failed at it all. My opinion of transit started to change as well. I actually started liking the map quite a bit more around this time. Since we weren't huge fans of Die Rise, Transit became the map that we played a lot more, at least when we weren't going back to Black Ops 1 or World at War. And we started to get a lot better at that map, and having much more space, of course, to train, it felt much more free than Die Rise did. And I remember sitting on the edge of my seat, hoping and praying for the next map pack to be a little bit more forgiving, and also offer some kind of cool variety to it as well, and that's exactly what Mob of the Dead did. The Afterlife system made it much easier for noobs like me that were not very good at the game to get a second chance in figuring out the map a little bit more, and also the puzzles. I absolutely loved the Afterlife puzzles. We didn't look up anything at all online and figured every single one of them out ourselves. Felt pretty good about that. In fact, I don't think there has been a single map since then that I felt more accomplished in getting to the Pack-a-Punch than Alcatraz. But of course, even though we did do the Easter egg, I really didn't pay much attention to the storyline. I had no idea why we were just some mobsters in Alcatraz, other than that it was pretty damn cool. But of course, this series Learning Lore is meant to change that. So if you're brand new to the zombie storyline and want to learn it alongside me, I welcome you. And if you've been learning it this entire time, studying it each time an Easter egg came out and trying to figure out what the heck was going on here on Alcatraz, well, I hope you'll have me. We left off the last episode at the end of Die Rise, with the Victus crew wandering the Earth, and suddenly we're taking a huge change into an entirely different dimension called Dimension 63. And although we won't really learn the origins of this dimension until we get to Origins, which takes place in this dimension on June 4th, 1918, Mob of the Dead instead takes place in April of 1940. So there's quite a bit of background about this dimension that we just won't get to today, but there's a ton, of course, to learn about these mobsters and how they ended up in Alcatraz. And it's important to note that because this is a completely separate dimension, we really can't assume that what has happened so far in Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2 with Victus will affect Mob of the Dead. It's sort of a clean slate in a way, although I'm sure there's some ripples through the dimensions in some way, right? But as far as I'm concerned, starting off here, let's assume everything is different. So we don't exactly know what caused the first outbreak in this dimension. Of course, back in the original one, it was an outbreak at Derice. But for Dimension 63, that most likely, and we'll learn later, that it definitely isn't the case. But not only that, the whole power dynamic between Richthofen and Maxis is probably completely different for this dimension. I would imagine events happen differently, and because of that, we're in a completely different scenario. But of course, Mob of the Dead doesn't really touch on Richthofen and Maxis. That's for Origins to do. And instead, we have 4 Chicago mobsters, and the background of the DeLucia crime family to go over. Starting on July 18th, 1922, Salvador Sal DeLucia opens gambling houses across Chicago, and this marks the very beginning of the DeLucia crime family. And yes, I definitely did pronounce that wrong, and will continue to here in this video, so sorry about that. His name is actually pronounced Salvador DeLuca, and what's really cool about this is this follows real-life lore very closely, or history as some would call it, as this is exactly what was happening in Chicago during the Roaring 20s. Shortly after Prohibition and alcohol was illegal, gambling was outlawed as well, and all these illegal gambling houses started opening up, and speakeasies. Sal DeLuca's would fit alongside those quite well. And Sal DeLucia here is of course one of the playable characters in Mob of the Dead, and on February 17th, 1923, another playable character joins the DeLucia crime family. This is Billy Handsome, and he comes to work for Sal as a hitman for the crime family. And apparently, Sal looks at Billy as sort of a son that he never had, which I really don't know where the Chronorium gets this information from. I tried finding it. Perhaps it's later on, maybe it's Blood of the Dead, I don't know. But for now, we'll just take their word for it. And shortly thereafter, on September 18th, 1923, an expert in gambling and rigging sporting events, Michael Finn O'Leary, begins working for Sal. Sounds like this guy is going to make the house a lot of money. So it makes a lot of sense why the DeLucia crime family would want him as part of it. And of course, Finn is also a playable character in Mob of the Dead. And shortly after joining the family, Finn gets married to Angelina Bow. But we'll get more into their marriage in a bit because it will play a role in how Finn gets to Alcatraz. But before we get there, we got a little bit more ground to cover, and in fact, one of the ciphers here on Mob of the Dead will help us do so. This one here is a Hill cipher with 44 characters in the alphabet, and the key used to decode the message is Mob of the Dead ABCD, which came from a 4x4 encoding matrix on the loading screen of the map, which is super cool, actually. I never knew that, and it's awesome to learn it now. But the plain text is as follows. While I realize that the current lack of cooperation from the Chicago's finest leaves us at something of a disadvantage, I find your latest report to be extremely troubling. The alliance that exists between our outfit and the Northside gangs must be sustained, lest we face a repeat of February 19th, 1929. So there are a few things to unpack here. First of all, we are now introducing more than one gang here in Chicago, and of course that makes a lot of sense, there's going to be more than one. And then secondly also, well, who is this that's saying it? Well, the Chronorium says that this message was written on March 1st, 1929, where Sal writes of his frustration with the Chicago finest. After many years of successful bribes within the city, it becomes clear that this is no longer an option. So with both of these two things in mind, it seems that the police in Chicago are cracking down on these gangs a bit more, and they're no longer going to be able to just run free by throwing money at them. And that sort of foreshadows what's gonna happen to the crime family in the coming years. But it's important to note that this is 1929, and the crime family was started in 1922. So it's been going on for roughly 7 years at this point. And I'd imagine pretty successful this entire time, being able to bribe the police and rig gambling events and use your hitman to kill anyone who was going against the mob. And we do have another Hill cipher from Mob of the Dead that sort of paints this picture as well. In plain text, it reads, I know it's been a long time, but I wanted to write you just so you know I'm doing well. It's been a long time coming, but I've finally managed to make success of myself in the city. Work's been good to me these last few years, so much that I decided to take a bit of time off, and I'll write you again when I get back to work, maybe even send you some pictures. I really don't know who wrote this message, but I would imagine it was one of the mobsters. Although I suppose there's room for interpretation in it being someone completely different, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me why it would be. And if it is one of the members of the DeLucia crime family, then which one is it, and who are they talking to? I don't think we're going to get the answer to the first part of that question, but it definitely seems like they're talking to some sort of relative. Perhaps a mother that's living in a different city. And just for a bit of speculation, I do think Salvador Sal DeLucia is sort of based off of Al Capone in a lot of ways. And Al Capone did move from New York City to Chicago to find some more success in the city. So my best guess is it is Sal that's writing this message, perhaps to his mother back in New York. And the developers sort of included this as some real history that happened with the mobs of Chicago. But continuing on down the line, on May 11th, 1930, Sal begins to work with Albert Al Arlington, an associate in Los Angeles known for being a master schemer and bank robber. He is the latest of the crew and the final playable character to introduce. We now have all four: Sal, Billy, Finn, and of course now Al. And considering he is a master schemer and bank robber, well, that's exactly what the DeLucia crime family is going to try and do. With the Chicago finest starting to crack down on their business, I imagine they're going to need a little bit more money, and perhaps the goal is to get a really good heist completed, and some funds from a distant area of the United States that couldn't be directly linked to the family. But of course it takes a while to plan a heist, in fact over a year, because it doesn't happen until October 11th, 1931. And before it happens, well, Finn starts to have a bit of a problem. We mentioned before that Finn married Angelina Bow. She was an aspiring starlet with delusions of grandeur. She most likely loved material goods, and also wanted a bit of fame. Well, here in 1930, fast forwarding 6 years of marriage, Finn informs his lawyer that he will not accept divorce from Angela, who apparently has filed it, saying that she can leave this marriage the day that she leaves this earth. And this information comes from another cipher in Mob of the Dead that reads, the answer is simple: no divorce. No matter what ideas Angela may have about making a new life, she needs to understand it's not going to happen. I didn't pluck her pretty little tush from a chorus line obscurity just so she can turn around and screw me as soon as times get tough. No divorce. She can leave this marriage the day she leaves Earth. So it's very clear that Finn is not happy about this divorce situation, and he feels that he is the reason that she's having success, which is a very delusional and bad way to look at a relationship. Nothing good can come from that. And obviously with the last statement saying that he would kill her if she really tried to leave, I doubt things are going to go well there. So now the DeLucia crime family has sort of a weak link. A married woman who is definitely estranged from her partner, wants out of the marriage, and yet Finn is not allowing her to do so. And this is all happening while they're planning a big bank robbery in LA. And although I don't know it to be certain, I think it's the reason that the bank robbery goes wrong. Because on October 11th, 1931, after an LA heist for Sal goes wrong, Al wakes up in the hospital. Al, of course, being the one who would be doing the bank robbery in LA. I would imagine the rest of them, being Bill, Finn, and Sal, weren't directly involved with the robbery itself, just perhaps the planning, especially Sal on that front. And Al himself was getting together a team in LA to do the robbery for them, and most likely splitting the income. Well, it seems it definitely didn't go too well, and Al ended up in the hospital. Probably shot by a police officer. We don't exactly know what happened, but we do have another cipher from Mob of the Dead that lets us know what Al was doing while he was in the hospital. This is yet again another Hill cipher that shares the same key, and when decoded it reads, "Enclosed are some of my more recent illustrations from my proposed comic strip Icarus from Mars. While I understand that you were less than enthusiastic about my previous submissions, I would urge you to look again with fresh eyes. Laid up in the hospital means I've had more than enough time to devote to my craft, and my artwork is improving by leaps and bounds. Eagerly waiting your response, Albert Arlington." So it seems that our LA bank robber over here is also some sort of an artist, and wants to have a legitimate job in making comic strips. And what's really cool is this comic that he's talking about can be found around the map of Mob of the Dead in just individual pieces that have to be put together. In its final form, it looks like this, with a whole bunch of writing all over it. It seems that this is from the editor. And yet again, it doesn't seem they're very happy with Arlington's work. And not just unhappy, but like really mean, actually. Most of these comments aren't constructive criticism at all, and they're just straight up insults, like bad hair or learning to draw hands. I would imagine this would piss an artist off quite a bit. But nevertheless, really cool Easter egg for Mob of the Dead. Well done, developers. Again, this is another thing that I did not know existed in the game. Until now, that is. So it is really cool to see it now. But here we are in 1931, a failed LA heist, so there's not as much money coming into the Lucia crime family as Sal would want. And of course, we have the Chicago finest no longer cooperating and looking into every detail of the DeLucia crime family. It seems clear that in these past 3 years, ever since the Chicago Police Department stopped taking bribes, that the DeLucia crime family is sort of going downhill. There's most likely a lot less income coming in, and I imagine a lot of members are getting arrested and put in prison. And Sal, being the head of this family, is getting a bit frustrated. And on November 11th, 1931, he kills a prostitute in anger, and no longer willing to turn a blind eye, and I imagine just like they have with a lot of other members of the family, the Chicago PD arrests him. This marks the first arrest of one of our playable characters, and it starts with the head of the DeLucia crime family. And once this happens, the DeLucia crime family is pretty much all but over. In an instant, their leader is gone, and the structure is starting to unfold. So shortly thereafter, on December 1st, 1931, in an operation against the DeLucia crime family, which I imagine is now ongoing, Billy is arrested for multiple homicides. Billy, being the mob's hitman, of course, has killed quite a few people, I would imagine. And perhaps there was some records left behind in the DeLucia crime family's vault. I don't exactly know what's going on there, but clearly the police were able to learn about some homicides, and Billy, being the one that did them, was arrested. But this operation against the crime family doesn't stop there, because on December 19th, just a few weeks after Billy is arrested, Finn is arrested as well, after his wife offers some evidence against him. I suppose that's one way to get out of the marriage. And this is sort of why I feel like she had a little bit to do with the downfall of the crime family. Of course, she definitely put Finn behind bars, at least that's what the Chronorium says here. But it also could be the case that she's the reason that the LA heist went wrong, since the planning for the LA heist was ongoing when Angela wanted out of the marriage and Finn said no. It very well could be the case that this is when she started scheming, well, this might be my out. Let's give information to the police in some kind of way that will lead to the downfall of the crime family. I definitely have no evidence of this, but I thought it was pretty interesting just because it lines up really well time-wise. But finally, on January 19th, 1932, exactly a month after Finn was arrested, and roughly 3 months after that LA heist failed, Al is arrested for his role in it. I could be wrong, but I would imagine that this is when Al recovered from his injuries and now is put into custody by the LA police. Because I would doubt that you would be injured in a heist and then suddenly it took 3 months for the police to finally figure out that you were part of it. I don't think that happened. It would make a lot more sense that he was just transferred from being a hospital patient to being arrested for an attempted robbery. And now, all of a sudden, all 4 of our characters here on Mob of the Dead have been arrested. The crime family is all but failed at this point. Sal was arrested for murder, killing a prostitute. Billy arrested for multiple murders that I imagine happened over the span of those 8 years the mob was good. And Finn gets arrested essentially by his wife, giving evidence against him to the LAPD. And one by one, they all get their sentencing. On May 14th, 1932, Sal is the first one to be found guilty of murder and is sentenced to life in prison at Alcatraz. And shortly thereafter, on May 16th, just 2 days later, Billy is found guilty of 116 counts of murder. And he also is sentenced to life in prison at Alcatraz. And just a short 4 days later, Finn is found guilty of 16 counts of gambling fraud and sent to serve his sentence alongside Sal and Billy. And although I don't think it's super important, we do have the dates that Sal, Billy, and Finn arrive at Alcatraz, so here they are for you now. And what's interesting is they arrive before Al even gets sentenced, which happens only a couple days after on July 1st, 1932, where he's found guilty of grand larceny, grand theft auto, arson, conspiracy, and battery, and he'll serve his sentence at Alcatraz with the other 3. The crime family is finished, all 4 of our characters are out Alcatraz serving their sentence, and with no real future ahead of them, well, they begin to build a plan. Al being sort of the outcast from the group since he's from LA and sort of was the reason that this crime family fell. In a lot of ways, at least. If that bank robbery went well, I would imagine the situation would be a lot different for the rest of them. But he is the one who convinces Sal, Finn, and Billy that they can build a plane and escape Alcatraz. A wild plan. And one that is very close to a plan that happened in real life, where on June 1962, real Alcatraz inmates Clarence Anglin, John Anglin, which I imagine is some sort of relative, and Frank Morris escaped from Alcatraz on a makeshift boat. They made papier-mâché models in their beds and broke out of the prison through the ventilation ducts. They created some sort of improvised inflatable raft, which I think there are pictures of, so I'll show them on screen if I can find them, and they departed from the island to an uncertain fate, because they have never been found since then. It definitely seems like they escaped Alcatraz, but it's very possible that they also died out there on that raft. Or they got away. That is possible as well. But there is one more character to this story that I didn't mention yet, and that is a 4th conspirator, Alan West, who failed in his escape attempt and remained on the island. Not exactly sure when that happened or how that happened, but it does sort of provide an interesting dynamic here, because we'll see here in the Mob of the Dead Easter egg when we get to it that there is this sort of 3 versus 1 dynamic. I think Treyarch is once again pulling a lot of inspiration from real life. But unlike that inflatable raft, the plane is never completed. Sal, Finn, and Billy are a bit annoyed with Al. Being the one that came up with this plan, the rest of them sort of blame him for not only getting them into this mess most likely, but also definitely not getting them out of it. And perhaps it was this plan that saved him in the first place. I would imagine once they all got to Alcatraz, they were pretty mad at Al to begin with. And maybe it was the plan that Al came up with to say, hey, don't kill me, I can get us out of here. I'm good at making bank robberies, but I can also make an escape and build a damn plane somehow. That just blows my mind that that's the situation, but it makes for a really cool zombies map, so fair enough. But because of this rage, Sal, Finn, and Billy plot to get revenge on Al. And about a month later, towards the end of December on the 31st, 1933, Finn, Sal, and Billy lure Al to the roof and kill him. Al is dead, and Finn, Sal, and Billy have another murder on their hands. And because of this, they are sent to trial once again. And on January 19th, 1934, they are found guilty of murder, and Sal, Finn, and Billy are executed by electric chair. All 4 of our characters in Mob of the Dead are now dead themselves. It really is a mob of the dead. And this is all before the events that take place on the map. Our characters started a mob family, made a lot of money, got rich off gambling schemes, and murdered their competitors. But then the police started cracking down on them, arresting mob members. In an attempt to make money in LA through a heist, the House of Cards came crumbling down. And one by one, our playable characters were arrested, sentenced, sent to Alcatraz, where they failed to escape, killed the one who was responsible for it, and then were executed by electric chair. And now it's time for the events of Mob of the Dead. All of our characters are dead, yet here in a second in the intro cutscene, we're gonna see them very much so alive. Which I suppose doesn't immediately make sense, but we'll get to that in just 1 second. But in this intro, we're gonna hear our characters going over the escape plan once again, and acting it out as well. Interacting with a guard named Ferguson, who just started working at Alcatraz on January 1st, 1933. Probably only about a year before this intro cutscene is supposedly taking place. And our characters end up killing him, taking his keys, and instead of building the plane and flying off into the sunset, well, something very strange happens. Our characters do not break out of their rusty cage, and that's also why this intro might sound a little bit different than what you're used to. I had to replace the music in it in order to get it here on YouTube. But with that being said, there are some very interesting things to see here and talk about, so here it is now.
Hey, Sal, we must have been through this 50 times already.
And we'll go through it another 50 if that's what it takes. 9:30, lights out. God begins his rounds. How we doing tonight, Ferguson? Family good?
Yeah, doing great, Mr. DeLuca. My boy Tommy, he's almost 6 now.
Ain't that swell?
Hey, Finn, get that tip for Saturday's race yet?
I'm working on it. Right now.
You gonna shut him up? Or do I gotta do it?
You know the rules, handsome. No talking.
9:35, the Weasel launches into a song and dance routine.
Damn it, Arlington. You gotta get the doc. Better be the real deal this time.
Once the Weasel gets the keys, we move on to stage 2. Let's get moving.
Here you go, fellas. Courtesy of the Warden's private collection.
Boys in the laundry stashed the parts.
Of course they fucking did.
What the fuck? I killed him.
You've been in the joint too long, Al. You've forgotten how to get shit done.
What the fuck?
This ain't right. Something weird's going on here.
You don't say, Weasel. Where are those screams coming from?
Oh, shit.
It seems that, at least in this dimension, the plan was foiled by zombies. Immediately after getting the keys from Ferguson, they start surrounding them. And armed with only a few revolvers that they got from an arms locker, they reach their demise somewhat quickly, one by one being killed by the zombies. And that brings us to the very start of Mob of the Dead, where immediately upon loading up the map, we start in the afterlife mode and need to revive our downed player. Which of course is just us, one of the playable characters that we just saw in that intro cutscene. After being killed by zombies, like you do normally in a zombies game, you need to be revived.
Shit. I was out of my body, looking down. Am I dead already?
And when you listen to the voice lines here of our characters, it seems they're starting to realize something is up pretty quickly. Sal here, for instance, even said, "Am I dead already?" And that is exactly the case. In fact, he's died multiple times, I suppose. But with a little bit of no-clip, we can get an idea at where this intro cutscene takes place. It seems that Ferguson takes this right turn here, onto Broadway, and then walks towards the cells of our gangsters, which would probably be roughly around here. These cells that we're looking at right now, this is about where they break out at, and then each one of them gets a handgun. Unfortunately, though, there is no real modeling in this part of the map. You can't see any of the tally marks on Sal's jail cell or anything like that, really. In fact, it seems like none of those events really took place here. And what's also pretty interesting is this is right next to this massive rift in the ground. I'm not sure if this is supposed to be sort of a story detail and this is how they got to Dimension 63. Perhaps the background leading up to this was in an entirely different dimension, and now we're in Dimension 63, or I suppose it also could be possible that the background was Dimension 63, and now, well, I have no idea where we are. Either way, it definitely seems that this rift opened up during that intro cutscene. Although we don't get to see the rift directly in that intro, we do see the moment that all of the zombies start coming out of nowhere, and the modeling around them changes in an instant. Suddenly, the cells are broken, and there's blood everywhere, and dead bodies, and, you know, the usual modeling of Mob of the Dead. But of course, even though we do see that happen, they are in the same dimension during this entire intro. And what got them to this dimension is very clearly the electric chair. They all already died. Well, one of them was killed on the roof, I suppose, but the other three were executed. And suddenly now they're in this dream-like state, waking up wondering if they're dead or not, and stumbling through what feels a lot like purgatory. But of course, their plan to build a plane still exists here too.
Look at this. Locations marked on a map of the fucking prison.
And we can see some art here on the wall of Spawn hinting at that, and the escape plan itself, with 4 steps really, just to get the warden's key, get the plane parts, build the plane on the roof, and then get the hell off the island. So I suppose even though our characters are most likely very disorientated, this is most likely their primary goal still. And in walking out of the spawn room, sometimes the key can be found right here, just out of reach. Powered by electricity, can't grab it in this state.
Anyone thinking about checking out? I just found the right spot.
And well, as our character quoted before, these boxes allow us to go into the afterlife. It seems that in this dimension, our characters definitely cannot die. And even though it's clearly possible for the game to end on Mob of the Dead when everyone goes down, it seems very likely that our characters would just start over in Spawn and Afterlife once again. We're very clearly stuck in some sort of cycle. A time loop of sorts, which this is not the first time that this has been the case in Zombies. In fact, in Die Rise, we just saw that that map also was definitely in a time loop. And Victus, once again, each time that they died, they would just start over in Spawn, with Richtofen sort of resetting the timeline. And with our characters having the ability to go into this sort of in-between state that Afterlife is, there's a lot of questions to be answered still.
Got the key! Let's go open some gates!
And looking at some of the writing on the wall here, well, you definitely start to get an idea of why we're stuck in this time loop. It very much so seems like we're being punished, as if we're in some sort of purgatory, and whoever is controlling it wants us to do something. And as I'm sure all of you guys know who have played Mob of the Dead, to get each one of the plane parts, you have to do a little puzzle. And we'll start off down here in the laundry room, where we need to go into Afterlife and then make our way over here to this voltmeter. And I suppose try and wash our sins clean, as the writing on the wall seems to suggest. When you walk up to the machine and activate it, instantly we are put into a lockdown sequence. The first one, I think, in the Call of Duty franchise, but we're stuck down here in the showers. And I believe also a bunch of zombies start spawning, because it's round 1 right now, and I don't think this many zombies spawn on round 1. But after completing this step, we can grab the laundry, and that is part of our plane. I believe these are to be used for the wings. to help glide our plane through the air, I suppose. But on the way to the roof to put the parts into the plane, we do see another one right here in a lockbox, which, with the key, is easy enough to open. And with these dang zombies in the way, killing one nearby...
What the hell is a fucking wolf doing on the wall?
Well, we immediately see a wolf's head appear out of the wall, with that same fiery texture surrounding it. It seems that whoever is controlling this dimension is probably controlling this wolf's head as well. And it's my guess that in the process of obtaining these plane parts that our characters eventually discover these heads sticking out of the wall and feed them. As we can even hear quotes from our characters suggesting that they think that this is what they need to do. That eventually if they feed the dog enough, something will happen. And they're usually pretty disappointed when it goes away without giving them anything.
What? Looks like the dogs wandered off.
But I suppose this is our second part for the plane, the control valve, that we found right there next to the wolf's head. This, of course, is to give us control over the plane, I would imagine, so we can adjust its power and hopefully glide it to freedom, although it definitely seems that that never happens. It would make a lot of sense that along the way, our characters probably stumbled towards the warden's office. But getting here, we see a bunch of blood on the walls, and a soul alone can follow the path written on the ground. Once again, we need to go into Afterlife. And just like getting the key, which this is another key location, I suppose, we have to jump up through a little parkour puzzle, which is not very difficult at all, and shock another voltmeter. And this opens the door to the warden's office. But upon entering the warden's office, we find a door that's powered with electricity, and we definitely can't unlock it, otherwise we'll be electrocuted. But inside of it is one of the plane parts that we need. And also, the warden himself is definitely not here, and the area looks very satanic, really. There's writing on the wall in a language that I definitely don't understand, and red, bloody covered windows with papers everywhere. On the warden's desk, there are a few books here that seem to be about, like, spells and stuff. Witchcraft, I suppose, and all of these candles here as well. It seems something very strange has happened here on Alcatraz Island. But we need to get all of our plane parts, and in order to do that, it seems that we need to go to lower ground. Our next plane part can be found on the way through the Citadel tunnels. Immediately when approaching the spiral staircase, we'll see it here just hanging in a cage. And just to the left of it, we have an afterlife box with writing above it that says a soul can see the numbers 3. It might not be immediately obvious to our characters, however, at the bottom of the staircase, we can see 3 Nixie tubes that seem to act as some sort of counter. And once again, they can be controlled using the afterlife. So I imagine using these context clues, our characters realize they need to go into the afterlife again. And in doing so and walking down this spiral staircase, we see the numbers, this one being 3, 7, 6. And at the very bottom, we can input these. When we do, the cage lowers, and the rope is now obtainable through a pathway down below, but a timer is on this entire time. We can see the counter is counting down, and we only have 30 seconds left, so suppose we better hurry, although in all honesty, it's not like it's all that far. It's pretty easy to get down here in time and open up the cage.
The boys did good, handsome. It was just where they said it would be.
And we have yet another part. Which these quotes are a little bit weird. For instance, we just had one picking up this rope, and Sal said it's just where they said it would be. Although I don't know why they would hide a plane part in a cage inside of this, like, well structure. Doesn't make any sense for an escape plan. So it seems to be clear, at least to me, that their mental state is a bit deformed at this point. I suppose having died from an electric chair, of course their memory isn't all there. They don't really know that, although they sort of have a sense of it. And although they clearly seem to want to get these plane parts, like their original plan had, they seem to have a distorted view of how to do so and where the parts would be. Because in real life, of course, this wouldn't really make any sense. It only makes sense in this sort of demented dimension that they're in. But moving forward out of the Citadel tunnels, we make it to the power room.
I think we need to overload the electrical systems.
Where quotes can be heard, for instance one by Sal, saying that we need to overload the generator.
One of us needs to zap that shit.
One of us does indeed need to zap that shit, Sal, you're correct. And to do this, of course, afterlife is needed again. It seems our characters are pretty acclimated with this at this point, that just shocking themselves to death is now a normal routine for them. I mean, I suppose they are mobsters and they are sort of hardened anyway, so I guess it makes sense that they wouldn't really care. But, I mean, this is a pretty wild situation that they found themselves in. But with that complete, it seems the part that's up in the warden's office is probably accessible now. But before we make our way up there, I would imagine our characters went down to the docks. And in doing so, we see another locked door and another one of our parts. A voltmeter, an afterlife box, and writing on the wall that says 2 is better than 1. Normally, of course, this one has to be done with 2 players, which it's a really cool puzzle actually. While one person gets the part, the other person uses the afterlife to get them through and get them back out as well, so that they're not trapped in there. Luckily though, the developers did make this Easter egg doable in solo, so we can simply just shock the box, revive ourselves, and then grab the part. But in coming to the docks and killing another zombie near this door, our characters find yet another wolf. And one by one, our characters feed the second wolf. Yet another one complete. And then the next step is they go over here and they grab PhD and Mule Kick. Oh wait, no, sorry, wrong game. But anyways, now with all the parts here from docks, it's time to make it back up to the prison. With use of the gondola, perhaps. And at some point here, our characters wandered into the cell block. And in killing some zombies near here, yet another wolf head appears. This one being our third and final one for our characters, although I suppose they probably don't know that, but all good things come in threes, don't they? Well, all of our characters except Weasel, because somehow he knows about these dog heads already. Like he has some sort of additional info about this place that they're in.
That's 1. That means there are 2 more to go. But you gotta find him.
And it could be because he was the one that was killed on the rooftop by the other 3. Perhaps he entered this dimension before they did? And maybe that's why he has a little extra residual memory. But judging by these quotes, he definitely seems to know what these are. And also that there's 3 of them. This isn't the only extra information that the Weasel has, so we'll get to more of that in a bit. But one by one, they feed the final wolf head. And without knowing it, they've set themselves to be one step closer to ending this hellish nightmare. Our characters make their way back to the warden's office and grab the last part.
Found the engine. Damn, this thing is heavy.
And then they make their way back up to the roof to build the plane. With the plane built now, our characters hop on top of it. They use this makeshift plane to fly off the roof of Alcatraz. But unfortunately, they don't make it very far off the island. It seems that they fly into some sort of storm, and then directly into the Golden Gate Bridge.
Hold tight! We're flying into a storm! Ah! I got it now, Weasel. I know what you did. You slipped something into my food. Something to make me hallucinate all this. What I don't know is why. Yeah, I get it, Weasel. You can be damn sure you'll get it too, soon as I wake up.
But yet, our characters are still somehow alive. And we can hear some quotes from them as well about their confusion. For instance, one here from Sal, thinking that Weasel slipped something into his drink, and this is all just some kind of drug-induced episode. That he's hallucinating, and high, I suppose. And that when he wakes up, well, Weasel's gonna get it too. The tone of his voice sort of sounds like he's just holding on to a little bit of hope. And that he doesn't really think this, although I could be wrong here. It definitely seems like he thinks something else is going on here, and this is sort of just a coping mechanism. But here on the bridge, our characters meet Brutus. And we have to take him down. So I suppose this is probably a pretty good time to talk about him, and exactly who he is in this dimension. Judging by character quotes, specifically one from Sal, it seems that this is Ferguson, the guard that we saw in the intro cutscene.
You hear some of the shit that thing's saying? I think it's Ferguson.
Although, of course, what's important to note here is in the dimension that our characters came from, Ferguson is still alive. He was never killed. So it could very well be the case that this isn't actually Ferguson, and it's some other soul completely controlling this zombified, buffed version of the prison guard. But we can see, looking up close at his model, that he does have the same badge that Ferguson has in the intro cutscene, and very similar attire as well. But also on the bridge are 4 electric chairs, and above them, a sign that says no one escapes alive. After pack-a-punching our weapons so we're ready to fight again, our characters are left with nothing to do other than get in the electric chair. The same thing that brought them to this nightmare gets them off the bridge, so they can continue the cycle once again. Starting off in the spawn room in Afterlife, and reviving themselves, just as we did in the beginning of the game. But coming back, it does seem that some of our progress saved. All of the afterlife puzzles that we did seem to have their effects still here. Our characters just have to kill the zombies, finish the round off, and suddenly fuel cans appear in front of them. We no longer have to do the afterlife puzzles, but we do have to get the fuel once again, at least if we want to use the plane. But at this point, I would imagine our characters are probably wondering what those wolf heads were about, and in their journey to get these fuel canisters again, they find the Hell's Retriever, a tomahawk that itself is floating above another rift. And using some no-clip, we can see this structure up close. It is pretty cool. There is some dimension to it, and inside of this hole, there's some skulls that I don't think I've ever seen, actually. And at the very bottom, there is the same piece of artwork that we see in the cell block. This sort of parallax effect that makes that rift seem like it's a large hole to nowhere. Or, I suppose, a hole to somewhere, maybe. Perhaps on the other side of that rift is the dimension where our characters died in the electric chair. But, I don't think we're going to be able to figure that out now. But I suppose that begs the question of how the Hell's Retriever got here in the first place, and who made this thing? I mean, my first assumption is that whoever is controlling this dimension that we're in most likely created this thing. Although it looks very Native American. I mean, it clearly is a Native American tomahawk. It even has a little feather on it and some leather, but yet the blade is like encrusted with flame. And it's sitting above a rift. It would make a lot of sense that this came from another dimension. Unless the creation of this tomahawk itself made the rift, but I sort of doubt that's the case. So whoever is controlling this pocket dimension and putting our characters through this purgatory is also lending us a bit of a hand, I suppose a way out, actually, as this Hell's Retriever is needed for the next step of the Easter egg. And although it's obvious that our characters would know that, hey, we need to get some fuel to be able to use that plane again, if we ever want to try and get off the island, perhaps it'll work a second time, I don't really know. What doesn't make a lot of sense is how they figured out this next step. And it could very well be the case that they repeated this cycle many times before actually figuring it out. They got the fuel for the plane and made their way to the rooftop and refueled it multiple times. Hopped on it, hoping that perhaps it would work this time, only to find out that the cycle repeats itself yet again.
Hold tight! We're flying into a storm! Ah! So this is my punishment. The universe taking its grand revenge for all my misdeeds. Well, I ain't taking it. You hear me? I ain't playing ball. I don't regret a damn thing. If I had my time over, I'd do it all again. Every fucking part of it. So universe, you wanna know what I think? I think you can go fuck yourself.
Judging by these quotes, it seems our characters are starting to understand what's going on. Sal here, I suppose, blaming the universe for punishing him for all of his misdeeds, although he definitely doesn't seem to regret them. And he says he's not going to take it. He's going to try and find a way out. So even though it may have taken multiple cycles and multiple electrocutions, eventually our characters figured out that they could use that Hell's Retriever to do the next step. And this step is quite difficult, actually, because we need to use the Hell's Retriever in very specific locations to obtain blue skulls. And these skulls that our characters need can be seen in Afterlife, just floating there outside the map. So it probably takes our characters quite a long time to figure out where they all are.
Oh, we're gonna need this.
Although, judging by the quotes, it definitely seems they know they're important. And Weasel seems to even know what they're for.
Oh, I think I know what this is for.
Which is quite strange, considering they are like the first really hidden part of the Easter egg, and clearly put there by whoever is controlling this dimension. Perhaps Weasel has some insight on that. Or maybe this isn't even Weasel at all. It could be the case that Weasel, being the one that was murdered on the rooftop, isn't being punished like the other three. And this is actually not Albert Arlington at all, and instead, sort of a mock-up of him, like you would have in a dream or something. Although again, of course, this version of Weasel could definitely still be Arlington, and maybe he just has additional information, and it would make sense since whoever is controlling this dimension clearly wants to punish the three who killed him, that they would force the other three to listen to to him, as he's the one with the additional information now, and was also the one, I suppose, that had the plan originally. And they're just stuck repeating that original plan over and over again until they listen to Arlington that has this additional information about the Blue Skulls. And eventually, our characters find every single one of them. And after doing so, some laughing can be heard, and a weapon appears on the warden's desk. With that same fiery animation, it seems that whoever's controlling this dimension gives us the Blundergat.
Coming for you, 872B!
And Brutus does not seem very happy about it. And it seems to be that this dimension is definitely not controlled by Brutus. At least that's my best guess, and it seems that Ferguson, or at least this devilish version of Ferguson, is sort of a counter-acting against our characters. Whoever's controlling this dimension is sort of helping them along, giving them the perks and the ability to go into afterlife, I suppose. As well as the writings on the wall that we see along the way, and of course, this Blundergat here that we need. Which seems like a weapon that could be made by humans, although it's encrusted with some very devilish-looking things, and some dragon heads even. It's a very cool model, but at the end of the day, it is just a 4-barreled shotgun. So unlike some of the other wonder weapons that we've had so far in the franchise, this one's probably the most realistic, as weird as that is to say. Definitely not something that we look for in zombies, I suppose. But with the Blundergat in hand, as well as the Hell's Retriever, there's a poster here on the wall, and it seems very out of place, at least when compared to the rest of the jail cells. Although, hey, look, that's one of the scrap pieces. Weasel's comic book, unfortunately. Going unnoticed, I suppose. But as far as this poster is concerned, we throw a Hell's Retriever at it.
There's something behind the poster.
Removing it, and seeing an afterlife symbol. Once again, we need to shock ourselves. And this time, we'll find a portal here on the wall. And going through it, there's a spoon on the ground. Upon shocking that spoon, we hear a demonic laugh. That sounds a lot like Samantha, actually, from World at War, which maybe that's who's controlling this dimension. Or perhaps not. I suppose it's kind of hard to tell, considering the zombie's eyes are red, and we've never seen that so far in this franchise. But, maybe the eye color doesn't mean all that much. But after zapping this spoon, it goes to the cafeteria, which I guess kind of makes sense. And eventually our characters find it here outside of the map. And of course, in order to retrieve it, we need to use the Hell's Retriever.
Your number is up.
And when we do so, we can hear Brutus talk to us again, telling us that our number is up, which, that's a little worrying. But not only is it worrying, it is actually a hint at the next step of the Easter egg. But it's probably important to note that at this point you have to have done the cycle 3 times to do this next step. So I suppose story-wise that would suggest that our characters have done this cycle quite a lot at this point. At the very least 3 times, but I would imagine way more than that to figure all this out. And probably along the way they've died a few times and reset the entire progress as well. Just as you would in playing zombies. But after doing the cycle at least 3 times, getting the Hell's Retriever of course to get the Blue Skulls, and of course obtaining the spoon as well, if we head on down the spiral staircase, we can hear some flickering. And when going down to the counter, it's just cycling through numbers. If we remember the last thing that Brutus told us after getting that spoon, he said our number is up. And this is a hint that we need the prison numbers of our playable characters. And going into Afterlife once again, that's how we complete this step. And although some of these numbers could be obtained through the intro cutscene, for instance Sal's here of 386, you can see it right there on his chest. And as for the other ones, well, in those voice lines that we've heard already, Brutus actually gives us a couple of the numbers. One of them, after retrieving the Blundergat, he said, "I'm coming for you."
I'm coming for you, 872B.
And at the end of it, he included the numbers 872B, which is one of our character's prison numbers. And the same can be said after retrieving the spoon from the cafeteria.
Your number is up.
Brutus didn't just say that your number is up, he also said a specific number, Prisoner 101A, which is, again, one of our characters. But either way, after all 4 of these are inputted,
So you want to know the truth?
We can hear Brutus say, "Do you want to know the truth?" And then shortly thereafter, the screen goes grayscale, and we suddenly hear Ferguson talking to us, almost like he's speaking through a headset of some kind.
My name is Stanley Ferguson. I was a guard at Alcatraz from 1933 to 1942. Today, I'm going to give you some insight into one of the more interesting tales from the prison's history. Over the decades, Alcatraz has seen more than its fair share of daring escape attempts. However, few were as audacious as the one undertaken by 4 inmates on New Year's Eve, 1933. Thought to be the brainchild of an inmate by the name of Albert Arlington, the outrageous scheme was as unlikely as its mastermind.
This first recording is sort of an intro, as if Ferguson is a guide in Alcatraz, bringing some tourists along through the journey, telling the story of a daring escape attempt that happened on the New Year. And it is indeed the escape attempt of our playable characters. And we can hear that the mastermind behind it was Al. Just as the Chronorium has stated, it was a very unlikely escape plan from a very unlikely planner. But stepping through the map, of course, we find more of these along our way.
It's believed that Arlington, aka the Weasel, somehow convinced 3 other inmates that he had devised a foolproof plan to escape the rock. It was a plan that would see them literally taking to the skies on a makeshift aircraft of Arlington's own design.
And in the second one, we hear a little bit more about the plan, that it involves creating an aircraft and heading to the skies to escape the rock.
Just how the Weasel managed to convince these hardened criminals that such a plan was even possible remains a mystery to this day. What is known is that no such plane was ever built. Instead, the group's plans for freedom soon descended into bitter argument and infighting.
But in our third tape, we find out that the plane was never built. Our characters failed in making it, and instead, there began arguments and infighting. And it's funny as well that this voiceover says that how Al convinced the other 3 that this plan was foolproof doesn't really make a lot of sense, and it's sort of a mystery, because it's also a mystery to me. That really is a huge leap to be able to do that. But stepping on down the cells, of course, we can get our 4th headset.
With the plan falling apart, anger and frustration would ultimately lead to a brutal altercation between the misguided Arlington and his former co-conspirators.
And in this one, we can hear that it's going to lead to some sort of altercation, although there's not a lot of information here, so we sort of have to keep stepping down the line. But with this next one, we can hear exactly what went down.
Armed only with makeshift weapons, Finn O'Leary, Sal DeLuca, and Billy Handsome lured the unsuspecting Arlington to the roof, where they intended to exact a bloody and violent revenge.
Billy, Sal, and Finn lured Al to the roof to kill him and enact revenge for failing to make an escape plan, and also most likely being the reason that they're here in Alcatraz to begin with. But finally, heading up to the roof, we have our final headset.
And so it was here, beneath the dark and stormy winter skies, that the hapless Arlington met his grisly end, bleeding to death on the cold concrete roof. For their participation in the murder, the 3 collaborators were sent to death by electric chair. Justice came swiftly. On the morning of January 19th, 1934, the execution order was carried out.
It's very clear now to our characters that they're stuck in a loop. And it all started with their own demise by electric chair, and I suppose for Al being killed brutally on the rooftop. For the final step of the Easter egg, we need to go into Afterlife once again. And normally, while in Afterlife, you'd be able to get on the plane one last time, turning it into sort of an Afterlife plane and spawning all of the players on it with you. And once again, on your final voyage to the Golden Gate Bridge, you'll crash. But when you get there, you'll still be in Afterlife. And the bodies that you need to revive will be on the electric chairs. After doing so, that 3 versus 1 dynamic that I talked about before very much so becomes a thing here. As we know, of course, Al was the one that was killed on the rooftop by the other 3 playable characters. And now it is the Weasel versus the other three here on the bridge. If the mobsters kill Weasel just like they did on that rooftop, the cycle continues. Nothing changes, it begins with them back at spawn once again, just as if they all died and the whole thing repeats. However, if Weasel kills the other mobsters, the cycle is broken. And during this sequence, in order to make it a little bit easier for Weasel, he is not attacked by zombies, while the other three are. And he also has quite a bit more health as well. And depending on which ending you get a unique song along with it, which I think is pretty cool. But that is the lore of Mob of the Dead. In summary, our characters are stuck in a time loop. It seems that no matter what they do, they are stuck here, constantly getting plane parts and constantly crashing the plane into the Golden Gate Bridge. Whether they die by the zombies, it doesn't matter, they'll just keep coming back. And what got them to this dimension was a failed escape plan. After arriving at Alcatraz, Al, or the Weasel, came up with a very crazy escape plan to make a plane that never ended up coming to fruition. And instead, the other three murdered him on the rooftop. And after getting the electric chair, they were somehow thrusted into a different dimension. Into the afterlife, I suppose, where the cycle just kept going and going and going. Until eventually, along the way, they realized what was going on. That they were stuck here, and that the universe was punishing them. And through trial and error, and looking around in the afterlife, they were able to find blue skulls, and a spoon as well, hidden behind a wall. And even though these things don't really seem to have much to do with the Easter egg themselves, like it doesn't really make sense why a spoon and a blundergat is needed to take the afterlife plane to the bridge one last time. There's not a lot of sense to make there, other than, I suppose, that whoever is controlling this universe just wanted them to do it. They wanted them to complete the puzzles and go through these trials through grit and, I suppose, a lot of death and make it out on the other side. Where on that bridge, if the three characters who killed Weasel gave their lives, the cycle would finally end. It's a very interesting story, and it is very detached from the rest of the zombie storyline. At least for the moment, and when we get to Origins, of course, that'll change. And funny enough, there is one more cipher that we haven't gone over, and that's number 5, which is present on the loading screen. It is an ADF GX cipher. When translated from German, it reads, "Urgent, the giant is in France." And of course, this is hinting at the next map in this dimension, Origins, where we visit some World War I trenches in France. And of course, an excavation site as well, I suppose. And I imagine that will answer a lot of questions we have about this dimension, and as well, what Richtofen and the others are up to. But until then, I hope you guys enjoyed. And if you did, consider leaving a like down below. It helps me out a ton. I absolutely love making these Learning Lore episodes. There is so much I have learned along the way. It's really cool to finally have the time to take a deep dive into all of this lore, because there's so much that I never knew. And like, for instance, about Mob of the Dead. I mean, it being in a different dimension, and even simple things like it being Ferguson on the headset that you hear during those audio recordings. Although I will say Mob of the Dead, out of all the Easter eggs we've covered so far, you can learn a lot about the story without having looked up any lore. Most of it is sort of given to you through like environmental clues. And of course that intro as well, that certainly tells you that you're in a time loop. But nevertheless, there was a lot to scrape through there, and I hope you guys enjoyed. If you want to watch more of my content, you can click one of the videos on your screen right now, but if not, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay awesome, and peace out.
Rejection hurts, but it's not the worst thing, is it, Albert? What really hurts is to be ignored. You know how that feels better than anyone, don't you? Sure, they want your skills, your expertise, but only on their terms. They don't care what else you have to offer, how different you could be. If only they noticed you. Is that why you lie to them? Why you promise things you can't deliver? Be careful, Al. One day your promises may come back and bite you. Are you scared, Al? You should be. If they don't already suspect you, they will soon. And then what? What will you do when the truth's revealed? When your whole house of cards comes tumbling down? Will you confess? Or will you run? Where will you run, Albert? All around the mulberry bush? There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You know there's only one way. This is gonna end, Al. Poor Basil. They all look at you the same way, don't they, Al? They don't see a man when they look at you. You see a weasel, a rat. You're a survivor, Al. No shame in that. Even a rat survives. You can take it, whatever they throw your way. Still, wouldn't you like to know what it feels like to be respected? Just imagine what you would do if you had the power that they had. You'd have to show them, Al. You'd have to show them just what the weasel is really capable of.
Tugging my chain. I'm tugging my chain too. I'm a little scared. Oh my god, it's groovy. No fucking chance. Can I open it? Oh, it's locked. Yo! What's good, bro? What's up, bro? Nice to meet you. No way. Oh my god, this is crazy. Yo, thank you for staying open, bro.
Got you, man.
Oh my god.
No way.
Bro, this is crazy. Chat, if y'all don't know, this is Groovy Mac. They actually, I'm gonna be honest, they know you.
No way.
Yes,
That's
a lot
crazy.
of people, like,
I wouldn't think.
Bro, chat, I started playing Fortnite because I watched his YouTube videos where you would literally just smoke and play Fortnite.
Yep. Yeah. No. Week one. I was playing, or I was doing YouTube, and everyone was messaging me. They're like, "Yo, download Fortnite. Download Fortnite.
Yep.
Brand new game. No one even played it." I hopped on. I was posting it nonstop. And I was getting like 100,000 views on Snapchat at the time. And I was just like, yo, everyone hop on Fortnite, play Fortnite. I was like promoting it and all that stuff. And yeah,
Bro, I remember you did the huge one.
Yeah, it was a 28 gram.
Yes. I remember watching it, and that was literally the reason I ever started playing Fortnite. And then I started streaming Fortnite, and here I am now streaming.
Man. That's crazy.
Bro,
I would never.
It's crazy to meet you in person. This is crazy. All right, what do you got? Come on, what do you got?
Yeah, we got everything, bro. Like we got, well, you know, Nick, all flour pre-rolls, gummies. The gummies are really good. Even pins too.
Wait, do you still smoke?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man.
What would you recommend here?
The best would be one of the ice cream pre-rolls.
Ice cream?
That's the brand of it, but it's a hash hole, so it's really good. You'll see. It has a worm on the inside, all natural. There's no diamonds or nothing like that.
Okay.
Or like any.
And what about just straight weed?
We got that too. We got
straight weed, no, like a straight weed pre-roll, no hash or anything.
Okay. Yeah. I got those. I'd say the best is gonna be the wasabis. This is just top shelf indoor exotic flower, I think. This one we can
Wasabi, it's hot. It's like spicy?
No, brand.
Oh.
These brands are ridiculous.
It smells good.
Okay, we got
Oh,
some.
wow, that's strong.
Yeah, Texas. Kind of crazy. Yeah, the laws are... They did a ban, but then they vetoed the ban last second. And there's too many veterans and stuff that use all this.
Yeah. Oh, so it is legal.
Yeah. Yeah, all this. It's crazy.
But you just can't have like over a certain amount of ounces on you, right?
Exactly, yeah.
And I don't think I have to worry about that with how much. It's like 4 ounces, right?
Yeah.
I think I'm fine. Okay, fuck. Do they actually taste like those flavors?
Yeah, I'd say so. Like the Pineapple Express really does. Birthday Cake does.
Oh my god, wait, Pineapple Express. That's what movie is that from?
Pineapple Express. That's the movie name.
Wait, that's the weed they smoke in there too?
Yeah. Pineapple Express. Blueberry Muffin's really good too. We got one of those. And then probably you said one without.
Wait, so these are hash. Can I see what they look like?
Yeah. These, well, there's a picture on there.
Oh, yeah.
Boom. So they got the half worm in it.
That one will get me pretty fried, right?
Yeah, and the hash, they make it, there's no solvents used in making the hash. So they usually use butane or something like a solvent to extract the little diamond hairs on the bud.
Diamonds?
Yeah, you know when you look at, like, they show pictures of the flower and then, like, you see all those little crystals on it?
Yeah.
That's how they pretty much, how they make hash is they use, like, water and they freeze the bud and they use a super refined screen and ice, and that kind of freezes the diamonds off of it. And that's what...
You're lying.
That's what the rosin hash is in the middle. It's solventless. There's no butane.
Fuck yeah, I'll do those two, and then I'll do one just normal.
Bet.
Wait, I can't travel with these, can I? No, I can't try. It's fine. I'll do one normal, though.
Bet. You want an indica or a hybrid?
Yeah, I'll leave them here. What'd you say?
You want an indica or a hybrid?
Hybrid. What are those ones up there? Sativa?
Yeah, I got you a sativa and an indica.
No indica. That shit makes me fall asleep.
You want birthday cake?
Yeah. Woo-hoo, birthday cake. You got a lighter too?
Yeah, we got you on lighter.
Wait, how long are you live here, right?
Yeah.
What do you have like a day off anytime within the next like 2 days? What about tomorrow? Are you working tomorrow?
Yeah, all day.
Fuck.
Yeah, open and close, ready in 7.
Bro, I wanna low key.
Yeah, no, we can do something right now.
I'm driving. I don't want to smoke and then drive.
Yeah.
Chat, I want to smoke with them, bro.
No, we'll get something done for sure. I'm off Monday.
Monday? Wait, what day is that?
The first.
We're not. That's it when we're in Austin.
What about the 4th or 5th?
Yeah. Let me check my schedule. It just came out. 4th, I'm off. 5th, I work at 4 to 10.
Okay. Low key, what time do you work till tomorrow?
7. Yeah, I'm good. We can do that.
You want to do it tomorrow?
Yeah, we can do that.
We could smoke and then do like a mukbang after.
Bet.
All right,
no, that'd be dope.
I'll text you about it.
Nice.
All right, let's do it. Let me get these.
Cool.
Woo!
And then I got you something too. This is a pen I got from Oklahoma. These taste really good.
I don't do pens.
No pens?
No.
Pen?
I hit a
do
pen.
But I have a friend. Oh, we can't travel with it, can we?
No.
I'd give it to.
I hit a pen
and flour.
one time. I hit a blinker. When I tell you, I had this one thing. I forget what it's called. Chat, what is it called that I got?
Greened out.
No, not greened out. It's worse. It's like when you see your body.
Oh, you like astral projected
It's
or
called something. I forget what it's called. Chat, what is it called? I had a derealization.
Oh.
Like when I tell you, I couldn't like I remember my whole world vibrating, and I could see myself, and it was like going back and forth, and I was trying to get like my soul back in my body. I thought I was gonna die.
Bro, he didn't move from the couch for like 5 hours.
I couldn't move for 5 hours. I literally had no control of my body. It was the worst thing ever.
Dude, those pens are kind of dangerous because it's super
Wait, what is
extract.
this?
It's just normal flour. That's like real flour, like good flour.
Yo, Elu, thanks for the sub. You got laced? I might have gotten laced.
Yeah, that sounds...
It was bad. That's why I'll just never hit a pen. And then I greened out from edibles, so I don't think I'll ever do edibles either.
All right, 2703.
Oh, shit. Bet.
Dude, that's so crazy, though. You grew up, man. You watched my stuff. That's...
Bro,
I would never think that someone...
When I tell you, wait, I want to FaceTime my brother. FaceTime Lucas. It's lit.
Starting a FaceTime call to Lucas.
Bro, we used to sit there and just like literally just watch you smoke, and neither of us smoked either. We would just do it to do it.
Yeah, bro, I wish we can look back at all the old videos. I got deleted at 320,000
Did you
subscribers.
leave your channel?
Yeah, bro.
For what?
Copyright. I had, dude, because I had 500 videos, and it was like rules changed, and 3 copyright strikes for music, and they instantly deleted my channel.
Back?
No.
Have you tried?
I try every 3 months. I put in an appeal. Never. They say no every time.
I could ask my rep and see if I can help you.
Yeah.
I could ask. Yeah, I don't know.
You could still look it up on Social Blade.
It was for copyright?
Yeah.
Like
it was
music?
Yeah, 3 copyright strikes for music, and it was like old videos that I had, and yeah, I got deleted for that.
We didn't answer. Chat, Luke's not answering.
No, that's crazy. Hopefully.
Did it go through? Or
Yeah, we're good. Boom.
Damn, bro. Luke.
What's going on?
Want to see who I'm with right now?
Who are you with right now?
Yo.
Oh my God.
Luke. No way. Luke, what's up?
I was telling him how we used to watch him.
All the time.
No
See,
way.
I told
bro.
you, bruh.
That's crazy, bro. Such a small world.
I'm in Texas right now, and I was looking for weed, and Groovy was like, he DM'd me. He was like, yo, I have a shop. I was like, fuck it, I'm pulling up.
Wait, he owns a shop?
Manage.
He manages a weed shop. Luke, they banned his YouTube.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Bro, I've been grinding on my second channel.
What is it?
Groovy Mac. It's still Groovy Mac 2.
You just don't play music?
No, I don't even risk it now. No, never, ever. Never.
All right, Luke.
All right, that's crazy. Big Daddy Groovy.
All right, I'll talk to you soon.
All right, peace.
Peace. You got to do it one time.
Yeah.
You got to do it. Stay groovy.
You already know. Stay groovy, smoke a doobie.
Oh my God. Hearing that in person is crazy. Hey, I appreciate you, bro.
You're a legend,
Thank you
bro.
so much. It's such a random side quest.
Yeah.
Hey, W Groovy in the chat, bro.
I'll hit you up, bro.
All right, yeah, just DM me.
Yes, sir.
That's tough. Oh, I need a lighter. Groovy! I need a lighter. Oh, did you? Fuck, I didn't even look.
Pink one. Come on, bro.
You're the fucking goat.
I got you.
What a fucking legend.
All right, y'all be safe.
Thank you, bro. You too. Oh my God. Yo, don't call me a wall kisser. FaceTime case on. He's not answering, chat. I don't know where he's at.
For over 2 decades, Call of Duty has evolved from a grounded World War II shooter to one of the most complex gaming universes ever created. But behind every campaign, every multiplayer map, and every zombies chapter lies a history of cuts, content, Easter eggs, and unexplained mysteries. This is the Call of Duty Iceberg Explained. Teddy bears. Ever since Call of Duty 4, teddy bears have become one of the series' most consistent Easter eggs. You can spot them hidden away in campaign missions, multiplayer maps, and sometimes in places you'd never expect to see them. Some of the most iconic examples include the massive pile of bears on the top of high rise, and the giant bear holding 2 golden desert eagles in the Modern Warfare 3 map, Lockdown. Second, bus route. A popular debunked theory for the Black Ops 2 zombie map Transit is that there was a second bus route leading to a secret location. Players pointed to hints around the map suggesting another route. And the whole theory really started with this image in the starting room. It seems to show two different bus routes, which fueled years of speculation. Time paradox. In Modern Warfare Remastered, there's a hidden Yuri cameo during the mission One Shot, One Kill. If the player manages to kill both Yuri and Makarov, they unlock the achievement Time Paradox. The idea is that taking them out early would prevent the entire storyline of Modern Warfare 2 and Modern Warfare 3 from ever happening. Sympathy for the Devil. This is a song by the Rolling Stones. It plays during the Black Ops mission Crash Site, and also appears as an Easter egg song on the multiplayer map Nuketown. To trigger it on Nuketown, you just have to shoot the heads off every mannequin within 15 seconds. Giant Ball. On this Modern Warfare map, you can find a giant ball in the middle of the map, and shooting it into a goal will spawn confetti and the announcer will shout goal. Dirty Harry. With console commands in World at War and Black Ops, it's possible to spawn a secret weapon called the Dirty Harry, a simple M1911 that launches explosives instead of normal bullets. Thundergun in campaign. On the Black Ops mission Numbers, it's possible to obtain the Thundergun from zombies by doing a couple Easter egg steps. Once the Easter egg is complete, the Thundergun will merge from the wall. You are then able to use it for the rest of the mission. Dead Cows. This strange developer running gag goes all the way back to the first title in the franchise. The joke is simply that dead cows will appear throughout the various campaign levels and multiplayer maps. The credits for Call of Duty and Call of Duty 2 even acknowledge it with this message: no cows were harmed in the making of this game. Retro games in Nuketown. On the Black Ops 2 map, Nuketown 2025, you can play the classic Atari games Pitfall, Hero, Kaboom, and River Raid. To activate it, you need to shoot the heads off every mannequin within 2 minutes of the match starting. Then head over to the Nuketown sign and you'll have access to be able to play these games. Brick Blaster. A hidden weapon in Call of Duty 4 that can be accessed through console commands. This is very similar to the Dirty Harry that we spoke about earlier. However, this time it's a USP-45 that shoots bricks rather than bullets. DS Snowmen. Across the DS versions of Call of Duty 4, World at War, and Black Ops, players can discover hidden snowmen across these games, which is kinda creepy. Space Dog. On the Black Ops 3 remaster of the zombies map, Moon, it's possible to see a dog wearing a spacesuit after completing an Easter egg. Infinite Warfare teaser. A cross-game promotional event took place on the Black Ops 3 map, Nuketown, where right before the Infinite Warfare trailer released, the endgame screen would show a spaceship hovering above the map. Elemental Knife. On the Black Ops 2 zombie map, Origins, players discovered a glitched weapon, an insanely powerful knife that was really hard to obtain. For a long time, many believed it was an official part of the map, but it was eventually confirmed to be just a glitch. Zombie Chronicles 2. According to leaks and rumors, Black Ops 4 was originally supposed to receive a 5th DLC pack called Zombies Chronicles 2, featuring remastered versions of Transit, Die Rise, Buried, and at least 2 Chaos story maps to wrap up that storyline. However, this was never officially confirmed. It reference. On the Modern Warfare map, Docks, a red balloon can be spotted in the sewer. This is a reference to the movie It, and for some reason this Easter egg was removed from the game shortly after its discovery. Secret Old Woman. A popular hoax video uploaded to YouTube on July 16th, 2010. It claimed that players could summon an old woman with a gun capable of killing them on the Modern Warfare 2 map, Underpass. This video was later debunked as a clever edit, but it still gained millions of views and fooled countless players during the early days of Modern Warfare 2. Finding Nemo Easter egg. This is another hoax video created by Chaos X Silencer in 2012. The video claimed that players could discover Nemo from the movie Finding Nemo in the fish tank on the Modern Warfare 3 map getaway by completing a few Easter egg steps. This video was later debunked as fake, but it still sparked curiosity among fans at the time. Secret RPG. On the Advanced Warfare mission, Throttle, players can glitch into a building to discover a fully usable RPG. This is actually a leftover asset from Modern Warfare 3 as it uses the same weapon model. Astronaut name. On the Black Ops zombie map, Moon, the astronaut zombie will use the names of your Xbox, Steam, or PSN friends as an attempt to trick you that they are actually them. This also happens if you play against bots on Private Match. UFO House. On the Finest Hour mission, Come Out Fighting, you can find a UFO inside a hidden room. To access this, simply walk through this wall and head down into the basement. Here you will find the UFO and behind it, some health packs. Knocking. On the Black Ops zombie map, Kino de Toten, players can hear mysterious knocking coming from certain areas of the map. Rust in Advanced Warfare. Just outside the Advanced Warfare map, Compound, there's a small recreation of the Modern Warfare 2 map, Rust. Players can see this by going into spectator mode and flying over there. Dentist Chair Ghost. On the World at War zombie map, Verrückt, you can hear ghostly voices by the dentist chair in one of the spawn rooms. Just take a listen. Lost Chainsaw. In both Black Ops and Black Ops 2, developers once planned for a full chainsaw-style weapon called the Sabertooth for multiplayer and zombies. In the original Black Ops, it can still be added through mods, but the model was never finished. Only its placement in the player's hands can appear, and despite having no visible weapon, it can still be used to kill players. Giant Chair. On the Finest Hour mission, Come Out Fighting, there's a hidden wall you can jump through to access a secret room. Inside, you'll find a giant chair with several health packs next to it. Are you serious? On the Modern Warfare mission, Clean House, you encounter a mother holding her newborn baby. Attempting to shoot the baby instantly fails the mission and displays a special on-screen warning. But if you try this 3 times, the fail message changes to, "Are you serious?" and the game kicks you back to the main menu. Useless minigun. On the Modern Warfare 3 map, Lookout, there's a mounted minigun the players can use. However, it's completely useless because it's aimed towards the outside of the map, meaning it's impossible to kill any players with it. Modern Warfare loot boxes. During the Modern Warfare beta, some players saw a glitch claiming they had earned a supply drop, even though Infinity Ward had stated loot boxes wouldn't be included. They ultimately never appeared in the final game, but the beta still contained leftover images of loot boxes in the files. So my guess is they originally had plans to have supply drops in the game, but got scrapped later on. Giant Red Apple. On the Finest Hour mission, Operation Little Saturn, players can discover a giant red apple, and entering it will reveal a hidden UFO. Peter's Grave. On the iOS game, Call of Duty Zombies, players can obtain a special melee weapon, the shovel, and use it to uncover a hidden grave labeled Peter's Grave, which will reward them with a free wonder weapon. Fake Black Ops 4 campaign. In May 2020, a video claiming to show a mission from the cancelled Black Ops 4 campaign surfaced online. Since Activision never issued copyright strikes against videos covering it, it's widely believed to have been a hoax created by modders, but nothing has officially been confirmed. Mountain Dew armor. During a promotional event for Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, players could redeem codes found on Mountain Dew bottles to unlock a exclusive Mountain Dew themed armor set. Since this was the only method of obtaining it, the set has become one of the rarest armor pieces in the game. Secret Hitler boss fight. Back when Nackdown on Toten first came out, players spread a rumor that hitting around 100 would make a zombie Hitler show up as a secret boss fight. This was obviously fake. Shadows of Evil Ride. As part of a Black Ops 3 marketing campaign, a Shadows of Evil themed attraction was added to Six Flags in Los Angeles during Fright Fest. The event featured a haunted walkthrough with live zombie actors, and even a roller coaster branded after Black Ops 3 zombies. Hangar 18 Aliens. On the Black Ops multiplayer map, Hangar 18, you can find bodies of aliens hidden away, alongside an apple being experimented on. Ghost Sounds. On the Modern Warfare 3 map, Sanctuary, if a player lays down near some graves, they can hear the ghosts of the families from the mission Davis Family Vacation.
Don't get too close to the road, sweetie.
Giant Teddy Bear. On the Modern Warfare map, Station, players can trigger an Easter egg that causes a massive teddy bear to fall from the sky and explode outside of the map. To activate it, shoot all the stone tablets to reveal the numbers behind them, then enter the sequence from left to right on the keypad. If done correctly, the giant teddy bear will appear. Call of Duty XP. This was a Call of Duty convention held in 2011 and again in 2016. The event included a full-scale recreation of the Modern Warfare 2 map, Scrapyard, for paintball matches, Juggernaut-themed sumo wrestling, a real-life version of the Spetsnaz mission, The Pit, zombie-themed laser tag, and a Nuketown paintball arena. Fans also had the chance to play Infinite Warfare multiplayer and the Black Ops 3 4th DLC before release. Nagden on Toten is real. The story goes that in 1944, a US fighter plane crashed near an empty facility in France. The recovery team found the crew dead, and one mangled Nazi soldier still alive. His legs were blown off, and his jaw was destroyed, yet still screaming and crawling towards them. After taking him out, they looked through a hole in the wall and saw a massive tunnel underground. They went in and vanished. The only thing left was a small radio. Well, that's it for this video. If you enjoyed, please consider leaving a like and subscribing if you are new around here. It's totally free and you can unsubscribe at any point. But anyways, have a great day and I'll see you in the next one. Take care.
See the blazing Yule before us, fa la 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 la. Strike the harp and join the chorus, fa la 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 la. Follow me in merry measure, fa la 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 la. While I tell of Yuletide treasure, fa la la la.
Today we're playing another Black Ops 3 Zombies GTA map. This time it's Grand Theft Auto Online, apartments plus custom guns go wild. Yeah, I was very interested by this map because not only is it a GTA remake, which is always really cool. I played quite a bit of GTA Online in my time back in the day. Can't believe GTA 6 is going to be out in less than a year from now, assuming the date doesn't change again. But there's actually some Black Ops 7 guns in here, which I'm kind of amazed because Black Ops 7's only been out for 2 weeks. I'm guessing they started working on them like when the beta came out. But yeah, here we go. GTA 5 Apartments. Original port by Mark2580. A shout out to you and Vufflob. So yeah, these maps are usually like a little bit challenging in the beginning, and then they sort of even out. This door's 5,000, this one's 750. Wait till round 25 for this elevator to unlock. Okay. I hope you're all having a great start to December. Can't believe it's already December, to be honest, but yeah, I have been absolutely loving Black Ops 7 recently. I mean, it only came out, what, just 2 weeks ago? I have been no-lifing it like no tomorrow. I haven't played Call of Duty Zombies this much since Black Ops 3 came out, to be honest. I'm actually working on a cursed mode video, but it requires you to get to round 60 for some of the challenges, so that's why I haven't uploaded in like 5 days, because I've been sweating that. But yeah, I hope you're all having a fantastic start to your day or whenever you're watching this. Let me know down in the comment section below. What's your favorite Rockstar Games title if you had to choose one? Because I know some people would say like Red Dead Redemption 2 was pretty damn good. GTA 5, I mean GTA 4 was also really good. I mean, I don't think they've ever made a game that was like completely abysmal compared to everything else. But what's this? I've got a door for 1500. Sure. Hello, Speed Cola. I've got to reload. What is this? Double points and an insta. Oh, it's literally, this is like the dream combo right here. Melee for the 260 points. Oh, love to see. Ow, spawning behind me. Ugh. All right, that's the round. I'm gonna buy Speed Cola immediately because, to be honest, it's kind of underrated being able to just speedy. I know what that is. No comment. Max ammo reloads the gun. Love to see it. But yeah, sometimes getting a cheeky reload in, like as fast as possible, is the difference between you dying or not. So, oh, well, there's a bathroom with mule kick in the shower. Okay, fair enough. This door's 750 to go to Electric Cherry. This is a very tight map, I'm not gonna lie. Whew. Jesus. I do really love these maps though, like, they're just, everything about the aesthetic, it just feels really cozy. I mean, look, you got the whole, oh, the outside. You can just about see, but look, oh, there's something up there. Oh, double points again, don't mind if I do. It's a little bit low res if you zoom in, but just the outside nighttime vibe, oh, it's amazing. I'm gonna, we've got a Bowie knife here. I'm gonna buy the L car. Usually a bad call, but fuck it, honestly. So I think we're done for... Oh, hello. Los Santos owns you. Got so much just like memorabilia just around this room. I remember going through and doing all the heists just to get enough money to be able to like buy the fancier apartments, because I think this is one of the sort of the lower end ones, which still costs a lot. Kind of like real life, because haha, inflation. What we got in here? So there's another door back here for 5k. I think we have the Black Ops 4 announced, so this door's 3,000, so I'll go here. We got double tap. Don't mind if I do. Oh, hi. We have that found the mystery box now, which is very nice. God, okay, this is a cozy living room. Look at this, dude. Max ammo. There we go. The Shoulder of Orion 2 in space. Oh, I can't wait for the new Black Ops 7 Zombies map. I think it comes out on Thursday, so expect a video playing that as soon as it comes out. But it's going to be in space. I think it's orbiting... Oh, the MG08. That's one of the best guns ever. But I'm pretty sure it's orbiting, like, Saturn or Jupiter. I keep forgetting which, but either way, the Skybox looks gorgeous. First space Treyarch map since Moon in 2011. It's been 14 years, dude. I mean, unless you're counting Zombies in Spaceland, which, to be honest, that's more of a theme park. But, oh, hello, admin gun. Don't mind if I do. The Redeemer. Hey, yo. Gift cards? Oh, God, that was close. Yeah, this is insane. The A to Z of fashion. So many posters all over the place. All right, what am I going to do next? I guess we'll hit the box once more. The blood splattering everywhere. Can I just make a coffee, please? That would be nice. Got an MP40. Ah, and I'm down. That's what happens when I don't pay attention for 2 seconds. But it's fine. All right, if I just get double tap. Oh, please. Oh, that was so close to death. Jesus. All right, well, door for 1,000 here, just so we have a bit more room. And we have a KRM on the wall. And another door for 5k. These expensive ass doors, dude. We've got a custom nuke. I will grab that. Go in here, get speed cola. You get like no time after getting a nuke though. It's one thing these maps do really well is they just, they put the pressure on. All right, let's use the MP40 a little bit with insta-kill. Actually, let's go and head back and get quick revive too, because that is something I need. And then, screw it, I'll get dead shot, why not?
Fetch me their souls.
God bless that announcer. The deep-ass voice is quite satisfying to listen to. I'm not sure what kind of wonder weapons we've got going on in the box, but you know what? Let's try hitting it again, just to see. I see the Marshals in there. We got the L4 Siege. I mean, until I get PhD, I don't really want to risk that. But okay, I'm going to camp here. We got on here any kind of movies I recognize? No. There is a whole bikini shop there. What is that? God damn. And then Slaughter 7. One thing I love about GTA is they always do like mock names of existing movies and video games that you can see. I'm pretty sure, who is it, Puppet Combo also do that with like their horror games. Do love a good pun every now and then. Alright, we've got the points now. Let's open it. What is in it? Just for a bathroom, and it's PhD. I mean, if I took the L4 Siege, that'd be a great purchase, but I freaking didn't, did I? There was a sickle in there. What the heck? I will take the resonator. This is like the original nail gun. I think this one's from Black Ops 3. The bloody 10-year-old game now, which is insane. If I remember correctly, this gun is actually really good when pack-a-punched. But I think we'll get to the end of this round, and then, yeah, we'll pick up that nuke. Oh, there's a double points too. Move, crawler! Oh, are you serious, man? I literally just couldn't move for so long. Oh, what the fuck ever. Going by speed cola again, I guess. Oh, this is terrible because my guns just do like no damage now. Oh, please. Look at the lack of damage. Nail gun, please. Okay, it's not too bad. Whew. Yeah, as always, a link to this map will be in the description below if you want to play it for yourself. Somehow live. Why am I making crawlers with this gun? That is literally what threw me off before. But whatever, we can afford double tap now. If I just... Can I just end the round, please? Or, sure, that works. Give me double tap. And instead of quick revive, I'm just going to open this door because, yeah, we've got another apartment here. So it's like 3 different apartments combined into one, which is really cool. But we found Jug. That is what I need to survive, I think. And we can afford quick revive on this round, so do that. Kill the dog first so I don't get caught while drinking the perk because that happens so often. And then you are the last one. Kill you. Drink. Immediately buy this. And I think, oh yeah, this is the apartment that was in the other map that I played, I think. Seems to ring a bell. You can really get a proper view of the outside now, which is gorgeous. Got this whole studio setup here. Imagine the speakers. Like, listening to music in this place would be so nice. But yeah, let's just camp up here. By the end of this round, we should have enough for Juggernog, and then we're chilling, you know? The box being on the other side of the map is not really ideal. Ooh, max ammo. Ah! We're already on round 16. These maps go by so quickly, it's insane. There's a couple of really cool tower maps that have released recently, but they look to be quite difficult, so I thought it might take me a while to record those. Hello, answering machine. Who even uses these anymore? Does anyone actually still have an answering machine? Let me know in the comments. I find them to be kind of nostalgic, but oh, we found Pack-a-Punch behind the 3,000 point door. Hello, guitar. And the ultimate little mixing setup here for making music. Got a speaker in every corner of the room too? Oh, that shit is nice. Even just this whole bar like over here. What the fuck? I can't believe this is an apartment. But yeah, we should get enough points for Pack-a-Punch. Oh, next round. They have... Is it 2 or 3 ovens? That's 2 ovens and a microwave. Hey, if there's one oven I would love to get, though, is a pizza oven. I've been wanting one for ages. But let's see if we can get a Pack-a-Punch in quickly. Come on. Just while this is going, we've got double points. That is a gorgeous pap camo. What is this? It's not quite dark matter or dark either, but it is animated. Oh, that is one of the nicest camos ever. But we haven't actually used any of the Black Ops 7 guns yet, so let's actually go towards the box. See if I can try and pick one of those up. But first, where is Mule Kick again? I think it's in here, right? Yes, in this bathroom. Ooh. Yeah, the way you beat these maps is by power-ups. And Electric Cherry. Do not sleep on this, because every time you reload, just having a stun is always very nice. We'll get Deadshot. And then I think the box is it in this apartment? No, literally back here. Yeah, there we go. Getting myself lost. And I think there's still a few more doors we've got to open up. But here we go. I see some of them in there. That's the HVK. Not quite what I'm looking for. Let's try and camp in this corner. Oh, and there's a zombie spawner underneath me. That is terrible. Let's try this corner then, because they all have to run this way. That's ideal. All right, spin the box with insta-kill. Perfect timing, really. What did I get? That is the MXR. There you go. A Black Ops 7 weapon. This is like the Scar H, I'm pretty sure. It's one of my favorite guns, actually, because I'm always a sucker for like slower fire rate, but high damage and really low recoil. Because my aim sucks. Trip mines? Sure, I guess. Can't really see myself using them, but oh, Electric Cherry there. Actually got that kill for me. This has decent damage for round 21. What is this for Dingo? On any other map, I'd be like, oh yes, give me the Dingo, but I've literally got this already. Oh yeah, and the elevator will open up in 4 rounds, which isn't too bad. I'm assuming that'll probably have the Bible ending if I were to hazard a guess. But alright, I think I'll get rid of the nail gun if we get another Black Ops 7 gun. There's Teddy Bear. Actually kind of glad, just because it's not in the best spot, really. So we opened this door here. There's this Pack-a-Punch. There's no other doors in here. This is like the heist searching room, I'm pretty sure. I remember the... maybe it's not. Oh, fuck. Reload, reload, reload. You just get no time to do anything, man. I lost my MXR. This is criminal. Criminal, imminal. Whatever, there's my jug. Now I've got no double tap for this entire round unless I get a drop. Oh, thank you. The perfect drop, actually. Fire sale. Oh god, I've got to reload. Oh, well, that was bloody close, wasn't it? Give me speed cola. Hopefully I get my gun back when I buy Mule Kick in a second. Ooh, okay, yeah, this is definitely a challenge map. Even with speed cola, the MG08 has like a pretty slow reload. Oh, there we go. Okay, electric cherry. Come on, Mule Kick. Give me my gun. Please, please, please. Nope. Didn't get it. Ugh. It's tragic, but I understand. But it's fine, because at least we have no more quick revives. That's unfortunate, but I do see where the mystery box is now. It's next to speed cola. So please, can I get something Black Ops 7 on RPK? I just want something to Pack-a-Punch. The HLX4, is that? No, this is from like Black Ops 4, I'm pretty sure. Or maybe Black Ops 3. The Razor 9mm, there you go. That's a Black Ops 7 gun. And a pretty damn good one as well. It's an SMG. It's kind of like your standard Spitfire-esque gun where it just fires really, really fast. Called the Edge 9. Interesting name. But again, it looks gorgeous with this camo on it. So yeah, I want to try and Pack-a-Punch as many Black Ops 7 guns as I can within reason. I mean, I'm already down to my last quick revive. Got how bloody aggressive the zombies are on these maps. And we've got this door for 5k. Let me at least open it so I can see what's going on. So this is like where you go to change your outfits and shit. And we have Widow's Wine. That would actually be very nice. Oh, and double points. Okay, get to the end of the round. There we go. And it's round 25, so whatever that elevator is will have opened now. Oh, is that the MG08 on the wall? That looks like the Brecci, actually. But Vulture Raid in here with a rocket shield. Well, that's nice. I'll actually buy that when I get the points. Gimme, gimme. Okay. This is how we live. Oh, and there is a nuke. Screw it. Screw everything. Just give me that. We have a box right here. I'm going to get rid of the nail gun, probably. This is one hell of a bedroom. Looking out to see that is gorgeous. That's the China Lake. You're having a giggle if you think I'm going to take that, dude. Come on, fire sale. Oh, let me spin it. Oh, it's not worth risking my life for. All right, we got one left. Oh, I can actually relax for a second now. Woo. So, after pay towards Bible ending, it's 80,000 points. That is ridiculous, but sure. Come on, box. The fucking China Lake again. Let me just spin it. Let me just spin it. The Verse Recon. This is from Black Ops 7. I did say I'd take it then. Okay, now I just gotta survive. Honestly, yeah, just I thought that was an admin gun. Oh, Electric Cherry, you are one of the best perks in this entire map for sure. Okay, another fire sale, a max ammo. Christ, insta-kill, there we go. That is what I needed. I still want to keep this, ideally. Do I get rid of the Razor? I have used it a little bit now. The M8A1? This is actually the Black Ops 7 M8. Ooh. Hey, it might be worth keeping then. And the Peacekeeper Mark II, that is also from Black Ops 7. What the heck? Okay, get this. Oh, I needed that. All right, let's go and Pack-a-Punch some of these. The Writ of Shamash is called the same thing as the other, as the Black Ops 3 Peacekeeper. Unless that is the same one, but I'm pretty sure it's not. The Reconvergence, though, this is definitely new. Interesting aim down sight. But the hipfire is nasty, even without Deadshot. I know we do have an insta-kill right now, so I can't really test for damage, but I love this M8. Not sure how many other guns we have in here, but screw it. Let's use this So the sniper is in fact a one-shot. This could end up being the best gun in the game. The micro aerator, I think that's actually what it's called in BO7. And just look at this thing, dude. It's gorgeous. We've got an inspect animation too. Oh, that is nice. Yeah, I think I'll get rid of the Peacekeeper next, just because while it is actually kind of decent, it's oh, I have Deadshot. Never mind. I'll go and get PhD for the sake of it. And now I think I have all the perks that are on the map except for Quick Revive, right? Tommy Gun, eh. Oh, I don't have Vulturade. That's the one I'm missing. I believe that one's upstairs, which is a little bit risky to get to, but fuck it. Oh, why are they doing barrel rolls now? That is not it. But whatever. If I just honestly just line them up with this, easy kills. Bit of his fire sale. Oh, give me some green smoke and I can just chill. Yep, here we go. What is that gun? The Echo 12? This is the gun that has, I'm pretty sure if you get like a certain number of prestiges with it on Black Ops 7, you get the Element 115 camo from Black Ops 2 that you can just use on any gun, which is pretty sick. God, the shake on this is ridiculous. Okay, well, shotguns are usually quite good, so fuck it, we'll pack-a-punch it. My PC fans going haywire right now. Recently they've been doing that actually, just like out of nowhere, it'll just whir up. I think it might need dusting, maybe that's it. Just get me a little terrified, because when I just hear it go, you know, kind of expect it to explode or some shit. Another fire sale, let's go. Any box spawns down here? Oh, there actually is. Yeah, so this is now like a 6-round burst shotgun. What the fuck? I thought it was meant to be 4-round. But it's getting the job done. Shotguns are always strong in zombies, let's be honest. What is this? The AK-74U, I'm good. I saw another gun on the page. I think it's the Dravec 45, which is pretty good. Another SMG. Oh, there goes the fans again. Maybe it's just this gun? I'm sure it's perfectly fine. Let's just keep shooting and hope for the best. But yeah, this Verse Recon is actually cracked. It's so fun to use in BO7 as well. Like, the quickscoping in that game is pretty decent. It's very reminiscent of Black Ops 3's multiplayer, because I didn't really love it, but I didn't hate it. It was still, like, good overall, but way more interested in the zombies. The new endgame mode is actually pretty fun. The campaign, I played through the entire campaign. I'll be honest, it was worth it just for Kagan, but yeah, it was not that great. It is also similar to BO3's, except it only took like 4 hours to beat, and it was very just... I mean, if you're a fan of boss fights, you're going to enjoy it, because there's a lot of boss fights. And, oh, the M8 becomes full auto when you pack-a-punch it. Well, that's actually pretty cool. The Argus. No, I'm good. I mean, I have a pretty damn good setup right now. Oh, and there's the max ammo. Well, I'll get one last spin in the box. The teddy bear, of course. Fucking typical. Let's just pay towards the Bible ending a little bit. And I did get another fire sale. Dude, getting the fire sales is so just... It's bait. It's gonna get me killed because I'm just gonna constantly be going towards them. Like, oh yeah, I can go and get this. The P06. No, I'm good. That was some sniper from BO3, I think. I appreciate the weapon variety, at least. But oh, the box is just here now. Okay, that's actually a nice spot for it. Yeah, I think with the insta-kill double points, let's just use the M8 a little bit. I can go for a few spins of the box, if it will let me. Hello? Okay, I guess we're never hitting the box again. I'm pressing interact. Nope. Yep, the box is just done. Can't spin it. Bit of a weird bug, but that's fine, because we're only like 30,000 points away. Let's try and go into a different apartment. Let's try this one. Go into this little bedroom. This is like the coziest one for me. Also probably the most affordable. You know, you've got like a big ass living room, which I prefer living in actual like houses anyway, even if they're small like 2-bedroom houses. Apartments are just a bit too cramped for me, but if you were going to live in one, this is kind of ideal. Look, you got a big ass wardrobe, which is perfect because I have about 30 hoodies alone, let alone my shirts and all the other stuff. Got some random treasure chest in here. Lord knows what's in there. And let's come to this apartment. This one's also quite nice, but it's equally quite cramped. I mean, it's a decent bedroom. Yeah, this M8 is clean. Tiny TV, but this was kind of what TVs were like. This looks like something from 2010, maybe slightly before. Yeah, I think by the end of this round, if we get a lucky double points, as I say that, come on, spawn one in, you know you want to. Pretty please, pretty please. Oh, every zombie in existence down there. That's a nuke. Lost my shield. It's weird because playing Black Ops 7 now, because they've added the old point system to cursed mode, I'm actually sort of prepared to go back and play Black Ops 3. It's like a decent practice. Oh, can I please live? I'm so close. Okay, there we go. Elevator. We're literally 6,000 points away. Go back over here. Come on, mule kick. I'm a vampire, dude. I've got no reflection. One admin gun, that's all I'm asking for. Or an insta-kill, I'll take that. Oh, and an admin gun. Okay, well that just made it easy. And a double points. Right, it's so typical. When I need like a double points or something, it'll always come right to the end of when I need it. Because look, we're over the points now. Like that was pretty anticlimactic. But that's fine. Should I at least end the round? Suppose I might as well. We've got insta-kill. It's not going to take very long, is it? We have all the perks we could possibly obtain because quick revive is no longer available. You know what? I'm going to just mission passed. Oh, I like that. Even does the little cigarette thing. Nice. Cool little animation. 34 on the time survived. Honestly, not bad. That was a really fun map. If you've enjoyed, please leave a like, subscribe if you're new. Check out this video on screen. YouTube says that you might like it. And yeah, I will see you in my next video.
I've spent the past few months covering the Easter eggs and world's first stories of Call of Duty Zombies. My goal was simply to bring old stories back to light. However, every time I began to research, there was one name that just wouldn't leave my screen, and a name that seemed to show itself in every story, often for the wrong reasons. Although chasing more information about this name was like chasing down the boogeyman, and it quickly became apparent that this was a story I had to bring you guys. Cheaters in any capacity and in any game tarnish great moments and ruin the experience for other players. We've seen streamers get caught cheating, speedrunners get caught cheating, and even professional players get caught cheating live on stage in tournaments before. Once caught, often these players have their careers tarnished forever, and they become an outcast in their respective games. However, for today's cheater, they managed to steer under the radar, allowing them to repeatedly cheat again and again and again. If you're a longtime Call of Duty player, you may be familiar with the name Play the Game Central, the collective name for a group of players who made a vast amount of Call of Duty content, particularly in the Black Ops 2 era. The variety of players inside of PTG allowed them to make a varying style of content, both within multiplayer and zombies, although it was primarily their zombies content where their infamy and notoriety would stem from. While PTG were technically a group of players, the most notable was their leader, Ben, and during this video we will often refer to Ben as PTG due to his significant involvement. Call of Duty Zombies is a round-based horde mode, with the simple goal to survive as long as possible as the difficulty and quantity of enemies increases. For the majority of players, the simple goal of survival and high rounds is enough to keep them satisfied. However, for some players, this goal is not enough, and they wanted more. To satisfy this craving, the developers began to add secret puzzles and quests named Easter eggs. These Easter eggs have no in-game guide, prompts, or direction, and it would be purely up to the community to discover, progress through the steps, and complete, with the end goal of an Easter egg normally being to fight a boss, unlock a cutscene, or discover the story implications for the next map. While there is no official Treyarch sanctioned race to be the first to complete these Easter eggs, pure bragging rights is enough to allure some of the game's best players into an unofficial race to untangle these elaborate zombies puzzles. Not all Easter egg steps are created equal though, and the obscure puzzles would sometimes take the community days to discover and complete. Our cheater, however, mysteriously never faced the same challenges others did. PTG's initial rise, according to Zombies veteran Liam Winter, was all the way back in 2010, during the GK Nova 6 alternate reality game that was used to promote Black Ops. Fans across different Call of Duty related forums were trying to solve the secrets of GK Nova 6, when PTG decided to hijack the game with their own one. This was titled GK Nova 0. The name and contents of the website were enough to fool a pretty large amount of people into thinking this project was actually affiliated with Treyarch. Eventually, it was revealed that the website was nothing but a hoax, which immediately soured people's opinions of Play the Game. But they also gained a small audience of people who really liked the quality of what they had done, and felt like PTG might have some connections to Treyarch in some way. PTG has managed to drift under the radar for years, but the story first started ringing alarm bells when I began to properly research Mob of the Dead. Mob was a controversial map from the start, with leakers at the time posting mega threads on Reddit hating on Treyarch and leaking the map in pretty significant detail. Coincidentally, PTG Central had magically posted a bunch of speculation videos prior to the map's release that were also eerily accurate about the map's content.
So I'm going to be telling you some things that you don't know about the upcoming map pack. I'm not going to tell you what the map pack name is, and I'm not going to tell you what the zombie name is, believe it or not, but I'm going to tell you what the zombie map is, if you get my gist between Die Rise and Great Leap Forward. I'm going to be telling you what it is, because I think the name is awful, but I know that they needed to use that name for the kind of Call of the Dead reference, because this is a map all about celebrity in the most minor way possible. So I released a song recently called Alcatraz, and if you haven't heard it, then that's fine, I'll put a link in the description.
Mob of the Dead released for Xbox users on the 16th of May of 2013, and the hunt to crack the Easter egg began right away. Within the first hour, players had started to make pretty good progress through the egg, building the plane, collecting the Hell's Retriever, and more before starting the search for several skulls around the map. But while the community was making good progress, PTG hadn't just made substantially more progress, he had completed the whole Easter egg. Yes, you heard that right. Just around an hour after Mob of the Dead released to public eyes for the first time, PTG uploaded a video of his completion of the Pop Goes the Weasel Easter egg. Not only was the speed of this completion fundamentally suspicious in itself, but PTG's video just showcased the ending. There were no steps explained, no guides posted, and the Zombies community were understandably very suspicious of this completion and suspected foul play of some sort. Ben from PTG has since removed the original completion video, but the not so apologetic apology video he posted shortly after remains live and honestly just raises more questions than answers.
So we'll be showing you that tomorrow. Sorry to sound cryptic, it's just obviously with this kind of response to our videos, which I always knew was going to happen, as I said, I don't particularly feel in a generous mood when it comes to the other people who, from what I've heard, are bad-mouthing us. So for now, we're going to keep it close to Play the Game and our close friends like Dalek and Ali A and Rad Austin, if you want, all this stuff, all these people that kind of have supported us for a long time, and that is very important to us. And the people who badmouth us are, they're the ones who wait 2 weeks until they actually figure it out. But the people who don't are the ones who it's good to be on our side when it comes to zombies.
Ben admits to knowing information beforehand, but still insists that it's not cheating, which seems counterintuitive. It's clear that PTG had a Treyarch-linked source feeding him information about the map, but a comment from PTG on one of his mob videos seems to claim that his source does not work for Treyarch, as Treyarch couldn't afford them. In the video, he is clearly somewhat offended by the negative reaction to his quick completion, and refuses to share steps publicly, saying he only wants to share information with those who have been nice to him, like Ali A and Mr. Dalek JD. So I asked Mr. Dalek JD himself about this.
Yeah, just watching that back now, I'm like, yeah, I don't feel comfortable hearing that. It's just like it is kind of ominous sounding, but for a bit of context, even I had to think at the time, like, what was he meaning? I remember now that back in those days of 2013, I wasn't old enough because the game's age rating here in the UK was 18 and I wasn't 18. So I couldn't take part in any Call of Duty events because I wasn't old enough. So I remember at the time, I was like, well, I can't go to any events because I'm not old enough, but they make great zombies videos. Why aren't they doing anything with Activision? And so I think I might have suggested that they work with them. And I thought at the time that was just a nice thing to do. Like, it's like, oh, here's like a fellow creator that isn't getting any limelight or working with a publisher when they should do because they make great content. But at the time I had no idea what else was happening in the background. So I assume that's where that mention in that video is referring to, because I'm pretty sure I got them into an early capture event for Mob of the Dead. So I assume that's what he meant, saying like, you know, oh, they've been nice to us, so we're gonna repay the favor sort of thing. But at the time, I didn't even see it as something like that, like transactional. It was more just I was doing a nice thing because I thought they deserved to be there.
Ben mentions that other creators were bad-mouthing PTG, and this had put him in not the most generous mood. But after some research, it seemed that these creators were not bad-mouthing PTG without reason. PTG had started to treat other YouTubers like idiots who knew nothing, acting like other forums were playgrounds for children, and Play the Game was the sole place to be if you had a brain and wanted to know the truth about zombies. Because of that mentality, PTG developed problems with almost every single notable competitor that they had. There were frequent attacks on the CallOfDutyZombies.com forums, which was at the time the most popular place to discuss zombies before the rise of Reddit. This was a pretty large turning point in the way that people discuss zombies, and there's a much earlier post from 2011 written by the creator of CallOfDutyZombies.com, where he talks about the site not feeling the same ever since PTG first appeared. You may now rightfully have questions. If PTG have been around since as early as 2010, why is 2013's Mob of the Dead the first map we're talking about then? Well, you see, Ben had carried himself as the pillar of knowledge, who was deeply intertwined with the development process of Call of Duty. But ironically, a lot of what Ben claimed to know prior to Mob of the Dead wasn't actually true. I spoke to Liam Winter about PTG's fast completion of Mob of the Dead, and his insight into this is pretty damning for Play the Game.
Black Ops 2 had a specific feature in its theater mode that a lot of people didn't really know about. You could go to a player's profile and see their recent games across multiplayer and zombies. On the day Mob of the Dead released, shortly after Play the Game had uploaded the ending unusually quickly, we were able to watch Ben's recent games in theater. He hadn't played many games that day, but in one of the earliest he was playing split screen. One of the players was actively guiding him through the Easter egg, completing every step with no hesitation. The main Easter egg wasn't the only thing they were pulling off in these games. We used their theater file to learn how to do the Golden Spork Easter egg. Embarrassingly, we were the first to put out guides for the Easter egg because of this, and the steps were almost all incorrect because we were just trying to piece together what we were seeing. So even the side Easter eggs were affected by the Mob of the Dead leaks.
It's also definitely worth noting that Ben from PTG was an avid musician who enjoyed making music, and music that was often linked to zombies. As referenced earlier in the video, Ben released a song named Alcatraz as a means of helping to leak Mob of the Dead's location around a week before the map's reveal trailer was released. Interestingly, he goes on to mention that the first lyric of his song is somehow related to the first step of the Easter egg.
The very first lyric of that song literally tells you how to start the Easter egg, and that's pretty cool. I mean, it doesn't sound like much, but once you guys are, let's say, aligning yourselves, then you'll be very, very happy to know. Actually, just the word aligning helps.
The lyrics are, "I don't need your light," which, to me at least, seems to have little to no link to Mob of the Dead's first Easter egg step. Or maybe this was Ben just being intentionally cryptic for the sake of it. There are a vast amount of old videos that PTG has deleted, lots of which would have likely contained a lot more leaked info. We know this as the old PTG X account still has auto tweets public that were created whenever a video went live. These deleted videos are painted by the remaining words on this account. Tweets like, "Behind the Origins, week before the map was set to release," and even a tweet itself saying 4 firsts ain't bad. Leaked information is nothing new in video games, but Ben's weird mob boss-like mentality about handling this information is most curious to me, especially when Dalek claims to have never received anything from PTG himself, but he did say this about Ben's mob boss mentality.
Yeah, no, in person, he was really pleasant. He was really charming. Just came across really like he was just one of us, like another creator. Like there wasn't really anything like different about it. It was just like meeting another creator that also makes zombies videos, and you know, you've seen them online, you've spoken to them a little bit perhaps on Skype or something. We were all quite young and naive back then, so we weren't really aware of how he came across, if there was like arrogancy or egotisticalness in sort of like how he presented information and knowing things that we obviously didn't know at the time. But yeah, like at the time I thought he was a nice person, and I didn't think anything different.
So here's the story as I understand it now. PTG rises to this news website, forum, and channel for zombies. Their big blow up was in these speculation videos that were spoon-fed information directly from someone linked to Treyarch. Dalek is young. He sees PTG's Ben in person, and Ben treats him nicely. Then Dalek is trying to calm the flames of the zombies community's hating on PTG for cheating, and PTG then says he will reward Dalek with early information. This sounds like Dalek could be an accomplice in the next map to some degree then, right? Well, this is where things just get weirder. Just under 3 months after the release of Mob of the Dead, Treyarch introduced a little old Wild West spice into zombies with the launch of Buried. Unsurprisingly, PTG had some inside information into this map as well. He also magically completed the Easter egg much earlier than everyone else. Although this time, people were quick to disregard his completion, once again assuming foul play. This is something Milo/Mr. Raffle Waffles clarified with me in an interview we had last year.
PTG had a reputation at this point, right? That meant that people were skeptical of them at the best of times. And so for them to come out and just have endings of Easter eggs didn't seem particularly believable to anybody. And especially if you're just going to post the very end, but you're not going to post the build-up, right? You're not going to stream you solving it. You're not going to discover it in step with the community. If you're just completely detached and far ahead from everyone else, then that's sus, right? And even to this very have endings of Easter eggs didn't seem particularly believable to anybody. And especially if you're just going to post the very end, but you're not going to post the build-up, right? You're not going to stream you solving it. You're not going to discover it in step with the community. If you're just completely detached and far ahead from everyone else, then that's sus, right? And even to this very day, in the Easter egg hunts, the difference between the first team and the second team getting it is minutes usually, and occasionally we get into the sort of hours territory between team 1 and team 2, but that's pretty rare, right? Because everyone more or less moves through these steps in kind of unison. But that's not what happened here, and it was pretty clear to everybody that they hadn't arrived at their solution legitimately. So it kind of got written off by the whole community.
As we mentioned earlier, PTG also claimed that he shared information with creators like Ollie A and Mr. Dalek JD as they were, quote, nice to him. So does that mean Dalek completed the buried Easter egg suspiciously fast too? No, in fact, quite the opposite. Dalek was DDoSed during the very challenging sharpshooter step.
We were on the final step of sharpshooter, and I remember in my chat, PTG mentioned, you're not even halfway through the Easter egg at this point. And I'm like, what do they mean? And I'm like questioning, like, are they being serious? Because we have done so many steps up to this point. There's no way this isn't near the end at this point. And so what I mostly remember is that obviously the sharpshooter step is a massive trial and error. And again, we had no idea exactly how it worked, how to complete it. And at some point during that, I got DDoSed and lost all of my internet connection. And because I was the host of the game ended. No idea at all. It's just that my internet went out, weirdly went out at the final hurdle of the Easter egg. I don't really remember much of what happened after that fact, but I know at the time I was streaming on Twitch and I had about 2,500 viewers, which I feel for like 2013 Black Ops 2 is pretty good. That's all I remember. But again, I had no idea what happened with that scenario. And it wasn't until literally only a few years ago, someone that says they were part of PTG said that, oh yeah, it was PTG that DDoSed you.
So yes, Dalek would come to find out that it was supposedly a PTG member who knocked him offline, right towards the end of the buried Easter egg. I guess the next question to try and answer is, why? Why would PTG DDoS a supposed friend of the channel? Now, it's hard to be 100% on the reason, but as we have come to learn about PTG, he is a man who seemingly likes to gatekeep and have power over others, whether this be completing things before anyone else, having information no one else has, or other things of this nature. It's possible that Dalek's fast and legitimate progression through the buried Easter egg somehow threatened PTG and their ego. It's also worth saying, however, that it's entirely possible PTG never DDoSed Dalek, and they just wanted to claim the DDoS to seem cool or powerful or something. We will never truly know what happened for certain, it seems, but whatever the case, it was clearly a weird situation. The PTG story doesn't end there though, as they would have one final impact on the very last map of Black Ops 2 Zombies. During the build-up to Origins, PTG were working on something called The Bunker. I asked Liam and Dalek about this, and it seemed to be something that they were planning to optimize posting content during the release of Origins. They were going to rent some sort of office space and fill it with PTG members to release content consistently after launch. Once again, the so-called speculation videos posted by the channel weeks before the map's release would manifest themselves with suspiciously accurate information come the map's launch on the 27th of August in 2013. They would once again also post the ending of the map before anyone else, making it a hat trick of world's first completions from Mob of the Dead, Buried, and now Origins. This was the first Zombies map to have an ending cutscene, and a major moment in the history of the game had been spoiled. While it was never 100% confirmed, Liam suspects that this leak likely came from ripping the game files due to the fact that Xbox 360's piracy had unfortunately become so common in games. Although data mining wasn't as sophisticated or easy as it is to do now, Black Ops 2 made combing through certain files particularly easy, specifically cutscenes. Every cutscene inside of Black Ops 2, across campaign and zombies, was a WebM file. This was a fairly new file format at the time, and Treyarch were seemingly using this to keep the file size of their cutscenes down to a minimum. But the format was also incredibly easy to play. Compared to the previous game files that required a lot more complex processes to open and watch, Black Ops 2 cutscenes just had to be double-clicked and they would open immediately. So in this instance, the second that someone had ripped the, at the time, Xbox 360 exclusive DLC to their PC, they could open up Origins ending cutscene in a click and upload it online right after. When I asked Dalek about Origins, he had this to say about PTG's involvement.
I only remember two details, and the weirdest part is one of them specifically we can now like confirm is real based on the recent Black Ops 2 Alpha Zombies leak. So the first detail was that the map wasn't called Origins, it was called Natuma, or whatever, how you pronounce that, which from the leaks only like a month ago of that DLC 5 build, it shows the Alpha of Origins, and it is called that. That's weird. And the second detail was that it was going to have 4 staffs. And at the time, I did not understand like what that meant in terms of a weapon. I was like, okay, a staff, what do you mean? And that's all I remember.
While PTG may have a lot of deleted videos, former PTG employees haven't, with Uman Agent saying PTG was leaking maps and had insider information, and mentions that DLC 4 for Origins was going to be in France and had the original cast less than a month after Mob of the Dead came out.
So, you might think that it's a bit early to be talking about the third DLC of Black Ops 2 because, I mean, Uprising hasn't been even released yet for PlayStation and PC. But, for those of you who don't know, there's a channel called Play the Game Central, which has access to a large amount of information on not just future DLCs for Black Ops 2, but the information of Call of Duty Ghosts. and they will be running a live stream on the 17th of May on their own channel, or their own website I should say, where they'll be revealing this information. So there's a lot less time than you might think before information about the next DLC will become available, so the time span of which this video could be released is narrowing rapidly.
He gets ahead of some of the controversy PTG was facing at the time, saying that there were levels to leaks on what was acceptable and not. But the problem is that PTG has breached all 3 levels he describes: trailer and early access leaks, then map and some vague secret leaks, finally fully detailed Easter egg ending leaks, which is exactly what PTG has done. In my view, it doesn't matter if you feel like you've given the blueprints for solving the puzzle. If you show the reward, it spoils the race to get that reward for everyone, especially when PTG is claiming world's first in these old tweets. PTG's impact throughout Black Ops 2 Zombies was vast, and while some people saw them as a Robin Hood type character sharing leaked information, others saw the more harmful impact spoilers can have on the community and the discovery of Easter eggs. Though after Origins, PTG seemingly vanished. They didn't vanish without a trace, and still uploaded some random video updates at times, but the content people had come to know them for all but stopped by the time Call of Duty Ghosts launched in November of 2013. And I have some theories as to why this happened. Call of Duty Zombies was evolving. The days of purely chasing high rounds were slowly fading as people began to realize how fun Easter eggs could be. After Black Ops 2, players would have to wait 3 long years for another Treyarch Zombies mode, and Treyarch spent this time cooking up the most iconic and beloved Zombies maps the game would ever see. The Easter eggs we would eventually see in Black Ops 3 were almost incomparable to Black Ops 2 in their size, scale, and ability to impress, with Black Ops 3's Easter eggs featuring boss fights and ending cutscenes to help engage the player further into the story. With this increased effort, Treyarch clearly didn't want their maps spoiled in the same way PTG had done throughout 2013. The game ran off of an updated code, and with more protections in place to try and stop significant leaks, it's possible Treyarch had further enforced the idea of remaining tight-lipped about the Zombies project and become more selective about who would have crucial information regarding Easter eggs, in turn killing PTG's source. Let's not kid ourselves. Ben and PTG aren't a group of CIA super hacker people. They didn't sneak into the Treyarch HQ, and they didn't steal hard drives. They clearly just had a Treyarch linked source who was happy to share early information with them. I'm not going to speculate too much on why the source chose to do this, or whether any money exchanged hands during this saga, but I will say there has and always will be an incentive to upload videos about upcoming DLCs or games to YouTube first, as a way to get bonus views, subscribers, and above all, revenue. To further fuel this theory, there did seem to be some sort of rivalry between PTG and NGT, or Next Gen Tactics Zombies, during Black Ops 2 to post guides or Easter egg information first. Some members of the community had become increasingly frustrated with NGT Zombies spamming Easter egg step videos during the discovery of multiple Black Ops 2 Easter eggs, so maybe part of the reason PTG posted these endings was in a way to spite NGT. It is also very much likely that Ben felt gaining publicity through all of this leaking would have helped the promotion of his music. This dude made a lot of music and clearly spent a lot of time writing and producing it, and he mentions it frequently throughout an array of the Zombies videos. So maybe that was a big driving force behind all of this. I would love to know what you all think about this. Was PTG in the wrong for doing all this, or do you think the Robin Hood ideology applies here? And do you think his actions would be received any differently today in 2025 compared to how they were back in 2013? With that being said, don't forget to like, subscribe, and have a wonderful day. A sickness known as jealousy, not a virus, not a microbe, but a sickness nonetheless. This is a sickness that spread through the words of 4, but into the ears and eyes of millions. What happens when a lie spreads so far that the entire internet is encapsulated? What happens when a grand scheme goes so wrong it ends in an explosive finale? This is the story of when liars get away with their lies. And this is the conclusion of the moon.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal before this decade is out of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
The world wasn't ready for what Treyarch was cooking. August 23rd, 2011, the day that shall go down in infamy. Treyarch was building to a grand finale of Black Ops, but for Zombies fans, this time will never be forgotten. In the DLC pack Resurrection, Treyarch laid out their master plan. Instead of pushing for more PvP maps, why not end off the final DLC of Black Ops with a bang? Bring back every single map from Zombies that has ever existed, and along with them, introduce the Black Ops weapons and some new additions to the old. These would include updates to wonder weapons and the addition of Moon's new perk, Mule Kick, giving an extra weapon slot as the perk. The only portion missing for these maps was the iconic sound design and horror that World at War presented. This plan, just like all memorable plans, didn't go according to its originality. In the archive documents, Treyarch originally had plans to make Zombies in Paris a reality. Teased all the way back in Reese, you can see a picture of Paris and the other maps that would be created in Black Ops. This was revealed by ex-Zombies producer Reza El Ghazi during the Zombies XP panel in 2011. Furthermore, the console codename for Moon would be Zombie_Paris. In an interview with Jason Blundell, Johnny J25 got the answers Zombies fans always wanted about the moon.
The coast map got turned into Call of the Dead, and then the Paris map got turned into Moon.
I've heard about that. I guess the moon in the early stages was Paris, and then it got reworked into being on the moon.
Jimmy Zielinski would be the head director on Moon, so I only want to foreshadow Blundell's impact here. Hearing Zielinski speak about Moon, you already knew that Zombies fans were in for a special map.
Back when we started, we wanted to make sure that we were always escalating from there, that everything got a fresh look and a fresh way to play at every map that we came out with. I realized if we're gonna shoot people up into the air with water, we're gonna need something bigger than that. And what's bigger than that but floating? So we kind of started working on the idea of going to the moon.
Moon wasn't afraid to step up the stakes from the get-go. The Ultimus cast began with an infinite round of zombies and dogs at Area 51. Each minute that passed in Groom Lake beckoned for the tactical nuke sound. But that's not just a sound. It's also a warning to leave. As the zombies and dogs gained strength there was an amazing amount of risk reward there too, as you could stay to Pack-a-Punch Mustang and Sally's early, and get one of the two perks early as well. Now the perk machine down here flipped between Speed Cola and Juggernog randomly per map start, but it was always nice that you didn't need the Power Flicked on for these either, meaning you could realistically get a Pack-a-Punch weapon and Jug before even going to the moon. Another very amazing detail on Moon was that if you played as Richthofen, and only if you had done the previous two Easter egg steps, you started with the golden rod infused with the focusing stone in your inventory. After your one friend kept dying trying to Pack-a-Punch their Mustang and Sally, everyone hopped on the teleporter and warped Welcome to Griffin Station, the home of biodomes, laboratories, and a pyramid. A pyramid on the moon? Something Destiny 2 would shamelessly steal years later.
Alright, I get it!
Moon was one of the most beloved maps in COD history, with new features in almost every facet of the journey. First of all, we're on the moon, so there was low gravity everywhere. You didn't have oxygen in the room. This also meant putting on a helmet, because without it in space, you were gonna die. That, or if you heard this sound.
Warning. Excavator Epsilon will cause decompression of biodome.
These were the excavators, and it's amazing how much detail they really had. They were on a timer before they would breach portions of the moon, and Treyarch designed them to truly move towards these places. They could have just popped in, but it was incredibly detailed. I always loved the Black Ops 1 version of being out in space, as there were no sounds, and it was eerily quiet. Even if the Black Ops 3 version added better overall changes. A lot of the Black Ops 3 changes are references to another map we will talk about one day. But majority of the additions were a lot of songs. There's many random music Easter eggs from interacting with terminals and interacting with objects in tunnels. And I wish I could play all of them, but you know how Activision is. If you were trying to jam out, but ran through a tunnel that was nearing losing oxygen from the excavators, you were gonna need a helmet too. Now, you might not want the excavators to breach everything on the moon. So to stop them, you would need a hacker. The hacker device might be the single greatest addition to the map, with interactions on just about everything on the map. Want to give your friends some points? Just hack them. Want to re-roll the box and keep your points? Even share a weapon with a friend? Just hack it. Want to open a door? Hack. The hacker can be used for even the weirdest of interactions, like hacking wall buys to flip them upside down, hacking power-ups to turn them into max ammo, except by hacking max ammo, it turns it into a fire sale. And my favorite of all interactions, hacking a pack-a-punch to raise the gates around the machine to buy yourself some time to pack. You can even hack faster if you have speed cola. Now, the only downside of hacker is that you lose your spacesuit, and only one player can have it. The other new feature to Moon is what? I was just getting to you. You didn't need to grab me like that. The special zombie to Moon is the astronaut zombie. And until I began the journey of this story, I didn't know how much detail this zombie really had, to the point where there's an entire wiki page on it. Want to hate that one guy on your friends list more? Well, just know his name is probably going to be the name above the astronaut zombie. And if you're offline, the astronaut zombie is named after the Treyarch devs. If this zombie grabbed and headbutted you, it took a perk from you at random, it rearranged your perks, and it teleported you to a new spot, one hit away from death. If you did kill this zombie, you would change the order the excavators activated. And oh boy, I wish I knew about this for very important reasons. The best places to keep away from this zombie was in the biodome, which introduced landing pads and launchers. These were a giant pain if you didn't have PhD flopper, as landing perfectly was incredibly hard, but if you timed everything right and were lucky, you could grab a power-up floating around. It's just so random. Speaking of random, everything else on the moon made sense to be there. You have a lab, a research room, a biodome, and excavators that I don't know why they designed them this way to just slam into the tunnels, but you could hack them to be course corrected. Everything else made sense, but you'll notice that there's not a consistent power source outside of this pyramid. Hey, do you feel a bit sleepy? I could use a nap right about now. Sorry about that. Everything became fuzzy. On August 23rd of 2011, NGT Zombies was the first to post a video on the very first step to figure out this pyramid. Over by the moon's entrance sat 4 computers constantly playing sounds. This was Samantha Says, and the goal was to follow the order of the colors and interact with the monitors. So Spiderbite followed the order.
was red, the last one, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you did something.
Green. Okay. It seemed to have worked. Whatever it was.
I got an idea up here.
It just flashed green a few times to say it was done. So hold on, I'm gonna save that. Yep.
Ow! My ankle!
Now for the next step, it was found in the laboratories, more specifically with the hacker. See these little buttons that look perfect for hacking, with mathematical symbols and other random ones? What do you know? Amadaru, a part of the world's first Call of the Dead Easter egg, was the first one to find this step, on the same day that Spiderbite and NGT solved Samantha Says. He was pretty proud of putting this one together too. This is where the day would take a turn. See, there's something so fishy about the rest of these Easter egg steps. The next one was incredibly frustrating if you were like me and didn't know that killing the astronaut zombie changed the order of the excavators. You had to wait until...
Warning, excavator pi will cause decompression of tunnel 6.
Only after the hack step was done, allowing the breach to happen would put a relic right into tunnel 6. But I want you to listen to just how this was solved.
Alright, hold up. I'm recording a video. Whoa. Alright, so guys, we just restarted, did escalator 6.
Shut up.
We restarted, did escalator 6, and now this ball is bouncing around down here. It comes in the M16 after you excavate 6. We hacked it, we stopped it, now the ball is bouncing around.
It moves with the force of my wombat.
That video was right.
Nick, That Gaming Show, the same channel to claim world's first on Shangri-La, then following up saying that he wasn't first and only wanted to beat out NGT and that people don't really know icons, so he wanted to claim world's first, was now claiming to be the first to step 3. The only thing that's a little off in this video is just the assumption regarding excavation of Tunnel 6. It's like Nick knew that Tunnel 6 was important for the step, and knew about the Vril Sphere as he started recording afterwards. Call of Duty didn't exactly have established races, neither stakes of a belt for world's first the way that Destiny has. But getting to claim world's first to millions of potential viewers would come with viewership over time, and more potential money from people watching the videos. With information ahead of time somehow, or some way, this would make it, at the very least, a lot less exciting, right? For now, let's assume Nick had a friend checking updates from a forum. Regardless of the legitimacy, Nick and his team were going to be the first to the punch on every step from here on out. For the next part, they would need to shoot the wave gun, a brand new wonder weapon to the moon. The wave gun was unique as it was a mini Wonderwaff, and it was also a dual wield, shocking zombies alike. This weapon could also be turned into a microwave gun, and one that only Pyrocynical could truly love, inflating zombies until they pop. The microwave/zap cannons made this weapon an insanely special one. Pack-a-punching this turned it into the max wave gun, but just like a lot of wonder weapons, Pack-a-punch was more of an ammo buff than a damage one. It was best used to clear a mob of zombies. The next step of Black Ops 1's Easter egg was bittersweet. After the Vril Sphere got stuck on top of the satellite dish and Nick and his team shot the wave gun at it, somehow the sphere knew exactly where it wanted to end up.
Yeah, go ahead, shoot it.
I have not had this much fun since yesterday.
Where's it going?
It fell. It fell.
My shin!
Right there.
No further.
Where's it at?
Sorry.
Right there.
I will have my revenge. I think the egg is stuck here.
It's in
Let's
here,
have
guys.
a drink.
Oh, there it is.
I moved the egg like the wind. And I do not wish to break either.
Right here.
Where did it go?
It moves
There
with
it
the
goes.
force of my wombat.
I don't even see. Oh, there it is.
Don't lose it this time.
goes.
Well, you can't move this thing any farther till that little door is open.
It's gonna make its way down here into the thing, watch.
We're jumping through, or is it just me?
How do you go? Pyramid.
Yep, it's gonna go right into the pyramid.
Oh no, the egg is in the hole. Oh wait, that is good thing, right?
Oh look.
There's the tubes.
The reason this step would become bittersweet is that a lot of Call of Duty Easter eggs would follow in its footsteps. This one, soul collecting. Soul collecting was a brand new Easter egg addition with Moon, and it should be viewed as a revolutionary feature for its time. The front two sides of the pyramid had canisters, and each zombie Nick and his team would kill filled these canisters up high. Then Nick flipped the switch, and this happened.
Hello, Samantha, you little brat. Your time is coming. Soon. So soon!
This was amazing. To think, Samantha, an idea from a forum post of people thinking zombies said Sam, had become so infamous amongst the community that Treyarch put her in the game as a character was already really cool. Now she had a model, and Treyarch wanted to make this moment special. It's probably why the Samantha drawing in the loading screen was removed before Moon's release. To make this moment hit even harder, this was only the beginning of the Easter egg.
Alright, so we go to Area 51 and we look on our right. Yeah, that's them. Alright, you gotta throw a Gersh device over them. Alright, someone protect them. Someone watch the plates. Yep, they're going up, guys. Look, here they come. They're gone.
Behind us.
Now they're on the pad, they're on the pad. Get on, everyone on the pad. Well, we can come back if we need to right now. Okay, look, here are the plates right here.
Nick was yet again first to post this video on August 23rd of 2011. And again, it's like Nick had a little birdie on his shoulder. For these next steps, you needed to create a computer for Richtofen to enact his plan. I can only imagine what Dempsey, Takeo, and Nikolai were thinking at that moment. They either had to be compliant in the grand scheme, or they were some really dumb friends to follow the doctor after Richtofen released a little girl from a pyramid who was powering a whole entire station on the moon. Regardless, this next step required 3 different grenades. First, just your basic frag at Groom Lake or Area 51 to break out the Gersh panels. Grenade 2, Gersh devices from Ascension, returning to throw at the panels and teleport the panels onto the main teleporter. The third nade, a brand new one, QEDs. The effects of this grenade were completely random, except in an instance where it was used against the astronaut zombie, then it would just do nothing. If a QED went off near normal zombies, it would always create an explosion capable of killing the zombies. There were so many interactions with this grenade that I'll just scroll through a wiki on how much there was. But my favorites included throwing a QED at the excavator deactivated it in random circumstances. You could also throw one with a chance to down a teammate or revive them. It had a chance to convert the weapons the players held into pack-a-punch weapons, or a pack-a-punch weapon into a normal one. And you could throw it into a perk machine and give everyone a perk. You could even get the ray gun as a drop, or a turret that would hurt you. There were so many cool additions to the moon that would potentially even foreshadow what was to come in Black Ops 2, since decision-making, good endings, and bad endings was a big plot point for that game. For this step, all Nick and his team had to do was throw a QED at the plates and poof, they were on a computer. Now, they needed the power cord to activate the next step. This power cord was in different spots around the lab, and the only reason I make it a point to talk about this step is that in Black Ops 1, it could get stuck in a wall if your teammate went down holding it. making you have to restart the entire map. I'm gonna pretend this didn't happen to me when I was younger. Thank you, Kevin. Once the plug and plates were in place, you needed the Vril device with the focusing stone for what happened next.
Access granted. Greetings, Edward. Would you like to play a game?
What is it with gross obsession with American women? All they do is play games. No matter. Time to charge up the Casimir mechanism. Carry the one.
Access granted. Switching relay to sector 115.
Access denied, Richtofen.
What is happening? Scanning for hacksaws.
You fool! I should never have trusted you.
Maxis, how on earth did you get into the machine? No matter.
I know what you are up to, and I will not allow you to succeed.
You should never have kept the DG2 from production. You should never have tried to steal the plans for the MTD.
Stop the madness, Edvard. We were supposed to help the human condition, not destroy it.
Indeed. And now you are dead. And your little girl is going to be next. She is the source of madness, not I.
She is just a little girl, Edvard. She doesn't even know what she's doing.
And delete. Goodbye, Dr. Maxis.
Security override active.
Okay, so Nick's team just knew they had to look for a lead pipe and then hack the computer. Richtofen had acquired the Vril device infused with the focusing stone, and it was on August 23rd.
Wait, what the hell?
Well, well, well. Georgiana,
What's up?
what's on your mind right now?
American Deli.
Why?
That shit sound good right now. I could go for a 10-piece extra lemon pepper. Peach punch.
When was the last time you had American Deli?
Like 3 days ago.
How was it?
It was phenomenal.
What other foods do you enjoy?
I really fuck with burrito tacos. You fuck with burrito tacos? Yeah?
Yes.
You fuck with burrito tacos? Yeah. I also fuck with fruit a lot. Do you fuck with fruit?
Yes. Yes, a lot.
Fruit's that shit.
What's your favorite fruit?
I like blueberries. And mango.
What was the last thing that bothered you?
I ain't gonna lie. Everything bothers me. I'm bothered right now.
Why?
I don't know. It's raining outside. It's cold outside. I thought it was bounce that ass time. I thought I was gonna come to LA from Chicago and I could wear some shorts and have a fucking blast. And I can't. It's cold. But that's okay.
What was the last thing that made you happy?
I woke up today. Yep.
Waking up makes you happy.
Yeah.
Why?
Because one day I won't. Okay.
Who was this?
Boy, you know who that is. That's me.
What was your childhood like?
It was pretty ass. It was pretty ass. Yeah, I don't remember much about it.
What did you do growing up?
I didn't have a childhood. I was punching in, clocking in.
To where?
In that picture specifically, I was working at Blue Chip Hotel in Michigan City. I was cleaning rooms.
What other jobs did you work?
Every job nameable.
Name them.
I worked at Kohl's. I worked at, Panera Bread. I worked at Chicago Faucets. I worked at Taverna Tonoli. I worked at Doom Billy's. I worked at Stray Dog. I worked at Horizon Bank. I worked at, the list keeps going. I worked at a bunch of factories. I forgot what the other one was called.
What was the worst job out of all of those?
Probably McDonald's. Yeah.
Why?
The people there is rude as hell. My coworkers was crackheads, no offense. Respectfully, they ain't have no teeth. They was on that shit. I don't know, the customer's just super rude. I got called a bitch at 7 in the morning. Like, come on, man, it's too early for all that.
What was your favorite job out of all those?
Panera Bread.
Why?
The people was cool. Yeah, I like the team. The pay was ass though. Yeah. Yep, that's also me. Yes.
What's happening in this picture?
I had a black and mild in my mouth. You ever smoked the black?
Yes.
Yeah. What you rate it?
A 3 out of 10.
Why not higher?
I'm a Swisher guy. Do you still smoke?
No. I stopped smoking like 4 months ago before I left to go on tour with Jesse Murph. I couldn't be on stage wheezing. Yeah, that would have been embarrassing. Damn. So in the picture, somebody at IA, hear me out. I posted questions on my Instagram. They asked me if I'm retarded. And you wanna know how I responded? I said around my friends and on Fridays. God damn it, that's the truth. Yes, yes I am. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I get a little slow sometimes, do you?
Yes.
All right. High five. Put her there. Yep. Next.
Can you read it?
Can you read it? Did they skip you when they played popcorn in school?
No.
All right, read.
Me, when people ask where I see myself in a year, like, ho, I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I have no fucking clue, bro. Hopefully rich as hell in a big house. Happy as fuck.
Amen, brother. This is old. Look at my profile picture. Yeah, I've been saving this. Oh, you've been wanted this interview. You saved it, huh? You had it in your folder. What's the audio? It was a squirt battle. That's what it was. That's what the audio was, wasn't it? No, it was like, fuck it, everybody get naked. Let's see who pussy the best. That's what it was. That's what it was. I know it. Because it says if I had to break up a fight between BK the Ruler and Molly Santana. Hey, fuck out of here. She can hoop her ass off. I went to one of her games in Indianapolis.
You played in it.
Fuck you. You think I would be sitting at this interview if I played in that game? I saw that. Wait. Yeah. I saw it. Yeah. I saw that. I signed the petition. Did you also? Let me ask the room, class. Did y'all sign that petition? Let me know now. You did? How you feel about this? There's 26 verified signatures also, and I want to talk to each and every single fucking one of y'all ass also. How you feel about this?
I don't support.
Okay. Moving forward.
Why were you in the back of a U-Haul?
Have you ever been in the back of a U-Haul?
No.
Why not? You're not living life for real. How old are you?
Old enough.
Unk. Whenever they say that, that means that they above 25. You damn near 30, ain't it?
We are.
No, I'm 20.
We.
No, I'm 20. Basically, me and my friends, I believe I was moving, obviously. Or was I? Yeah, I was moving at that time. And me and my friends all drove the U-Haul. And then like once it was empty, I got in the back of it with my best friend, Devo. And I was flying around the back because my other friend that was driving was brake checking us. So we would be standing up and just like go flying and like bouncing off the walls. Yeah, I think I had a knot on my head from that. I love a fat ass bitch.
Can you elaborate on your
I don't discriminate. That's it. Period. That's all. Corned beef hash. That shit good as fuck. You like corned beef hash? Have you ever had it?
Yes.
Are you lying?
No.
Do you like it?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What do you eat it with?
Rice.
Rice?
Yes.
I have it in my cabinet now. Shit made my stomach hurt though. A little too greasy. I done got a little bougie. It's good though. As fuck.
What are your other favorite struggle meals?
Like maybe like ramen, like noodles. I love noodles. I like bread and butter, and cinnamon and sugar. Egg sandwich. I don't even like eggs. Honey bun, glazed. You fuck with glazed honey buns?
Yes.
Yeah? What about them stale oatmeal cookies?
No.
You don't fuck with them?
No.
What? Tripping.
Who?
I don't know. Can you do this? Hey, yep, circular. Yep, nah, not quite. Bring it around town. All right. I don't even have Twitter. But before I read it, I'm gonna just say fuck whoever posting about me on Twitter, cause I don't see it. Geechee as hell, lame ass. You gotta be, never mind, let me stop. Georgiana will quit making rap music and turn to country or pop music in 2 to 4 years, mark my words. What do you think? Do you think that's true?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's the right answer. Thank you.
I think you're gonna make EDM in 2 to 4 years.
I've rapped on an EDM beat already. A German EDM beat.
Can you play it?
No. Yo, mans, where your mans at? Where your mans at? Damn. Yeah, I don't like that clickbait shit. He kept on using me for clickbait, so he had to get blocked.
42, Georgiana, call me ASAP.
I'm right here, brose. That's the day I met Uzi. I think that's the only person that I was like, not fanned out about, but I was definitely starstruck. Like, when I was walking out I'm not gonna say where we was at, but when I was walking out, I was getting in the Uber, I was with my best friend, Devo, and I just look up and I see Uzi. And then I look at my best friend and I'm like, bitch, Uzi. He was like, bro, what? And I'm like, Vaughn. And then Uzi like, Vaughn. And my friend get out the car and he was like, yeah, it was cool as hell.
Did you talk to him?
I'm telling you, I was like starstruck. So if I wanted to like have an actual conversation, I don't think it could have happened in that moment. But like, yeah, we definitely exchanged like a couple words. Wasn't nothing too crazy. I didn't wash my hand. I'd smack the shit out of Scorpio right now. On my mama, I would. And you a Scorpio?
No.
What are you?
Virgo.
Oh, okay, you good. I love Virgos. Not you, though.
What are you?
I'm a Capricorn.
Capricorn.
Hmm?
What's wrong with the Scorpio?
I don't have a good history with Scorpios. But I can't use that against all of them.
What was your last interaction with the Scorpio?
My mom.
Oh.
Yeah. We don't really fuck with her that much. It's almost winter, and I need to be married. Yep. If I'm not matching by Christmas, then I'm giving everybody a bad summer.
Okay.
Yeah, I missed out on Halloween. It's not looking too good. Come on, man. Bless you with a bankroll, baby bleed. Yeah, let's just skip past this one. Is he from Indiana?
Yes.
I be seeing him. Yeah.
Are you from the I?
Creaming on dick. I'm OD spicy right now. I'm from Indiana. All right. I don't know about all that big eye shit. But I'm from Indiana.
What are your thoughts on the Indiana lingo?
I don't want to rain on nobody parade. I think that it's funny. But I'm not gonna lie, people think that it's serious sometimes. Like they be in my comments asking me if it's true. Yeah.
So what do they say in the I?
The I. First of all, let's stop that shit. In Indianapolis, one phrase is how you would. Yep.
How you would?
How you would.
How you would?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Dick creaming.
That's disgusting. Why would they make that? Why would they make that lingo? Like for real. He told me I'm not his girlfriend. Mind you, this is my life. I can be whatever I want. Yeah, this is my life.
What do you want to be?
Batman. Mm-hmm. This prescription?
Yeah.
You liar. Liar, liar, drawers on fire. How dare you? You just met me. Where are you from?
San Diego.
What they say in the Big Sand?
The Big Sand. Yep.
Okay. State your name and your occupation.
I'm Well Reyes. I'm unemployed.
Okay. This is where I turn you off at. I know what you did last summer.
For this segment, I want you to write down 3 things you are proud of about yourself.
I took a shower today.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't stink. Yep. I moved across the country and I dropped my debut project. Yep.
For this segment, I want you to write down 3 unknown facts about yourself. All right, you're done. Read to me what you wrote.
I broke my arm playing basketball. I wear glasses. I'm blind as shit. And I don't wear the color red like that. I don't wear it often. Those 3 facts.
What colors do you like?
I like all colors.
Just not red.
I don't really fuck with red like that, no. Mm-mm. Or pink.
When did you break your arm playing basketball?
In, I think like 8th grade. I was playing JVBL basketball team. I was the only girl on the team. Yeah, I broke my arm during conditioning. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it wasn't like a snap, it was a buckle fracture. Yeah, like my bone moved over here, but it didn't snap.
For this segment, I want you to write a letter to yourself, starting with Dear Georgiana.
Where's your letter at, dear Emwell? How about we both write letters to Santa? It's almost Christmas.
Okay. Read to me what you wrote.
I wrote, Dear Georgiana, keep going, XOXO, Georgia. From myself to myself.
All right, ready?
What the teachers in school be saying? I'll wait. I already got my education. How bad is this letter gonna be? Is you asking for stuff like, what is it? Can I know? Can I get a hint? I'm at the edge of my seat. Come on, please. All right. You write like a bad kid. Why you hold the pencil like that? You write like that?
Dear Santa, I hope you give many presents to Georgiana and her son. Also, can I please have the new Caitlin Clark Kobe's? I'm well.
Caitlin Clark Kobe's? They got shoes for real? Is they tough?
Yes.
I want some KDs.
Which ones?
Them old ones. The pink and purple ones from like, what's that called? Peanut butter jelly? Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Yeah.
For this segment, we're gonna be drawing. Draw whatever you want.
You draw whatever you want.
Okay.
You need to slow down, all right?
Boy, slow down.
Boy. What's that? Is that more brain rot?
Boy, slow down.
Stop sign. I ain't seen no stop sign. I don't know what to draw, man. All right.
What did you draw?
Pencil.
Why?
I didn't know what else to draw. I did lashes for a few months, not that long. I really just did lashes when I was pregnant to get some extra money. I ain't like doing them. It was just easy money. And I was licensed too. I didn't do it out of my house, all right? It was really fast. I'm not sure that it was even a real license anymore at this point, because it was only like a day. I don't think this glue gonna work. Your shit gonna be glued to your face. Your eyes gonna be glued shut. You know that? Open your eye. Is it glued shut? Is it? Can you open your eyes? They glued shut, ain't it? Wait, no, that was crazy. That was crazy. Look, this your eyes. Clock it. Yes, I finally get the gang chain. Hey! Damn, this motherfucking heavy too. Hold on. Shit! Is this what a real chain feel like?
Thank
Your
you.
shoes don't match though.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Don't do it again.
Okay.
All right. That concludes our interview. Thank you. I'm gonna just leave these here. All right. Yeah. I'm not doing it.
You wear glasses.
Actually, not for fake like you.
I actually am blind too.
No, you're not.
I'm wearing contacts.
No, you're not.
I promise.
No, that's a lie.
I promise I'm wearing contacts.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
What's your prescription?
I don't know. I got astigmatism in both my eyes. They're shaped like footballs.
Why aren't you wearing glasses right now?
I don't know. I think I just choose to be blind every day. I don't really like seeing shit, hearing shit, knowing shit, feeling shit. I just want to stay away from that shit. Yeah, so. Hmm?
Alright, chat. I don't know if I fixed the, like, dog whistle noise. I think I might have fixed it. I'll watch this back, tomorrow when it uploads to YouTube to really see. But I'm going to get off stream. That is the end for today. We got a lot done, low-key. I did the whole parking garage. I did most of the bridge. We'll have to do more tomorrow. Actually, let me just, before we get off, let me do this. I'm gonna just, low-key, it might make it easier if I have these. I'm not gonna keep them on the other side, actually. Probably will. I'm just mainly using them for alignment. Wait. sure. See, it's 1 off. I really hope I fixed the dog whistle thing. Because if not, I don't know how I'm gonna fix it. Fingers crossed, though, that that's all good. Alright. Got some of the bridge done. We'll do the rest tomorrow. Okay. Alright, now it's basically done. Yeah, man. We will finish this up tomorrow. Let me see. Only really be able to see it from right here anyways. But yeah, it looks cool. If only this area was playable, you could really see it. But it's not. You can see it like that though. You'll mainly just see it from this angle. Unless you're up here. But alright, chat. Should I do the 3 more minutes to make it 10 hours? Fuck it. Let's stay on for 3 more minutes. What could we do in that time frame? I'm gonna have to extend this because that's gonna cut out when I build. So I could extend it more. Do I do that real quick? Fuck it, yeah. Let's I mean, nah. We'll do that tomorrow. Because I'm gonna get off a stream and build lighting. Well, no, I'll just do that tomorrow actually. But yeah, man. Shouts out to anyone that tuned into the stream. I don't know if any real people actually tuned in today. I got a lot of bots. Like 4 or 5 of them. But shouts out to anyone that tuned in. Tomorrow we will finish the bridge and then begin this section of the map, this corner. We got a lot to do over here, which we will begin tomorrow on day 102. We'll finish the all this terrain and shit. Oh, what did I just do? Yeah, we'll start building out the mountains. This will all be mountain shit back here. Finish this like apartment building type of thing for this whole road. I'll be like New York style apartments, if that makes sense. I'll show more like reference tomorrow. But yeah, man. We did pretty good today. Got the whole parking garage done. Got the bridge basically fully done. Just gotta extend it, like double this further down, extend the road, add some shit right here, cause you see it a little bit right here. I put like a fence, or I don't know, something gotta go right there. But other than that, everything else is looking pretty good. So, yeah, man. We are done for the day. I will catch you all tomorrow. Yeah. Let's get a nice little shot. Maybe like that. I don't know. Shout out to everyone that tuned in. We will be back tomorrow with another one. Deuces.